Chapter 9. Snare. A shout rang out. "Mara!" Buntercarpi's anger rent the morning quiet like the challenge of a Nidra bull. Mara winced. She glanced instinctively at the crib near her side. Little Ayaki still slept, undisturbed by his father's bellow. His eyes were tightly closed, and his stocky limbs half tangled in his covers. After 2 months of Buntercarpi's roars, the infant could sleep through a thunderstorm. Mara sighed. The boy was his father's son, thick of body and with a big head that made his mother wish for death when he had been born. The difficult labour had drained Mara in a way she would not have thought possible before. While but 18 years of age, she felt like an old woman, tired all the time. And the first sight of her son had saddened her. She had secretly hoped for a lithe, handsome child, such as her brother Lano must have been as a baby. Instead, Buntercarpi had given her a red-faced, round-headed little brute, with a visage wrinkled like a tiny old man's. From the first moment he filled his lungs with air, he had a shout to rival his father's. Already he affected the same scowl. Still, as Ayaki lay asleep, Mara could not feel other than love for him. He is my son as well, she thought, and the blood of his grandfather is in him. The traits he has inherited from his Anasazi heritage will be trained out of him, and those from the Akoma will be nurtured. He will not be like his father. "Mara!" Buntercarpi's irritable shout sounded very near at hand, and the next instant the screen to the boy's nursery slammed back. "Here you are, woman! I've been all over the house looking for you." Buntercarpi entered with a frown like a storm cloud. Mara bowed with serenity, only too glad to lay her embroidery aside. "I have been with our son, husband." Buntercarpi's expression eased. He went to the crib where the boy lay, restless now from his father's loud entrance. Buntercarpi reached down, and for a moment Mara feared he would ruffle the boy's black hair as he did his hound's. But instead, his meaty hand gently straightened the cover that lay twisted between the tiny legs. The gesture caused Mara an instant's affection towards Buntercarpi, but she banished such sentiment at once. Though he wore the Akoma mantle, Buntercarpi was a son of the Anasazi, a house second only to the Minwanabi in despite for things Akoma. This Mara knew in her heart, and soon the time would come for change. Exaggerating her whisper, Ayaki was a sound sleeper, she said, "What do you desire, husband?" "I must go to Solanke, on business." Buntercarpi straightened from the crib with studied lack of enthusiasm. "I will not be returning this night, and perhaps tomorrow as well." Mara bowed in acquiescence, not missing the haste in her husband's tread as he departed through the screen. She needed no incongruities to guess that there was no business for her husband to conduct in Solanke. During the past 2 months, his interest in business had waned until it bordered on open neglect. As Jikan resumed control of the Akoma management, he kept his lady well informed. Buntercarpi still played hob with Kyoke's administration of the warriors, which men were assigned and to what post. Having barely reached the point where she could influence a small few household matters, Mara could do nothing about that. At least, not yet. She stared at her embroidery in distaste, glad that in Buntercarpi's absence she need not keep that up for the sake of appearances. More and more she needed time to think and plan for the future. Her husband's suspicious nature had partially played into her hands. Aware in his plodding way that Mara's talent for commerce overshadowed his, Buntercarpi had confined himself to seeing that his wife did not gain control of his household. Never did he realize that she had managed the garrison as adroitly before their marriage. As a result, he never thought to question other strange practices around the estate, such as Papawaio's wearing a black headcloth, and, despite his interests in warcraft, Buntakapi never became familiar with the men. Their heritage held no interest for him, otherwise he would have discovered that grey warriors had come to wear a coma green. Certainly he lacked the imagination to embrace such changes in tradition, Mara thought, then caught herself sharply. Even in thoughts she must not be careless. Too often he had shown he was more than a simple warrior. Still, the man had no subtlety. Hearing his booming laugh in the mustering yard as he gathered the warriors for his escort, Mara wondered what prompted his clumsy effort at subversion. Boredom might be taking him to Selenkur in the heat of high noon, to bathe with other soldiers and exchange stories, and perhaps to wrestle or gamble, or to sport with a woman of the reed life. Buntakapi had returned to Mara's bed soon after childbirth, but now that the Akoma had a living heir, she had no reason to play the dutiful wife. Buntakapi's clutching, slobbering embrace revolted her, and she had lain still, sharing none of his passion. The first night he seemed not to notice, but on the second he became angry. The third he complained bitterly of her lack of enthusiasm, and the fourth night he beat her, then slept with one of her maids. Since then she had met his advances with no response at all, and, at the last, he had fallen to ignoring her. But now Buntakapi set off for the city for the third time in 10 days, and Mara was intrigued about the reason. She called Misa to open the screen, and the moment her husband's litter and his small escort of warriors jogged smartly down the lane to the Imperial Highway, she sent her runner for Nakoya. The old woman answered her summons tardily, but there seemed no lack of respect in her bow. "My mistress requires—" "What takes our Lord Bunto into the city so much of late?" asked Mara. "What gossip do the servants tell?" Nakoya glanced significantly at Misa, who awaited her mistress's wishes by the screen. Warned that the nurse's answer might be best not shared with servants, Mara sent her maid to fetch the noon meal. As Misa hurried off, Nakoya sighed. "As you would expect, your husband has taken an apartment in the city, so he may visit a woman." Mara sat back. "Good. We must encourage him to stay in the city as much as possible." Nakoya brightened with curiosity. "Daughter of my heart, I know some things have passed, never to be regained. But I am still the only mother you have known. Will you not tell me what you are planning?" Mara was tempted, but her scheme to regain control of her house bordered on treason to her lord. Although Nakoya had already deduced Mara's intent to dispose of Buntakapi, the plan was too risky to confide. "That is all, old mother," Mara said firmly. The nurse hesitated, then nodded, bowed, and departed, leaving Mara staring at the baby, who had begun to stir in his crib. But Ayaki's well-being was far from her thoughts. That her lord had a woman in the city might provide exactly the opportunity Mara required. Hoping the gods were looking after her at long last, she had begun to ponder the options of this new development when Ayaki's healthy wails spoiled thought. Mara lifted the fussy baby to her breast and winced as the little boy bit hard upon her nipple. "Ow!" she said in surprise. "You are your father's son, no doubt." The baby quieted as he began to suck, and Misa returned with a tray. Mara ate the food without interest, her mind busy with a plan more risky than anything her old nurse might have guessed. The stakes were high. One misjudgment, and she would lose all chance of regaining the title of ruling lady. Indeed, if she failed, the sacred honour of her ancestors might be shamed past hope of expiation. Mara poured a cup of chocha and sat back upon her heels as Gijan, son of Lord Detsu of the Kamaiota, nodded politely. His gesture concealed biting impatience, but even his critical nature could not fault the young wife's hospitality. She had seen him comfortable in the finest cushions, brought him refreshment, and sent immediate word to her husband that an old friend had arrived unexpectedly and was waiting to greet him. Gijan lounged back, admiring the rings on his hands. His nails were clean to the point of fussiness, and his jewellery ostentatious, but the rest of his dress showed restraint. "And where might Lord Bantokapi be?" "On some matter of business in the city, I expect." Mara displayed none of the pique a young, pretty wife might feel at a husband's absence. Aware that Bantokapi's guest held her under closest scrutiny, she fluttered one hand offhandedly. "You know these things are beyond me, Gijan, though I must say he spends a great deal of time away from home." Gijan's eyes narrowed, his self-absorbed admiration of his jade now an obvious act. Mara sipped her chocha, certain now that this guest had come to spy for the Anasati. No doubt Lord Takuma wished information on how his third son fared as Lord of the Akoma. He had sent a handsome messenger, perhaps hoping the contrast to Bantokapi would entice a young wife to speak freely. After the barest interval, the young noble said, "Is that rascal neglecting his affairs, then?" "Oh no, Gijan." To avoid giving her father-in-law an excuse to pry further into Akoma affairs, Mara qualified expansively. "If anything, Lord Bantokapi is too rigorous in his attention to details. He spends long hours at his desk." Lord Gijan's polished facade broke before incredulity. "Banto?" Aware he might have betrayed his appraisal of the new Lord of the Akoma, he closed his gaping mouth and added, "Of course. Banto was always a diligent fellow." Mara smothered a smile. Both of them lied outrageously, and each knew it. But a guest might not question the word of a host without raising the thorniest implications of honour. With the topic of Bantokapi's management effectively closed, the morning wore on in polite conversation. Mara sent for Thaisa bread and fish, which slowed Gijan's effort at interrogating until at last her runner returned from town. Stripped to his loincloth and breathless from the road, he dropped to his knees before Mara. "Mistress, I bring word from the Lord of the Akoma." Pleasantly, Mara said, "What does my husband wish?" The slave had barely washed his feet clean of dust before presenting himself. Gasping still from his journey, he said, "My Lord Bantokapi says he is most apologetic for being absent when his dear friend Gijan of the Kamaiota calls. He is presently unable to return to the estate and wishes for Gijan to join him in Sulanku." Gijan nodded to the exhausted slave boy. "Tell my servant to have my litter prepared." Then he smiled at Mara, "If my lady has no objection." Mara returned the smile, as if his presumption in ordering her runner was only another right of a man in the presence of a mere wife. How different it had been when she had been ruling lady. And things would be different again, soon. This she vowed, as she ordered her maid to remove the food tray. Then, all lightness and grace, she saw Gijan to the door of the estate house. While waiting in the hallway for the visitor's escort to assemble, she dismissed her runner and inwardly acknowledged relief. She had feared that Bantokapi might be returning. Though the journey to the city from the estates took 2 hours on foot, a message runner could make it there and back in half that time. By litter, Gijan would not reach Sulanku until nearly sundown. No doubt Gijan also loved gambling, so Bantokapi would hardly subject his boyhood friend to a return trip after dark. Dice and cards and betting would keep them both in the city for the night, which was a small blessing from the gods. Already Mara had begun to treasure his absence, but this was a freedom she dared not love too much, lest impatience prove her downfall. Gijan bowed formally in farewell. "I shall give your husband compliments on your hospitality when I greet him, Lady Mara." He smiled at her, suddenly charming, and Mara realized this young man was wondering if she was another neglected woman ready for a romance. Formal and distant, she showed him briskly to the screen. She did not need to waste time fending off the advances of amorous younger sons. What Bunto had shown her of love-making had convinced her she needed little from men. If ever she came to desire the company of a lover, he would be nothing like this silly, vain nobleman who took his leave to join Bunto in a night of gambling, wine, and prostitutes. As the litter departed, Mara heard a loud wail from the nursery. "Men," she muttered under her breath, and hurried to attend her son. The boy needed changing. Preoccupied, Mara gave him over to Nakoya, who had not lost her knack for dealing with infants. As the old woman began a game with the child involving his fingers and toes, Mara considered what Buntakapi's reaction to Gijan's visit would likely be. The following afternoon it seemed she had read his mind. Wearing his wrestling cloth and gleaming still with the oil and sweat of his exercise, Buntakapi scratched the mat of hair on his chest. "When someone calls and I am in the city, do not waste so much time sending messages, wife. Simply send them along to my townhouse." Mara bounced Ayaki one more time on her knee, her eyebrows raised in inquiry. "Townhouse?" As if the matter were of small account, Buntakapi answered over his son's shriek of pleasure. "I have moved to larger quarters in Salanke." He gave no reason, but Mara knew he had established the apartment to meet with his mistress, a woman named Tiani. As far back as Mara could remember, Lord Sezu had never felt the need to take a townhouse. Though the practice was common enough among other lords whose estates were remotely located, no matter how late business kept Sezu in the city, he always returned home to sleep under the same roof as his family. If Mara was generous in her assessment, Buntakapi was barely more than a boy, only 2 years older than she, and with none of her level-headed nature. While she had sat next to her brother hearing the lessons on governance her father gave, Bunto had been a neglected, lonely boy who had spent time off by himself brooding or in the rough company of soldiers. Her own coldness did not upset him, but encouraged a return to his former habits of finding the pleasures he understood. Still, Mara had not selected this husband because she wanted someone strong-minded and resolute like her father. Now her plans demanded that she encourage his self-indulgent, bad-tempered nature, though the course would be dangerous in the extreme. Ayaki gave a last deafening squeal and grabbed her beads. Prying his grip from her throat, Mara pretended indifference to her husband's indulgence. "Whatever my lord requires." Bunto returned one of his rare smiles, and, ducking a swipe of Ayaki's tiny fist, Mara wondered briefly on the mistress, Tiani. What sort of woman would infatuate a brute like her husband? But Buntakapi's pleased expression vanished as, with faultless timing, Jikan appeared with a dozen scrolls in hand.
"My lord, by the grace of the gods you are back fortuitously. I have some papers dealing with matters of your distant holdings that need your immediate approval."
With a beleaguered cry, Bunto said,
"Fortuitous! I must return to the city tonight."
He stalked from Mara's presence without so much as a goodbye, but his wife seemed not to care. Her eyes were fixed on the rosy face of her son as, drooling, he tried with fierce concentration to stuff her amber beads in his mouth.
"Your appetites might kill you one day,"
she warned mildly. But whether she referred to her husband or his offspring, only the gods might guess. After rescuing her jewellery, Mara smiled. The Mistress Tiani had wrapped another twist into the fabric of ideas evolved since the day the Grey Warriors had sworn service. The hour had come to begin Buntakarpi's education on what it really took to conduct the business of the Akoma. Alone in the cool shadow of the nursery, Mara consulted the wax tally started in secret during the last month. No one would interrupt her. Nakoya was out with Ayaki, and the slave who changed the covers in the crib could not read. Reflectively, Mara chewed the end of her stylus. Each day Buntakarpi visited his townhouse, she had sent at least one servant or jikan with some minor document to sign. From their dozens of reports, she had patiently pieced together the fact that her husband lived a very patterned existence. When in Selenkeu, Buntakarpi arose at mid-morning, but never later than the 3rd hour after sunrise. He would then walk to a public training area where mercenary guards and warriors whose masters were staying in the city gathered to practice at arms. Buntakarpi preferred wrestling and archery to sword work, but with a diligence that had surprised Gijan, he now practiced all three. His technique with the blade improved steadily, but he still chose the company of common soldiers over that of the other lords, who occasionally availed themselves of the facilities. Midday saw him bathed and changed and on the way to his townhouse. For about 2 hours thereafter he remained receptive to any work sent from the estates by Mara. His mistress, Tiani, was rarely out of bed before mid-afternoon, and his tolerance for business fled the instant she awoke. With a charm that even the oldest messenger had described with admiration, she would lure Buntakarpi to her bed until barely enough time remained to rise and dress for dinner. Then the couple would attend the theatre to see comedies, the taverns to listen to minstrels, or the gambling houses, though Tiani had no wealth except what came to her as gifts. She derived a perverse pleasure from encouraging her paramour to bet, and, if he lost, rumour held that her eyes sparkled all the more brightly. Mara frowned. Many servants had been cursed and cuffed to glean this information. The last runner to carry a document to Lord Buntakarpi had been severely beaten, but, in this matter, a slave boy was of little consequence. Worse might come if the man she had married continued to wear the Lord's mantle. An enraged yell from Ayaki echoed down the corridor beyond the screen, followed by Nakoya's chiding voice. If the child had soiled himself, the nursery would shortly become the site of a minor commotion. Ayaki battled like a young Haralth whenever anyone tried to change him. Sighing with indulgence mixed with exasperation, Mara concealed the wax slate beneath an old parchment map and resumed her study of the Empire. The borderlines and the estates on this rendition were slightly out of date, having been drawn up when she was a little girl. But the dyes were still bright, and most of the holdings of the major lords of the Empire were clearly marked. Since Buntakarpi detested everything to do with words on paper, he would never miss this one document from his study. The only use he had for a map was to find which lands were open for hunting. As Ayaki's wails drew nearer, Mara noticed an interesting fact at the outset. The lord of the Zalteka, a minor neighbour who had a very prosperous trade in pottery, used a strip of land between his own estates and the imperial highway that appeared to be the property of the lord of the Kano, who lived far to the east near the city of Ontaset. Mara found this indefinably amusing. If other families exercised such usurpation of property rights, that knowledge might later prove useful. She would ask Arakasi about it when he returned, and that thought sparked realization. Only a week remained before she and Buntakarpi celebrated their first wedding anniversary. The spy master might return to the estate at any moment. Apprehension gripped Mara even as Nakoya entered with Ayaki screaming in her arms.
"Your son would make a fine substitute for a ghoulie,"
said the old woman, referring to the hairy, troll-like creatures of children's tales. They scared their victims to death with hideous screams. Mara only nodded. Wondering whether her mistress had gone deaf, Nicoya called the slave away from freshening the crib to help manage the Acoma heir, who yelled until his face was red and made everyone's ears sore. Eventually Mara arose. She bent over her baby and jingled her beads to amuse him. As Ayaki's wails changed to laughter in another of his mercurial shifts of mood, her thoughts continued. Somehow she must prevent Arakasi from coming under Bantakapi's control. Her bull of a husband would only waste that information network, or worse, make it available for his father's use, which would place far too dangerous a power in the hands of the Lord of the Anasati. Necessity made Mara bold. She must prepare for Arakasi's arrival with no further delay, so that his loyalty should remain hers alone. Inwardly reviewing her husband's schedule of activities, Mara spoke briskly to the slave who laboured over the kicking naked legs of her son.
"Call for Jikan."
Nicoya raised her eyebrows.
"To the nursery?"
she said, startled, but her mistress ignored the liberty.
"The matter will not wait."
Without further fuss, Mara relieved the slave of the damp cloths and began to cleanse her infant's soiled bottom. Jikan arrived, any puzzlement he felt well concealed. He bowed deeply as his mistress tied a clean loincloth around her son.
"Have we some documents that would be appropriate for my lord husband's review?"
Barely able to contain his distaste at the mention of the Lord of the Acoma, Jikan said,
"My lady, there are always documents that are appropriate for the lord of the house to review."
He bowed, shamed at how close to insult his words came in their implication that Bantakapi neglected his responsibilities. Mara sensed her Hadonra's discomfort as she lifted Ayaki onto her shoulder. In a tone sweet as red bee honey, she said,
"Oh, then I think it would be fitting to send a scribe to my husband's townhouse at 3 hours after noon."
Jikan stifled open curiosity.
"If you think that is wise, mistress, then it shall be done."
Mara dismissed him, and saw that Nicoya too regarded her with a shrewd glint in her eyes.
"You are deaf, mother of my heart,"
the lady of the Acoma said softly,
"and business matters are never conducted in the nursery."
The nurse bowed promptly, guessing something of her mistress's intentions, but the full extent of those plans would have terrified the old woman beyond measure. As I am terrified, Mara thought, and silently wondered whether the goddess of wisdom would hear the prayers of a wife who knowingly provoked a husband already renowned for his bad temper. Bantakapi raised his head from rumpled, sweat-damp pillows. The screens were drawn closed, but even the decorations painted in scarlet, maroon and ochre could not entirely block out the afternoon sun in the garden beyond. A golden glow suffused the chamber, lending warm highlights to tangled sheets and to the sleeping form of his mistress Tiani. The Lord of the Acoma regarded the rounded length of her thigh, his thick lips bent into a smile. This was a woman, he thought. Naked, she took his breath away, as Mara's slenderness never had. He had felt passion for his wife when he had first wed, but having tasted the delights of Tiani's talents, he now realized that his feelings for Mara arose from desire to dominate the daughter of a great family, and to rectify his own limited experience with women prior to becoming a lord. Once he had a son, he had tried to do a husband's duty, but Mara lay like a corpse, and what man could stay interested in a woman who offered no sport? Mara's strange intellectual passions, her love of poetry, and her fascination with the Chojar Queen's hive gave Bantakapi a general headache. His mistress was another matter. In silent appreciation he studied Tiani's long legs. A fold in the sheets hid her hips and back, but masses of red gold hair, rare in the Empire, tumbled down shoulders like fine porcelain. Tiani's face was turned away, but Bantakapi imagined her perfection. the full, sensuous mouth that could tease him until he was crazy, and the straight nose, high cheekbones, and eyes almost amber in colour that brought admiring stares from every man when she clung to his arm. Her powers of attraction lent force to the manhood of Buntakarpi, and just watching her slow breathing aroused him. With a leer, he pressed a hand beneath the sheets to seek her firm round breast. Someone chose that instant to knock at the door. Buntakarpi's questing fingers balled into a fist.
"Who is it?"
His irritable bellow caused Tiani to half spin, half sit up, in sleepy disarray. "Huh?" she said, blinking. A toss of her head dislodged a river of loosened hair, and the light shone warm on her breasts. Buntakarpi licked his lips. A servant's muffled voice called from beyond the screen. "Master, a messenger from your Hadonra brings documents for you to see." Buntakarpi considered rising for a moment, but Tiani levered herself upon her elbows, and her nipples jutted across his line of sight. The ache in his groin intensified. His movement changed to a half-roll that placed his head between those inviting pillows of flesh. The sheets fell away. He ran tickling fingers down Tiani's exposed stomach, and she giggled. That decided Buntakarpi. Surrendering to lust, he shouted,
"Tell him to come back tomorrow!"
The servant hesitated from the other side of the screen door. Timidly he said, "Master, you've told him to come back 3 days in a row now." Shifting expertly under his hands, Tiani whispered in Buntakarpi's ear and then nipped at the lobe.
"Tell him to come back in the morning!"
shouted Buntakarpi. Then he remembered he had a wrestle with the strike leader of the Tuscarora in the morning.
"No! Tell him to come at noon and bring his documents then! Now leave me!"
Buntakarpi waited, stiff with annoyance, until he heard the servant hurry away. Sighing at the tremendous responsibilities of his office, he decided he was entitled to his pleasures. Otherwise the workload would grind him to a nub. As the ultimate favourite of his pleasures had begun to bite his shoulder, he thought it time to be diverted. With a half-laugh, half-grunt, the Lord of the Acoma pulled his concubine to him. Late the following morning, Buntakarpi marched through the streets of Solancourt, feeling full of himself. He had easily defeated the Tuscarora strike leader, and had won a fair amount of money as well. 30 centuries, which, while trivial to him now that he was ruling lord, still was a nice amount to have clinking in one's purse. Accompanied by his escort, 2 young Acoma guards who shared his passion for wrestling, he left the congestion of the main streets and rounded the corner to his townhouse. His mood darkened at once, for his Hadonra sat on the stoop. The 2 servants with him, burdened with leather carriers, stuffed to capacity with parchments. Dust arose in small puffs as Buntakarpi stamped to a stop.
"What now, Jikan?"
The little Hadonra scrambled to his feet and bowed with a deference that somehow always annoyed.
"You instructed my messenger to see you at noon, Lord? As I had other business in town, I thought I would personally bring these papers here."
Buntakarpi sucked air through his teeth and recalled somewhat belatedly the words he had uttered through the screen in the course of his afternoon frolic with Tiani. He scowled at his patient Hadonra, then waved to the slaves who carried the sheaves of documents.
"Very well. Bring them inside."
Soon the writing tables, 2 food trays, and nearly every available area of flooring were tiered with stacks of parchments. Buntakarpi laboured through page after page until his eyes stung from squinting at tiny columns of figures or lists and lists of inventory. The cushions compressed and grew damp with his own sweat, and finally his foot went to sleep. Exasperated, Buntakarpi heaved himself to his feet and noticed the sunlight had traversed the length of the garden. The afternoon had almost fled. Indefatigable, Jikan handed him another document. Buntakarpi forced watering eyes to focus.
What is this?
As it says, Lord.
Jikan tapped gently on the title script with one finger.
Estimates on Nidra droppings.
Buntakarpi jabbed the paper angrily in the air.
By all the gods of heaven, what foolishness is this?
Jikan remained unfazed by his lord's wrath.
No foolishness, master. Each season we must estimate the weight of the dung to judge whether we have a shortage of fertilizer for the thyza paddies and need to import or excess to sell to the farm broker.
Buntakarpi scratched his head. Just then, the screen leading to the bedchamber slid open. Tiani stood in the doorway, inadequately wrapped in a robe sewn with scarlet birds of passion. The tips of her breasts pressed clearly through the cloth, and her hair tumbled sensuously over a shoulder artfully left bare.
Banto, how much longer are you going to be? Should I dress for the theatre?
The open seduction in her smile left a staring Jikan scarlet to the roots of his hair. Tiani blew him a teasing kiss, more in sarcasm than fun, and frustration pricked Buntakarpi to jealous rage.
No longer!
He roared to his Hadonra.
Take this list of Nidra dung, and your tallies of hides ruined by mould and mildew, and the estimates on repairing the aqueduct on the upper meadows, and reports listing damaged from the warehouse fire in Yankora, and give every one of them to my wife. Henceforth, you will not come here unless I call you. Is that clear?
Jikan's flush drained to a yellowed, trembling pallor.
Yes, master, but...
There are no buts!
Buntakarpi chopped the air with his hand.
These matters can be discussed with my wife. When I ask you, give me a summation of what you have been doing. From now on, if any Akoma servant appears here with a document without my having asked to read it, I'll have his head over the door. Is that understood?
The list of Nidra dung estimates pressed protectively to his chest. Jikan bowed very low.
Yes, master. All matters of the Akoma are to be given over to the Lady Mara and reports prepared at your request. No servant is to bring a document to your attention unless you ask for it.
Buntakarpi blinked, as if unsure that this was exactly what he intended. Exploiting his confusion, Tiani picked that moment to open the front of her robe and fan cool air across her body. She wore nothing underneath. In the sweet rush of blood to his groin, Buntakarpi lost all interest in clarifying the point. With an impatient wave of his hand, he dismissed Jikan, then trod across crackling piles of parchments to sweep his mistress into his arms. Jikan gathered the creased tallies with near-frantic haste. Still, as the couple in the doorway retired into the shadows of the bedchamber, he saw his parchments stacked straight and the carrying cases neatly tied before he turned their heavy burden over to his servants. As he walked out through the main door of the townhouse, where an escort of Akoma soldiers waited to accompany him home, he heard Buntakarpi laugh. To the long-suffering servants, it was unclear who, at that moment, was the happier man. The estate settled sleepily into the routines of midsummer. The maids no longer sported bruises in the mornings. Kyoke's subordinates lost their harried look, and Jikan's whistling as he returned from the Nidra meadows to take up his pens and parchment once again became a reliable way to tell time. Aware that this calm was an illusion, the temporary result of her husband's long absences, Mara fought the tendency to grow complacent. Though the arrangement was fortunate, the courtesan Tiani could not be depended upon to divert Buntakarpi indefinitely. Other steps must be taken, each more dangerous than the last. On her way to her chambers, Mara heard a squeal of baby laughter. She smiled indulgently to herself. Ayaki was growing like a weed, strong and quick to smile now that he had begun to sit up. He kicked his stumpy legs as if impatient to be walking, and Mara wondered whether, when that time came, old Nicoya would be up to handling him. Mentally, she made a note to find the nurse a younger assistant, so that the boisterous child would not try her ancient bones too much. That thought in mind, Mara entered the doors to her chamber, then froze, her foot raised between one step and the next. Motionless, in the shadow, sat a man, his dusty, ragged tunic dyed with the symbols of a mendicant priest of the Order of Sulamina, shield of the weak. But how he had eluded Kyoke's defences and the comings and goings of the servants to gain the privacy of her quarters was utterly confounding. Mara drew breath to shout an alarm. The priest forestalled her, as, in a voice undeniably familiar, he said, "Greetings, mistress. I have no wish to disturb your peace. Should I leave?"
"Arakasi!"
The rapid beat of Mara's heart slowed, and she smiled.
"Stay, please, and welcome back. Your appearance, as always, surprised me. Have the gods favoured your endeavours?"
The spymaster stretched, taking the liberty to unwind the cords that secured his head covering. As the cloth slid into his lap, he smiled back. "I was successful, lady. The entire network has been revived, and I have much information to convey to your husband." Mara blinked, her joy deflated, and her hands tightened at her sides.
"My husband!"
Reading the small signs of tension in her stance, Arakasi spoke carefully. "Yes. News of your wedding and the birth of your son reached me in my travels. I will swear fealty to the Akoma Natami if your agreement with me is honourable. Then I must reveal all to my lord of the Akoma." Mara had anticipated this. Despite her planning on the matter, the reality of Arakasi's loyalties caused a prickle of deepest apprehension. All her hopes might come to nothing. If her husband did not blunder like a needrable through the subtleties of the game of the council and see the Akoma set upon by intrigue and power-hungry lords whose secrets had been indiscreetly used, he might turn the spymaster's talents over to his father. Then her enemies, the Anasati, would become strong enough that no family could stand safely against them. Mara tried desperately to act as if the matter were casual. Now that the time was upon her, the stakes seemed frighteningly high. She glanced quickly at the Chojar clock on the writing desk and saw the time was still early, only 3 hours since dawn. Her mind spun in calculation.
"I think you should rest," she said to Arakasi. "Take the time until noon to relax and bathe, and after the noon meal I will attend the ceremony to swear your fealty to the Akoma Natami. Then you must go to Solanke and introduce yourself to my lord Bantukapi."
Arakasi regarded her shrewdly, his fingers creasing the priest's mantle over and over in his lap.
"You may dine with me here,"
Mara added, and she smiled in the sweet way he remembered. Marriage then had changed nothing of her spirit. Arakasi rose and bowed in a manner utterly at odds with his dress. "Your will, lady." And on silent feet he departed for the baths and the barracks. Events developed swiftly after that. Seated on cushions in the breeze from the screen, Arakasi sipped the hot tea made from fragrant herbs and fruit tree blooms. Enjoying the quickness of Mara's wit, he talked of the state of the empire. The Thuril War that had ended years before had caused a loss of prestige for the warlord and his war party. The Blue Wheel Party and the Party for Progress had combined to almost force a change in imperial policy, until discovery of the alien world of Midkemia, populated by barbarians and rich with metals beyond the dreams of the maddest poet. Scouts had found metal lying about, obviously fashioned by intelligent beings, then discarded, wealth enough to keep an estate running for a year. Few reports followed, for the warlord's campaign against these barbarians had strangled all outgoing information. Since the death of her father and brother, Mara had lost all track of the wars beyond the rift. Of late, only those who served the new Alliance for War knew what was taking place in the barbarian world, or shared in the spoils. Arakasi's well-placed agents had access to such secrets. The war progressed well for the warlord, and even the most reluctant members of the Blue Wheel Party had now joined in the invasion of Midkemia. Animated as he rarely was in his disguises, Arakasi gave a general outline to Mara, but he seemed reluctant to discuss details with anyone but the lord of the Akoma. Mara, for her part, showed him nothing but the dutiful wife, until the tea was drunk to the dregs, and even Arakasi's large appetite seemed satisfied. Her glance at the wall clock seemed casual enough as she said,
"The day passes. Shall we swear you to our service, that you may go to my husband in Sri Lanka?"
Arakasi bowed and rose, his sharp eyes not missing the slight tremble in Mara's voice. He studied her eyes, reassured by the look of resolve in their dark depths. The incident with the Chojar Queens had instilled in him a deep respect for this woman. She had won his trust, and for that he stepped forward to swear his loyalty and his honour to an unknown lord. The ceremony was simple and brief, the only oddity being that Arakasi swore on behalf of his agents also. Mara found it strange to consider the Akoma had loyal retainers whose names were unknown to her, yet who might willingly give their lives for the honour of a master and mistress they had never met. The greatness of Arakasi's gift, and the fear that his sacrifice and his labours might be wasted, threatened to bring tears to her eyes. Briskly, Mara turned to the practical.
"Arakasi, when you visit my husband, go in the guise of a servant. Tell him you are there to discuss the shipment of the Nidra hides to be sold to the tent makers in Jamar. He will then know it is safe to talk. There are servants in the townhouse new to our service, so my lord may be cautious. He will instruct you about what you shall do."
Arakasi bowed and left her side. As the light slanted golden across the lane leading to the Imperial Highway, Mara bit her lip in earnest hope. If she had timed things right, Arakasi's arrival should coincide with the height of Buntakapi's passion in the arms of Tiani. Very likely the spy master would find a reception far different from anything he expected, unless her husband was in an utterly uncharacteristic mood of tolerance. Worried, excited, and frightened at the frail odds that supported her hopes, Mara put off the poet she had called in to read. Instead, she spent the afternoon in the ironclad disciplines of meditation, for the beauty of his words would be wasted in her present frame of mind. Hours passed. The Nidra were driven in from their day pastures, and the Shatra flew, heralding the approach of night. As the chief assistant gardener lit the lamps in the dooryard, Arakasi returned, dustier than he had been that morning, and visibly footsore. He entered Mara's presence as the maids laid out cushions for her comfort. Even in the unlit gloom of the chamber, the large red welt upon his cheek showed plainly. Silent, Mara dismissed her maids. She sent her runner after cold food and a basin and cloth for light washing. Then she bade the spy master sit. The tap of the runner's sandals diminished down the hall. Alone with his mistress, Arakasi bowed formally. "My lady, your lord listened to my coded greeting, then erupted into a fury. He struck me and bellowed that any business I had was to be directed to Chikan and you." Mara endured his penetrating gaze without expression. She seemed coiled, waiting, and, after an interval, Arakasi continued. "There was a woman there, and he seemed preoccupied. In any event, your husband is a superb actor, or he wasn't acting at all. Mara's expression remained innocent.
Many of the duties of this household my husband has given over to me. After all, I was ruling lady before he came here.
Arakasi was not fooled.
When the game of the council enters the home, the wise servant does not play, he quoted. In honor, I must do exactly as my lord bids, and I will assume things are as they seem until proven otherwise. His stare turned cold then, even in the veiling of shadow of dusk. But I am loyal to the Akoma. My heart is with you, Mara of the Akoma, because you gave me colors to wear. But I am duty-bound to obey my lawful lord. I will not betray him. You say only what a loyal servant would be honor-bound to say, Arakasi. I expect no less.
Mara smiled, unexpectedly pleased by her spy master's warning.
Do you have any doubts about my husband's wishes?
The slave arrived with the food tray. Gratefully choosing a jiggerbird pastry, Arakasi answered,
In truth, I would have, if I hadn't seen the woman he was speaking with when I appeared.
What do you mean? Mara waited, impatient, while he chewed and swallowed.
Tiani, I know her.
Arakasi qualified with no change in tone.
She is an agent of the Lord of the Minwanabi.
Mara felt a stab of cold pass through her. Still enough that Arakasi noticed her distress, she spoke after a long moment.
Say nothing of this to anyone.
I hear, mistress.
Arakasi snatched the interval to eat in earnest. His travels had left him gaunt, and he had crossed many leagues since dawn. Guilty because he also bore the painful marks of Bunta Kapi's wrath, Mara allowed him to finish his meal before asking for his full report. After that, excitement made her forget his tiredness. As Arakasi unfolded the intrigue and the complexities of empire politics in spare words and a sprinkling of amusing anecdotes, she listened with shining eye. For this she had been born. As the evening grew old and the moon rose beyond the screen, pictures and patterns began to form in her mind. She interrupted with questions of her own, and the quickness of her deductions made Arakasi visibly shed his weariness. At last he had a mistress who appreciated the nuances of his work. Henceforward her enthusiasm would sharpen his skills. As the men in his network saw the Akoma rise in power, their part would engender a pride they had never known under the Lord of the Tuskai. Slaves came to tend the lamps. As new light spilled across the plains of the spy master's face, Mara noticed the changes in Arakasi's manner. What a treasure this man was, his talents an honour to House Akoma. Mara listened to his information long into the night, torn inside by frustration even his sharp perception did not discern. Now, at long last, she had the tools she needed to enter the game and find a way to earn her father and brother vengeance against the Minwanabi. But no move could be made, and no bit of information acted upon, with Bunta Kapi in place as Lord of the Akoma. When, at last, Arakasi departed, Mara sat with eyes fixed sightlessly on the stripped bones of jiggerbirds scattered upon the food tray. She brooded, and did not sleep until dawn. The guests arrived late the next morning. Red-eyed from lack of sleep, Mara regarded the 7 litters that wended their way towards the estate house. The colours of the escort's armour were known to her, and not a cause for joy. With a sigh of resignation, Mara bade her maid bring her a proper robe for the greeting of guests. That these were an intrusion to ruin a fine morning mattered not at all. The honour and hospitality of the Akoma must be maintained. When the first litter reached the dooryard, Mara was waiting to meet its occupant, 3 maids accompanying her. Nicoya came from another door and joined her lady as the first guest rose from his cushions. Mara bowed formally. "My Lord Chipaka, what an honour!" The wizened old man blinked weak eyes and attempted to identify who spoke. Since he was also hard of hearing, Mara's words had escaped him as well. Edging closer to the young girl standing nearest, he squinted and bellowed,
"I am Lord Chipaka of the Jandawayo. My wife and my mother and my daughters have come to visit your master and mistress, girl."
He had mistaken Mara for a servant. Barely able to contain her amusement, the lady of the Acoma ignored the slight. Speaking directly into the elder's ear, she said, "I am Mara, wife of Lord Buntokapi, my lord. To what do we owe this honour?" But the old man had shifted his attention to the frail and ancient woman, looking to be near 100, who was being assisted as delicately as a jewelled egg from the most ostentatious of the litters. Mara dispatched her maids to help, as a gesture of respect, for the bearers were filthy with dust from the road. The old woman returned no thanks. Wizened and beaked like a featherless bird, she simply squatted between the 2 servants who supported her. 3 other women emerged from other litters behind, each a younger replica of her grandmother, but equally waspish in the calm of mid-morning. They indulged in the most faddish of fashions. Gathering around the ancient woman, they at once began a nattering chatter. Mara reined in her distaste, for already this invasion of her home had become an exercise in tolerance. The old man shuffled closer, smiling and patting her rump. Mara hopped forward, blinking in shock and disgust. But the old man seemed oblivious to her discomfort.
"I was unable to attend your mistress's wedding, girl. My estates near Ancora are far indeed, and mother was ill."
He waved at the frail woman, who now stared blankly into space, while her granddaughters steadily cursed the inept handling of the servants who supported the ancient crone. Into this clutch of hen-jigger-hens hobbled the woman from the last litter. She was gowned in embroidered charsau cloth, and behind the affected fluttering of her fan, she sported a face of the same vintage as Lord Chipaka's. Mara decided she must be the lady of the Jandawayo. The old man plucked insistently at the sleeve of the lady of the Acoma.
"Since we happen to be passing north on our way to the holy city, we had our barge put in at Solinki, and came to call upon your lord. Yes, that's his name. I'm an old friend of his father's, you know."
The old man winked knowingly at Mara.
"My wife's a sound sleeper, don't you know? Come by later tonight, girl."
He attempted to pat Mara's arm in what was intended to be a seductive manner, but his hand was so palsied he missed her wrist. A wicked gleam lit Mara's eyes. Though the lord was tastelessly lascivious, and his breath stank of rotting teeth, she barely smothered her delight. "You wish to see the lord of the Acoma? Then, my lord, I am afraid you must return to the city, for my lord Buntokapi is now in residence at his town house." The old man blinked, blank-faced. Obligingly, Mara repeated her message at a shout.
"Oh, why, certainly, his town house."
The old man leered again at Mara. Then he bobbed his head briskly and waved to his retinue. The women, still chattering, remained oblivious as their slaves gathered by the litters. The bearers, who had been carrying the tiny old woman, did an abrupt about turn and headed their confused-looking charge back towards her cushions. Over her mumble of complaint, the old man cried,
Go on now, mother. We must go back to the city.
The girls and their mother, uniformly plain and loud, protested bitterly at the idea of returning to their litters. They simpered and delayed, hoping to catch an invitation for refreshments from the Lady of the Acoma. But the deaf Lord Chipaka paid no heed to their noise. As he seemed in haste to descend upon Lord Buntakapi, Mara decided not to impede his departure. When the matriarch and her brood were safely buttoned into their litters, she graciously offered a messenger slave to guide the way to the townhouse, that the courtesy visit to her lord suffer no more unnecessary delay. The Lord of the Jandawayo waved absently and shuffled to the litter he shared with his mother. One hand upon the curtains, he paused and said,
I'll tell your mistress I am sorry to have missed her, girl.
Shaking her head slightly, Mara said, I will, my lord. The slaves bent, muscles shining with sweat, as they hefted the litter poles. As the procession traipsed back down the lane, Nakoya said, My lady, Lord Banto will be furious. Mara watched the departing retinue with sharp calculation. If the ancient matriarch of the Jandawayo resented the jostling of anything but a slow walk, Buntakapi's visitors would arrive within an hour after he had returned to Tiani's bed. Fervently, Mara murmured, I certainly hope so, Nakoya. She returned to her quarters, where her maps and documents awaited further study. Nakoya stared after her in astonishment, wondering what possible motive would justify the young mistress's inviting the wrath of that brute she had married. 3 days later, ignoring the presence of Nakoya and the other servants, Buntakapi stamped into Mara's quarters unannounced. At the sight of his dusty sandals, Mara winced reflexively. But this pair was for walking only, lacking the studs used in battle or on the practice ground.
You should never have allowed that old fool and his clutch of jiggerheads to come to my townhouse.
The Lord of the Acoma opened. The timbre of his voice caused the maids to shrink in the corners. Mara lowered her eyes, as much to hide her amusement at Buntakapi's calling the Lord of the Jandawayo's women barnyard fowl, as from any contrition. Is my husband displeased? Buntakapi lowered himself to the mat before her with a sigh of aggravation.
Woman, that old fool was a friend of my grandfather's. He's damn near senile. Half the time he thinks my father is his old boyhood pal, and that I am Takuma of the Anasati. And his mother is worse. A near corpse he drags along wherever he goes. God's wife, she must be close to a century of years, and all she does is stare, drool, and mess the mats upon which she is sitting. And Lord Chipaka talks to her all the time. All of them talk to her, the wife, the daughters, even the servants. She never answers, but they think she does.
His voice rose as his recounting of the visit inflamed his temper.
Now, I want to know which brainless serving girl sent them along to my townhouse. All Chipaka could remember was that she had large breasts.
Mara stifled a smile, barely. The near-sighted Lord Chipaka might perhaps have thought Mara's breasts large, since his nose had hovered within inches of her chest as he spoke to her. Puzzled by his wife's blush, and the suspicion that she laughed at him, Buntakapi shouted until he shook the timbers of the door frames. And he groped my servant girl right before my eyes. He reached out and he pinched her. Too angry to contain himself, Buntakapi leapt to his feet. He shook his fists in the air, ranting himself into a sweat.
And they stayed for 2 days. For 2 days I had to give my quarters to that old fool and his wife. My servant girl, Tiani, had to take quarters in a hostelry nearby. The old lecher wouldn't keep his hands off her.
Mara sat up then and deliberately provoked him. Oh, Bunto, you should have let him bed the girl. She's only a servant, and if the old lord was still capable after all these years, At least the diversion would have kept him occupied. Buntercarpi's colour deepened.
Not in my townhouse! If I can find that stupid cow who sent Jandawayo to me in Sulankur, I'll personally strip the skin from her back.
Mara's reply sounded meek in contrast to her husband's bellow. Bunto, you said, should anyone come to call, send them along to you at your townhouse, not keep them waiting here. I'm sure Jikan informed all the servants, and that any of them would have done the same. Buntercarpi paused in his pacing, one foot half raised like a shatterbird's. The pose would have been funny were he not so coiled for violence.
Well, I made a mistake. From now onward, send no one to my townhouse without my prior consent.
His thunderous shout roused Ayaki, who stirred in his pillows. Apparently preoccupied, Mara turned towards her baby. No one? The interruption of his son inflamed Buntercarpi still further. He stormed about the room, his fist waving in the air.
No one! If a member of the High Council calls, they can wait!
The baby began to wail. Mara's brow knitted slightly as she said, But, of course you don't mean your father.
Send that child off with a servant!
Buntercarpi raged. He gestured furiously at Misa, who ran to take the infant from Mara's arms. Buntercarpi kicked a pillow hard, sending it sailing into the fish pool in the garden beyond the screen. Then he resumed as if no interruption had occurred.
My father thinks I am stupid, and that I'll do whatever he asks. He can go piss in the river. The Akoma are not his to command.
Buntercarpi paused, his face dark purple.
No, I don't want him soiling my fish. Tell him to go downstream off my lands. Then he can piss in the river.
Mara hid her hands in the fabric of her robe. But surely, if the warlord... Buntercarpi cut her off.
If the warlord himself arrives here, do not send even him along to my townhouse. Is that understood?
Mara regarded her husband in shocked amazement. Bunto's rage redoubled. After being repressed for 2 days with the Lord of the Jandawayo, his tantrum was impressive.
Even Almecho can damn well wait upon my pleasure. If he does not wish to wait here, he can sit in the Nidra pens if he prefers. And if I don't get back the day he arrives, he can sleep in the Nidra shit for all I care. And you can tell him I said so.
Mara pressed her forehead to the floor, almost in the bow of a slave. Yes, my lord. The obeisance forestalled her husband, who longed to strike out with his fists now that his anger had found a focus.
And another thing, all these messengers you keep sending, I want them stopped. I come home enough to oversee the running of my holdings. I do not need servants disturbing me throughout the day. Is that understood?
He bent swiftly, snatching his wife upright by the collar. She replied stiffly, her breathing hampered by his knuckles. You do not wish to be disturbed, and all messages are to stop.
Yes!
Bunto shouted into her face.
When I am resting in town, I do not wish to be disturbed for any reason. If you send a servant to me, I will kill him before he can tell me what you say. Is that understood?
He shook her slightly. Yes, my lord. Mara struggled feebly. Her slippers all but lifted clear off the floor. But there is one matter here. Buntercarpi pushed her roughly backward, and she tumbled into the cushions.
Enough! I will hear nothing more!
Mara raised herself valiantly. But, husband... Bunto lashed out with one foot, catching the hem of Mara's gown. Cloth ripped, and she cowered, her hands protecting her face. He shouted,
I said enough! I will not listen to another word! Have Jikan take care of any business. I am returning to town immediately. Do not disturb me for anything!
With a last kick in Mara's direction, he spun and stalked from her quarters. As his footsteps faded, distantly Ayaki could be heard crying. After the barest of prudent intervals, Nicoya rushed to her mistress's side. Helping her upright and shaking with fright, she said,
"Mistress, you said nothing to your husband about the message from his father."
Mara rubbed the reddening bruise on her thigh.
"You saw, Nicoya. My lord husband granted me no chance to relay his father's message."
Nicoya sat back on her heels. Grimly she nodded.
"Yes, that is true, my lady. My lord Montecalpi did indeed not give you the opportunity to speak."
Mara straightened her torn robe, her eyes fixed significantly on the ornamented scroll that had arrived that morning, announcing the impending arrival of her father-in-law and his most august travelling companion, Almecho, the warlord of Suranuani. Then, her bruises forgotten beside the enormity of her husband's commands, she smiled. Chapter 10. Warlord. The servants hurried. As anxious as the rest of the household staff in the face of the coming visit, Nicoya sought her mistress through hallways crowded with last-minute activity. Artists blotted brushes after refurbishing the screens, and slaves trooped to and from the kitchens with foods and drink especially imported to please the tastes of guests. Nicoya wove through the confusion, muttering. Her bones were too old to take kindly to haste. She dodged a bearer carrying an immense load of cushions and finally found her mistress in her private gardens. Mara sat beneath a jo fruit tree, her son asleep in a basket by her side, and her hands at rest in the fabric of a blanket she had been sewing with embroidered animals for Ayaki. By the work still left to be done, Nicoya judged the lady had not minded her needlework for most of the afternoon. Not for the first time, the old nurse wondered what the girl might be planning, and, as had become her habit since Montecalpi's assumption of the lordship, she bowed without asking.
"You bring word of our guests?"
Mara stated softly.
"Yes, mistress."
Nicoya looked closely, but found no sign of nervousness in the young girl who reclined on the cushions. Her hair was brushed to a polished black sheen, tied neatly back and pinned with jewels. Her dress was rich but not ostentatious, and the eyes she raised to Nicoya were shadowed obsidian, impossible to read. The old nurse resumed with asperity.
"The Anasati retinue has reached the borders of Akoma lands. Your runner reports 4 litters, 24 body servants, and 2 full companies of warriors, one under the Anasati banner, the other Imperial Whites. 6 are officers worthy of private accommodations."
Mara folded the half-completed blanket with fussy care and laid it aside.
"I trust that Jikan has arranged everything."
Nicoya gestured acquiescence.
"He is a fine Hadonra lady. He loves his work and requires little supervision. A thing my lord would do well to appreciate, since he is so often absorbed with his affairs in town."
But Mara did not respond to the prompt. Instead of sharing, the lady of the Akoma excused her closest confidant. Then she clapped briskly for her maidservant and asked that Ayaki be returned to the care of his day nurse. Another servant fetched the jewelled overrobe that was proper attire for greeting guests of high council rank. Mara stood through the arranging and fastening, her face a secretive mask. By the time she was ready to meet the warlord Lord Almecho and Takuma Lord of the Anasati, she seemed a girl in the trappings of a great lady, except that her eyes stayed hard as flint. Kyoke, Jikan, and Nicoya were on hand to greet the entourage upon arrival. Kyoke wore ceremonial armour decorated with fluted scrollwork, entirely unsuitable for battle, but handsome in the extreme. His formal trappings were completed by a plumed helm and tasselled sword, and Papawayo, his adjutant, stood in armour as splendid. Every man in the garrison not on sentry duty was properly turned out to greet the guests, and the green lacquer of their armour shone in the late sunlight. To a man, they held themselves proudly as the first of the Imperial Guard marched between fence rows newly painted and gardens planted afresh for the occasion. The litters in the centre of the cortege approached the house, and Mara joined the heads of her household. She had watched state visitors arrive at her father's household since she was a small child, and the routine was familiar. But never before had her palms sweated through the formalities. The dooryard echoed with the tramp of feet as the first company of warriors marched in. The warlord's Imperial Whites led, since his was the senior rank. Kyoke stepped forward and bowed to the plumed officer in command. Then, with Mara's leave, he directed the guest officers to quarters. An elite cadre of bodyguards remained behind to attend upon their master. With a dry feeling in her mouth, Mara noticed that Lord Almecho retained 6 soldiers, the full complement to which his rank entitled him. Clearer than words, the warlord showed that his arrival was no honour to the Akoma, but a favour to his ally, the Anasati Lord Takuma. With a slight motion of her hand, Mara signalled Papewayo to remain. His presence in ceremonial armour would return the impression that she acknowledged no weakness before those of superior rank. The Akoma would bear no slight.
"Mistress,"
murmured Nicoya, so that no other could hear,
"please, in the name of the gods, go cautiously. Boldness is a dangerous choice for a lady in the absence of her ruling lord."
"I'll remember," whispered Mara, though her face showed no sign she had heard the warning at all. Then the other litters arrived, sparkling with precious metal. The warlord's bearers bore tasselled sashes darkened with sweat and dust from the road. His servants wore beaded livery, and all were matched in height and colouring. Next came the scarlet and yellow of the Anasati standard, behind which marched Takuma's honour guard. His servants also were decked out in costly array, for the lord of the Anasati, like many Tsurani, sought to outshine his betters with ostentatious displays of wealth. Mara considered the metal ornaments that tinkled and flashed on the Anasati palanquin. If his slaves slipped and dropped the lot in the river, her father-in-law's showy accoutrements would sink him like a stone, she thought with grim amusement. But her face remained impassive as her guests entered the dooryard, and the shade muted the splendour of jewelled trappings and red and yellow lacquered trim. The bearers set the litters down and stepped smartly aside, while body servants rushed to draw the curtains and help their masters to rise. Poised between her retainers, Mara observed the proper interval, allowing time for her guests to gain their feet, adjusting their clothing and dignity before greeting her. Since the warlord was a stocky man, and his attire included robes set about with sashes with elaborate battle decorations, his servants were kept occupied for a long minute. Mara glimpsed the lord of the Anasati craning his neck to see around the confusion, and the absence of Buntakapi was met with an irritable frown before protocol smoothed over his expression. Behind the fan, Takuma fluttered before his chin. Mara guessed that he whispered furiously to his first adviser, Chumaka. The hollow feeling in the pit of her stomach intensified.
"Mistress, pay attention!"
snapped Nicoya under her breath. Mara looked away from her late father's enemy and saw that Kaleska, the warlord's first adviser, had stepped forward to bow before her. She bowed in return.
"Welcome to the House of the Akoma."
The warlord stepped up behind him, surrounded by his soldiers and servants. Mechanically, Mara recited the traditional greeting.
"Are you well?"
She went on, wishing joy and comfort to her guests. But as she exchanged courtesies, she sensed the puzzlement of Lord Almecho, who had also noticed the absence of the lord of the Akoma. Mara gestured for servants to open the doors to the estate house. The warlord exchanged glances with the Anasati lord. Then, As if echoing his master's disquiet, the Anasazi first advisor, Chumaka, plucked nervously at his clothing. Mara bowed again and stepped back, permitting her guests to file into the comfort of her house. She stood meekly as they passed, except when Lord Takuma whispered a furious query concerning Buntakapi's whereabouts. With calculated timing, she raised her wrist to adjust the brooch that pinned her robe. The jingle of her jade bracelets effectively foiled his question. And, as the warlord's booming voice demanded cold drinks from a waiting servant, no time could be snatched to ask again without causing notice. Looking hot, Takuma followed his travelling companion into the wide hall. There, Mara arranged for musicians to play, while trays of sliced fruit were provided for the refreshment of her guests. Once inside, Nicoya snagged Kaleska and Chumaka in an involved conversation concerning the state of disrepair in certain of the roads throughout the empire. Most notably, those that caused difficulty for Akoma trading. Mara made a show of making certain her servants fussed over the warlord's comfort, and then managed artfully to appeal to the man's vanity so that he would explain the origin of each decoration upon his sash. Since many had been won in battle by his ancestors, and the newest had been wrested away from a barbarian lord during a raid beyond the rift, the recounting took no small amount of time. Reddened light fell through the screens. Finished with his first goblet of wine, Takuma fumed in silence. The absence of his son clearly embarrassed him, for the purpose of his visit was to have his grandson presented, a ritual tradition appointed to the lord of the house. Takuma knew as well as Mara that the warlord's conversation was merely a gracious way to buy time, postponing comment on Buntakapi's absence, perhaps to spare an important ally the shame of making excuses. Almecho needed the support of the imperial party in his alliance for war, and anything that could cause difficulty between his interests and the Anasatis was to be politically avoided. Each minute that passed placed the Anasati more in the warlord's debt for such kindness, as Chumaka was also aware. He masked irritation by eating, unmindful that the fruit had been soaked in fine spirits and the servants had replenished the tray of fruit by his elbow 3 times in an hour. The warlord's recitation lagged by sunset. Smiling, delivering compliments glib enough to make a fish blush, Mara clapped her hands. Servants rushed in and opened the screens in time to display the splendour of the Shatrabird's flight at the end of the day. Their clear, fluting calls temporarily defeated conversation, and when at last the phenomenon came to an end, more servants arrived to escort the guests to an elaborate ceremonial dinner. By now, Mara's hospitality was plainly a desperate stopgap diversion.
"Where is my son?"
Takuma demanded through clenched teeth. His lips assumed a frozen smile as the warlord glanced his way. Mara winked, as if to a conspirator.
The main dish is Buntakapi's personal favourite, but it sours if it stands too long. The cooks have been at work all day for your pleasure, and the jiggerbirds and the nidra are spiced with rare sauces. My most graceful maid Merali will show you your seat. She will bring a basin if you need to wash.
Sweating and infuriated by what he saw as girlish prattle, the lord of the Anasati permitted himself to be ushered into dinner. He noticed, with narrowed eyes, that the warlord showed signs of restlessness. At that point, he was glad Mara had gone to the trouble of bringing in priests to bless the repast, and that her musicians played very well, if too loudly for protocol. He barely tasted what had been touted as Buntakapi's favourite dish. When Chumaka snatched time to query how long he intended to be led on by such nonsense, he nearly choked on his meat. Mara set down her knife and signalled Nicoya, who in turn nodded to a servant in the doorway. The musicians struck up a wildly arrhythmic melody, and female dancers dressed in little but beads and gauze whirled into the space between the tables.
That their performance was brilliantly provocative could do nothing to hide the fact that Buntakaapi of the Acoma was nowhere in evidence, though his father and the most august personage in the High Council presently bided their time at his dinner table. Lord Takuma seized the moment when the dancers spun about and finished their finale. He heaved himself to his feet, almost stepping on his hems in haste, and bellowed over the last notes of music,
"My Lady Mara, where is your husband, Buntakaapi?"
The musicians stopped their strings, but for one laggard viol, which scraped an abandoned solo before its owner stilled its bow. Silence fell, and all eyes turned to Mara, who stared in turn at the dainties which her cooks had laboured to prepare, but which she obviously had barely tasted. She said nothing, and the warlord set down his spoon with a clink. A hair's breadth shy of discourtesy, she met her father-in-law's eyes.
"My lord, forgive us both. I will explain everything, but such words will go more graciously after the servants have brought wine."
"No!"
Almecho spread heavy hands before him upon the table.
"Lady, this has gone on long enough. Your dinner is exquisitely prepared, and your dancers are talented, but we who visit your house will not be treated as buffoons. You must send for your lord and let him explain himself."
Mara's expression revealed nothing, but she turned dramatically pale. Nicoya seemed openly shaken, and the lord of the Anasati felt sweat spring beneath his collar.
"Well, girl, send for my son, that my grandson may be presented."
Mara's reply was phrased with perfect deference.
"Father of my husband, forgive me, but I cannot do as you ask. Let my servants bring wine, and in time my husband will explain himself."
The warlord turned a dark expression on Mara. At first, he had treated the delay in Buntakaapi's appearance as something of a joke, indulging an old ally. But, as the day had passed, the waiting and the heat had plainly worn away what patience he possessed. Now, Takuma of the Anasati dared not take the girl's suggestion without severe loss of face, for clearly her efforts suggested something was amiss. To swallow her excuses would indicate weakness, a serious setback before the preeminent member of the Imperial Council. If Buntakaapi was drunk, even to incapacity, that shame would be less than the one incurred should he slight his father and his guests by hiding the fact behind his wife. Takuma said, in deadly even tones, "We are waiting." Overtly nervous, but still ingenuous, Mara answered,
"Yes, father of my husband, that is true."
The silence that followed was ponderous. The musicians set down their instruments, and the dancers fled from the room. When it became painfully evident that the lady of the Acoma intended no explanation, the Anasati lord was forced once more to intervene. As if he had to bite down to control his urge to shout, Takuma demanded,
"What do you mean that is true?"
Mara's discomfort intensified. Without meeting the eyes of her father-in-law, she said,
"My husband wished for you to wait for him."
The warlord set down the after-dinner sweet he had been nibbling and looked confused, the result of the odd dialogue and the wine.
"Buntakaapi wished us to wait for him. Then he knew he would be late in greeting us."
Almecho sighed, as if a great weight had been lifted from him.
"Then he sent word he would be late, and you were to entertain us until he arrived. Is that it?"
"Not exactly, my lord,"
said Mara, her colour rising. Takuma leaned forward.
"What exactly, then, did he say, Mara?"
Like a gazan held pinned by a serpent, Mara began to tremble.
His exact words, father of my husband?
Takuma thumped his hands upon the table, and the plates all jumped with a clink.
Exactly!
Belatedly alerted to his master's tension, Chumaka sat blinking like a night bird caught in bright light. Even inebriated, he sensed something amiss. His instincts came to the fore. Levering himself forward, he attempted to reach for his master's sleeve. The manoeuvre overbalanced him. He caught himself short of a fall with an undignified whoosh of breath.
My lord!
Takuma's eyes remained locked upon his daughter-in-law. The image of nervous innocence, Mara said,
My lord husband said, if the warlord arrives, he can damn well wait upon my pleasure.
Chumaka sank his fist to the wrist in embroidered pillows, frozen in the act of reaching for Takuma's dangling sleeve. Helpless now to intervene, he watched Takuma's face drain slowly of colour. Chumaka looked across a room that held no movement, and through the delicate steam rising from a dozen rare dishes, he regarded the reaction of Almecho. The warlord of all Tsuranuani sat motionless, his still features deepening to red. All his inclination towards tolerance vanished as his eyes became burning coals of barely managed rage, and his reply cut like sharpened flint.
What else did my lord of the Akoma say of me?
Mara gestured helplessly and directed a desperate glance at Nicoya.
My lords, I dare not speak. I beg that you wait for my husband and let him answer for himself.
Straight, small, and pathetically fragile in her formal robes, the girl seemed lost in the cushions she sat upon. Hers was an image to evoke pity, except that the game of the council allowed none. As a maid with a basin hurried to her side to dab her forehead with a damp towel, the warlord glared at Takuma of the Anasati.
Ask her the whereabouts of your son, lord, for I require a messenger sent at once to summon him into our presence. If he intends insult, let him speak in my presence.
Mara dismissed her maid. She rallied with the formality of a Surani warrior facing a death sentence, though such control taxed her visibly.
My lord Bantukapi is in the townhouse in Sulanku, but no messenger may go there by his explicit command. He vowed to kill the next servant sent to trouble him.
The warlord heaved to his feet.
The lord of the Akoma is in Sulanku, while we wait upon his pleasure? And what will you tell us does he expect us to do in the meantime? Speak, lady, and leave nothing out.
Takuma rose also, a serpent ready to strike.
What nonsense is this? Surely my son, not even Bunto, could be so rude.
The warlord silenced him with a gesture.
Let the lady of the Akoma speak for her husband.
Mara bowed. Her eyes seemed too bright, the delicate shades of her makeup harsh against her pallor. With stiff ceremony, she formed a triangle with her thumbs and fingers, the ancient gesture which signified that honour must be compromised by the command of a superior. All present in the room knew that her news would bring shame. The priests who had blessed the repast silently arose and departed. The musicians and servants filed out after them, and soon the chamber held only the guests, their advisers, and the warlord's honour guard. Papewayo stood immobile as a temple icon behind the Lady of Akoma's shoulder, and Nicoya, equally still, waited by her side. Quietly, Mara said,
My tongue will not compromise the honour of this house. My first adviser was present when Bantokapi delivered his orders. She will answer for him and for me.
She waved weakly towards Nicoya. The old woman arose, then bowed with extreme respect. Servants had helped her dress for this occasion, and for the first time Mara could recall, the pins that held her white hair were set straight. But the incongruous humour of that observation fled as the old nurse spoke.
My lords, by my oath and honour, what the lady says is true. The Lord of the Acoma did say those words as she repeated them.
Out of patience with delays, even ones of courtesy, the warlord of Suranuani focused his irritation upon Nicoya.
I demand, once more, what else did the Lord of the Acoma say?
Nicoya stared blankly ahead and answered in a voice that stayed low and flat.
My lord Bantokapi said, if he, meaning yourself, Lord Almecho, does not wish to wait here, he can sit in the Nidra pens, if he prefers, and if I don't get back the day he arrives, he can sleep in Nidra shit for all I care.
The warlord paused, as if carved from stone, the sheer force of his fury rendering him without volition. A long, tortuous minute passed before he spoke to Takuma.
Your son chooses a swift destruction.
Light trembled in the jewels on Almecho's collar, and his voice rumbled with menace. His tone rose to a shout as the enormity of his rage took flight. Like a scarlet-banded killwing, climbing high before swooping to impale its prey, he whirled to face the father of the man who had insulted him.
Your young upstart begs to beget a legacy of ashes. I will call upon clan honor. The Oxatucan will march and grind Acoma bones into the very ground they walk upon. Then we shall salt the earth of their ancestors so that nothing shall grow upon Acoma soil for the length of the memory of man.
Takuma stared woodenly at the spread of congealing delicacies. The Shatra crest, painted upon the dishes, seemed to mock him by repetition, for Buntakapi's rash words, which he himself had forced the wife to repeat, had swept politics aside in an instant. Now matters of honour lay at stake. Of all things, this unwritten code of Surani civilization could prove the most dangerous. Should Almecho call the Oxatucan, his family, to battle on a matter of honour, all other families of the Amechan clan would be bound to support that assault, just as all members of the Hadama clan were honour-bound to answer any call the Acoma made. This sworn duty to give aid was the primary reason open declarations of war were avoided. Most conflicts were conducted and resolved within the framework of the game of the council, for, as no other disruption could, open warfare between clans brought chaos to the empire, and stability within the empire was the first duty of the Great Ones. To begin a clan war was to invite the wrath of the Assembly of Magicians. Takuma shut his eyes. The smell of meats and sauces made him feel ill. In vain he reviewed the list of permissible responses, while Chumaka fumed helplessly by his side. Both of them knew Takuma's options were non-existent. Almecho was one of the few lords in the empire with both the power and the intemperate nature to touch off an open clan war. And by the mores of tradition, Takuma and the other families of the Hospodar clan would be forced to stand aside and impartially observe the bloody warfare. His own son and grandson would be obliterated, and he would be helpless to intercede. The wine sauces in the dishes suddenly seemed symbolic of the bloodshed that might soon be visited upon the house of the Acoma. For the sake of a son and his infant son, war must not be permitted to happen. Mastering his urge to shout, Takuma spoke calmly.
My lord Almecho, remember the alliance. Open clan warfare means an end to your conquest on the barbarian world.
He paused to give that concept time to register, then seized upon the next available expedient to divert the warlord's wrath. The senior sub-commander of the warlord's invasion face upon the barbarian world was nephew of the Lord of the Minwanabi, and should there be need to elect a new warlord in the High Council, Jingu of the Minwanabi's claim upon the succession would be strengthened, since the invasion army was already under his family's command. The Minwanabi, especially, would be pleased to see another upon the white and gold throne, he reminded. Almecho's colour remained high, but his eyes lost their madness.
Minwanabi!
He nearly spat.
To keep that dung-eater in his place I would endure much. But I will have your son grovel for my forgiveness, Tekuma. I shall have him belly down and crawling through Nidra soil to beg at my feet for mercy.
Tekuma closed his eyes as if his head ached. Whatever had caused Bunto to utter such a destructive instruction was thoughtlessness, and not any overt attempt to bring ruination upon himself and his family. Aching with shame and tension, he turned to Mara, who had not moved since the moment Lord Almecho had uttered his threats against her house.
Mara, I do not care what orders Bantukapi left concerning the sending of messengers. Send for your litter and bearers, and tell your husband that his father demands his attendance here.
Night was falling behind the screens, but no servants dared enter to light lamps. In the half-dark of twilight, Mara stirred and directed a look of open appeal at her father-in-law. Then, as if the gesture exhausted her, she nodded to Nakoya. The old woman said,
My lord Tekuma, my master Bantokapi expressed himself upon that possibility as well.
Tekuma felt his heart sink. What did he say? Nakoya complied without drama.
My lord of the Akoma said that should you come and wish to see him, we were to tell you to go piss in the river, but away from Akoma lands, so that you don't soil his fish.
There was a moment of utter silence. Astonishment, anger, and naked shock moulded Takuma's thin features. Then the stillness was rent by the warlord's explosive laughter.
Don't soil the fish! I like that!
Looking hard at the Anasati lord, Almecho said,
Takuma, your son has insulted his own father. I think my need for satisfaction will be answered. There is only one possible atonement for Bantokapi.
Takuma nodded stiffly, grateful that the deepening shadows hid his grief. By insulting his own father in public, Bantokapi had forever denied himself honour. Either he must expiate his shame by taking his own life, or Takuma must renounce all blood ties and prove his loyalty was ended by destroying the disinherited son and all his family and retainers. What had begun as a political struggle between Takuma of the Anasati and Sezu of the Akoma, resolved by Sezu's death, might now become a generational blood feud, one to match that which already existed between the Minwanabi and the Akoma. To separate the honour of the father from the transgressions of the son, the Lord of the Anasati would be obliged to kill not only Bantokapi, but the newborn Akoma heir, the grandson he had never seen as well. The thought set him utterly at a loss for speech. Aware of Takuma's dilemma, Almecho spoke softly in the rapidly falling darkness.
Either way, you lose your son. Better he takes the honourable path and chooses to die at his own hand. I will forgive his insults if he does, and will seek no further vengeance upon your Akoma grandson. I would not see our alliance further strained, Takuma.
No words remained to be said. Turning his back on Mara, Nakoya, and the Lord of the Anasati, the warlord signalled to his honour guard. The 6 white-clad soldiers snapped to attention, then wheeled and escorted their lord out of the great dining chamber. Stunned to immobility, Takuma did not immediately react. He stared, unseeing, at his half-eaten meal. It was Chumaka who briskly took charge, sending a summons to the barracks to ready his warriors to march. Slaves fetched the Anasati litter, and lanterns within the courtyard splashed the screens with brightness. Takuma stirred at last. His jaw was hard, and his eyes bleak, as he looked to the lady of the Akoma.
"I go to Solanke, wife of my son, and for the sake of the grandson I have not seen, may the gods favour Bantokapi with courage in proportion to his foolishness."
He departed with a pride that hurt to watch. As he vanished into the shadows of the hall, Mara's exhilaration evaporated before a deep chill of fear. She had set a clever trap. Now the jaws would close in whatever manner the gods decreed. Thinking of Bunto, by now half drunk and laughing on his way to his evening's amusement in the gambling halls with Tiani, Mara shivered and called for servants and light. Nkoya's face seemed ancient in the new light of the lamps.
"You play the game of the council for high stakes, my lady."
This once, she did not chide her charge for taking foolish risks, for Buntokapi had been no favourite among the Akoma retainers. The nurse was Surani enough to relish the discomfort of an enemy, though her own plight might be dire as a result. Mara herself felt no triumph. Shaken, worn thin with the stress of month after month of manipulation, she relied on Papewayo's stolid presence to steady her inner turmoil.
"Have the servants clear away this mess,"
she said, as if the ceremonial plates and dishes had been brought out for an ordinary meal. Then, as if impelled by primal instinct, she half ran to Ayaki's chambers to see that the boy slept safely on his mat. Sitting in the gloom by her baby, she saw in the shadowed features of her son the echo of the father, and for all the causes Buntokapi had given her to hate, still she could not escape a deep, brooding melancholy. Mara waited in Buntokapi's quarters, passing a restless night in the chamber which once had been Lord Sezu's, but which now reflected the tastes and preferences of one who, by marriage to his daughter, had succeeded him. Now, the continuance of the Akoma relied upon this man's honour. For if Buntokapi remained true to the oath he had sworn upon the Akoma Natami, he would choose death by the sword and spare his house from retribution. Yet, if the loyalty of his heart remained with the Anasati, or if cowardice drove him from honour to mean-spirited vengeance, he might choose war and carry Mara and his infant son to ruin along with him. Then would the Natami fall into the hands of Almecho and the Akoma name be obliterated in shame. Mara rolled restlessly on her side and tossed tangled sheets aside. Grey light glimmered through the screen, and although the Nidra herders had not yet stirred to drive the herds to meadow, daybreak was not far off. Without waiting for the assistance of her maids, Mara rose and slipped on a day robe. She lifted Ayaki from his basket and, shushing his sleepy wail, hastened alone into the corridor. A large shadow moved almost under her feet. Mara started back, her arms tight around her infant. Then she recognised the worn, wrapped leather that covered the hilt of Papewayo's sword. He must have spent the night seated outside her chambers.
"Why are you not in the barracks with Kyoke?"
Mara demanded, relief sharpening her tone. Papewayo bowed without offence.
"Kyoke suggested I stay by your door, lady. Rumours had reached the barracks through servants who overheard the warlord's honour guard speaking among themselves. The anger of the mighty is never to be taken lightly, and I accept the wisdom of such advice."
Mara began a heated reply, but recalled the assassin and stopped herself. Upon second consideration, she realised that Kyoke and Papewayo were trying to warn her without breaking loyalty. Early on, they had recognised the possibility that Buntokapi might return home in a rage during the night. Had he done so, anger might have driven him to violence against her. A shameful act, but not out of the question for a man who was quick-tempered and young and accustomed to wrestling and working out daily with arms. If such happened, and a warrior dared intercede between his mistress and his sworn lord, Papewayo's life would instantly have been forfeit, all of his honour surrendered at a stroke. Yet Pape wielded a fast sword, and his memory of events in the marriage hut had not faded. At the least move against Mara, the Lord Buntakapi would have died between breaths. And no dishonour to the servant who had done the deed could reverse the grip of the Red God. Mara smiled through her strain. "You've earned the black rag once already, Pape. But if you choose to tempt the wrath of the gods a second time, I will be in the contemplation glade throughout the day. Send my lord there if he arrives home and does not arm the Akoma garrison for war." Papewayo bowed, inwardly pleased by his mistress's tacit acceptance of his guard. He shifted his post to the arched entry of the contemplation glade and remained there as dawn gave way to sunrise and morning brightened over the rich holdings of the Akoma. The noon heat came and went in sultry stillness, much as it always had. The sacred pool reflected a stone-bordered square of cloudless sky and the trailing foliage of nearby shrubbery. Ayaki slept in his basket beneath the tree by the Akoma Natami, unaware of the dangers that hedged his young life. Unable to match his ignorant peace, Mara meditated and paced by turns. Even her temple discipline could not dispel recurrent thoughts of Buntakapi, in whose hands lay the fate of all things Akoma. Since he was born Anasati, but sworn to uphold the honour of ancestors who had been enemies of his father, there was no knowing where his true loyalty lay. Through Mara's own machinations, his affections had been given over to his concubine Tiani. Ankyoke, Nakoya, and Jikan all detested him for his excesses. The estate house had been his domain and his dwelling, but his townhouse in Solankur was his home. Biting her lip, Mara stopped by the Natami, where not even 2 years past she had sworn over stewardship of her father's name. She had then laid an intricate snare whose bindings were that oath and the Surani concept of honour. These were fragile foundations upon which to base hope. For all his shortcomings, Buntakapi was no fool. The shadows swelled and slanted, and the lee-birds began to sing in the slightly cooler air of afternoon. Mara sat by the sacred pool and fingered a flower plucked from a nearby shrub. The petals were pale, delicate in the extreme. Like her, they could be bruised and crushed with a clench of the hand. The servants might believe she had retired to the sacred glade to pray for deliverance from the shame brought upon her house by her husband. In fact, she had gone there to escape the fear in their eyes. For if the Lord of the Akoma chose war, their fates also hung in the balance. Some might die fighting, and they would be the fortunate ones. Others might lose all honour by hanging, and many would become slaves. A few might turn to the hills as outlaws and grey warriors. If the Natami were stolen, all would know the gods' disfavour. The shadows lengthened, and the flower wilted in Mara's hand, poisoned by the salt of her own nervous sweat. Ayaki wakened in his basket. At first content to bat his fat hands at the insects that flitted to feed on the blossoms above his head, he later grew fussy. The time for his midday meal had long passed. Mara tossed the dead flower away and arose. She plucked a ripened fruit from one of the ornamental jamach trees and peeled it for her infant. The boy quieted as he chewed the sweet fibre. Only then did Mara hear the footsteps approaching from behind. She did not turn around. With Papewayo on guard at the gate to the glade, this would be no assassin. Priests of Choshokan did not enter unasked, gardeners did no work while master or mistress used the glade, and no other could enter without earning a sentence of death. The only person living who could walk these paths at this hour with impunity was the Lord of the Akoma. The fact that he had arrived home from his townhouse in Solankur without fanfare told Mara only one thing.
He had seen his father, and his disgrace in the eyes of the warlord and his insult to the house of his birth had caught up with him. Mara eased the last bit of jamash into Ayaki's eager mouth. Aware that her hands were shaking, she made a show of blotting her sticky fingers just as Buntakapi reached the far side of the sacred pool. He stopped on the walk, his sandals showering a fine spray of gravel into the water. Reflections shattered into 1,000 fleeing ripples, and the lee birds fell silent in the branches overhead.
Wife, you are like the pusk adder of the jungles, whose markings are pretty enough to be mistaken for a flower when it lies at rest. But its strike is swift, and its bite is fatal.
Slowly Mara rose. She turned reluctantly, her fingers stained red with jamash juice, and she looked upon the face of her husband. He had come from town at speed, without his litter of state, for his broad features were whitened with a thin layer of dust from the road. He wore a simple day robe, probably the same he had donned when his father's knock had roused him from bed. This, too, was filmed with dust, which hid the wine stains that spoiled the embroidery on one cuff. Mara's gaze followed the knotted cords of his belt, the well-worn leather of his sword, and the slice of muscled chest revealed through the opened collar of his robe. She saw the marks of Tiani's passion still visible on the skin over his collarbone, and the hard set of his lips. Lastly, she looked into his eyes, which showed a mixture of thwarted anger, childlike confusion, and longing. Unaware that in the eyes of her husband she was beautiful and, in a strange way, untouchable, Mara bowed. The only words she could think to utter felt wrong. Buntakapi stared at her with an intensity that hurt to witness.
And, like the pusk adder, my wife, your venom stops the heart. You play the game of the council with masterful precision. How could you know which face I would wear? The Anasati, whose blood and birth were mine, or the Akoma, whose honour I pledged to preserve with a vow?
Mara willed her rigid posture to relax, but her voice shook ever so slightly as she said, "The Akoma family is ancient in honour. No lord of that name has ever lived in shame." Buntakapi stepped sharply forward, his legs easily spanning the breadth of the ceremonial pool. Towering over the slight form of his wife, he bent and caught her wrists.
I could change that proud woman at a stroke. I could make the honour of your forebears as dust in the wind.
Forced to look into his angry eyes, to feel the strength of a man she had not cherished, Mara needed all her will to hold steady. A minute passed, heavy with threat. Then the darting play of the insects that fed among the flowers inspired Ayaki to spontaneous laughter. Buntakapi looked down and noticed the wheals his handling had left on Mara's flesh. He blinked in embarrassment and let her go, and it seemed to her as she watched that something vital drained from him. Then he straightened, and a look that she had never known crossed his face.
Perhaps I was wrong the day we married,
said Buntakapi.
Perhaps I am indeed as stupid as you and my father and my brothers believed. But, for the sake of my son, I will die bravely as an Akoma.
Mara bent her head. Suddenly she had to fight to suppress tears. For one brief instant she had perceived the man her husband might have been had he been raised with the love and the care that had fallen to his elder brothers. The Lord of the Anasati might have done little to foster the potential of this, his third son, but she had played upon Buntakapi's inadequacies until she achieved the end she had desired. Mara felt pain within. When she should feel triumph, she instead knew grief. For in this one moment she saw that Buntakapi's potential for greatness, now glimpsed like the hint of sunlight through clouds, should be wasted so soon in death. But the poignancy of the moment lasted only a second.
Buntakapi caught her arm in the bruising grip of a warrior and pulled her roughly to his side. "Come, wife, fetch our son from his basket. Before the sun sets this day, you shall both see what it takes to die like a lord of the Akoma." Unthinkingly, Mara offered protest.
"Not the child. My lord, he's too young to understand."
"Silence!"
Buntakapi pushed her roughly, and, distressed by his shout, Ayaki began to cry. Over the child's wails, the lord of the Akoma said,
"I die for the honor of my son. It is right that he should remember. And you."
He paused, his lips curled in malice.
"You shall witness what you have wrought. If you would engage in the game of the councilwoman, you must know that the pieces you manipulate are flesh and blood. For the future, if you continue, it is right that you should remember."
Mara picked up Ayaki, hiding her distress in concern for her child. As Buntakapi's steps retreated from the grove, she paused, battling a strong urge to weep. She had thought she understood the stakes of her position when she grieved after the murder of her father and brother, but now Buntakapi had shown her the scope of her ignorance. Feeling humbled and inexplicably dirtied, she held Ayaki closely. Her husband's command must be obeyed. Somehow she must find the resilience to weather the final bitter fruits of her victory. If she did not, the Minwanabi waited with plans to ruin her, even as ruthlessly as she had plotted the downfall of Buntakapi to secure herself immunity from Anasati treachery. The soldiers of the Akoma stood rigidly in a square, the plumes of the officers' ceremonial helms tugged by the gentle breeze that sometimes blew before sundown. Within the formation waited Kyoke, Papewayo, and another warrior sent by the Anasati to act as witness. And between them, clad in the red robes of ritual, bound with a sash of Akoma green, Buntakapi lifted a sword that was also red and sharpened to the keenest edge Sirani armourers could fashion. Outside the square, but afforded a clear view by the slight rise of ground, Mara shifted Ayaki's warm weight to her other shoulder. She wished the proceedings were done with. Ayaki was wide awake and playful, tangling small fists in her hair and gown, and exclaiming brightly over the warriors in their colourful lacquered armour. Like all things Sirani, even death had an element of ceremony. Buntakapi stood statue-still in the centre of the square, the blade that awaited his end in his hands, while Kyoke recited the list of the honours he had earned as Lord of the Akoma. The account was very short, 1 battle and a dozen wrestling matches. Mara swallowed stiffly, aware as never before how young her husband really was. Sirani faces aged slowly, which made it easy to forget that Buntakapi was barely 20, a scant 2 years older than herself. Straight, still, every inch the warrior despite his bandy legs, he showed no weakness in his bearing, but something about his eyes reflected the desperate determination needed to see this moment through. Mara swallowed again and gently pried Ayaki's fingers off the lobe of her ear. He shrieked with laughter, ready for more of such play. "Hush!" scolded Mara. In the square, Kyoke finished his speech. He bowed deeply and said,
"Go in honour, Lord of the Akoma. Let all men remember your name without shame."
As he straightened, each warrior simultaneously removed his helm. The breeze pushed damp locks back from sweating faces. Emotionless eyes watched the sword Buntakapi lifted above his head. Mara swallowed again, her eyes stinging with salty tears. She tried to think of Lano, sprawled and bloodied under the hooves of barbarian horses, but the sight of Buntakapi standing in failing sunlight with his sword raised in final tribute to the gods of life was far too real to put aside. Except for his crudeness in bed and his explosive temper, he had not been an oppressive husband. Had Mara used the same manipulations to mould him instead of destroy him? No, she commanded herself. There can be no regret.
She called upon the discipline she had learned in Lashima's temple and banished such thoughts from her mind. Without expression, she watched Buntakapi turn the sword and set the blade point against his stomach. He offered no final words, but the eyes that met Mara's were dark with irony and a strange admiration mixed with the triumph of knowing she must live with this moment for all her living days.
Before the sun sets this day, you shall both see what it takes to die like a lord of the Akoma,
he had said to her in the grove. Mara's hands clenched reflexively in the folds of Ayaki's clothing as Buntakapi lowered his head. Large hands, clumsy on the body of a woman, but capable in wrestling and war, closed on the red-laced leather of the sword. Lowering sunlight gilded the sweat on his wrists. Then his knuckles tightened. He took a swift running step and dived forward. The pommel of the weapon rammed cleanly against the earth. The blade drove through his body. Hands and hilt struck his breastbone, and he grunted. His body had gone rigid with agony. He did not cry out. A sigh left his lips while the life bled swiftly through his fingers and mouth. As the spasms of his muscles slowed and almost stopped, he turned his head. Lips caked with dust and blood framed a word that no man heard. The dead eyes stilled upon the figure of the woman and child who stood on the hillock above. Ayaki began to wail. Mara loosened hands that gripped his young body too tight, and by the ache in her chest realized she had stopped breathing. She drew a painful breath. Now, mercifully, she could close her eyes. But the image of her husband's sprawled body seemed inscribed in the inside of her eyelids. She did not hear Kyoke pronounce the Lord of the Akoma dead with all honour. Instead, the phrases Buntakapi had spoken in the grove returned to haunt her.
If you would engage in the game of the councilwoman, you must know that the pieces you manipulate are flesh and blood. For the future, if you continue, it is right that you should remember.
Confronted by a rising tide of implications, Mara did not notice the men who replaced the helms upon their heads and bowed to the departed. Time and events seemed frozen upon the moment of Buntakapi's death, until Nkoya's wiry grip caught her elbow and steered her purposefully back towards the estate house. The old nurse did not speak, which was a mercy, though Ayaki cried for what seemed a very long time. Once she had donned robes of mourning, Mara retired not to her bedchamber, as Nkoya preferred, but to the west-facing room that had been her father's study. There, she watched the shatterbirds fly across a sky brilliant with sunset. But the crimson colours only reminded her of Buntakapi's robes and of the bloodied sword that had taken his life. As twilight fell, the servants lit the glass-shuttered lamps and closed the screens against the dew. Mara regarded the chamber that, as a child, she had considered to be the heart of her father's financial empire. The sanctum was no longer the same. The desk lay piled with documents pertaining to Buntakapi's gambling and betting exploits. Most would be debts, as Mara knew from the woe-begone manner assumed by Jikan these past weeks. The screens bore new paintings, ones the late lord had preferred to the hunting scenes Mara's great-grandfather had commissioned. These showed wrestlers and war scenes, and one, near the desk, showed a woman with ruddy hair. Mara bit her lip in distaste. At first, she had thought to restore the decor to the one she had known when her father and Lano were still living. Now, with the dust of the barracks unwashed from her feet, and Buntakapi's suicide still stark in her mind, she decided otherwise. Her childhood was behind her. Now, if the Akoma name were to survive, she must accept changes in herself, for the game of the council elevated the strong, while the weak perished or fell into ignominious obscurity. A tentative knock sounded at the screen. Mara started, turned, and said, "Enter?" Jikan hastened through the screen. For the first time in weeks he carried neither documents nor nidra tallies. His hands were empty, and in agitation he bowed and touched his forehead to the floor at the feet of the Lady of the Acoma. Startled, Mara said,
Hadonra, please rise. I am in no way displeased with you or the way you have handled your duties under the rule of my late husband.
But Jikan only trembled and bent lower, a figure of abject misery huddled on the fine tiles of the floor. Mistress, I beg forgiveness.
For what?
Puzzled and trying to set the servant at ease, Mara stepped back and settled herself on the cushions, where she and the Hadonra had sustained many a lengthy discussion of estate finances in the past.
Jikan, please rise and speak plainly.
The Hadonra raised his head, but did not leave his knees. He did his best to assume the proper Surani restraint, yet managed only to look contrite. Mistress, I bring shame to the Acoma. Strive as I might, I cannot... He broke off and swallowed uncomfortably. Lady, grant me mercy, for I cannot feel grief as I should for the death of the great lord. He passed with honour and bravery and deserves to be mourned, yet in honesty I cannot feel other than relief. Mara lowered her eyes, discomforted by the Hadonra's distress. She picked at a tassel that had torn loose from the corner of one cushion, and reflected soberly that she felt no true grief for Buntakapi. But the shock of the realities of the stakes she had manipulated left her shaken, unbalanced, and confused. Her conscience might sting for her deed, but she felt none of the tortures of cultural loyalty displayed by the man before her. In an analytical vein, she wondered whether this diminished her spirit. The Hadonra shifted uncomfortably, and Mara realised she must act, if only to speak some words of comfort that she could not genuinely believe.
Jikan, all know that you suffered great tribulations under the command of my late husband. He did not appreciate your virtues, and he did not heed the wisdom of your advice. You served in perfect loyalty while Buntakapi was alive. Now he is your ruler no longer. And I say, wear the red wristbands of mourning. Act in seemly fashion, for tradition must be honoured. But trust your heart. If you cannot mourn, then at least honour Buntakapi's memory.
Jikan bowed low, his nervous manner reflecting profound relief. A harder mistress he knew might have asked him to take his life. But, with time, he had come to appreciate that Mara saw more than most rulers when it came to interpreting the mores of culture. And even her most dedicated adversaries must admire the boldness with which she had dispatched the Anasati threat. Mara sat alone for long hours after her Hadonra left. The feelings in her heart were far more difficult to sort than those of her servant. She watched the lamps burn low and pondered and sometimes dozed. Dreams came to her of Lanakota wearing red and of her father spitted on the points of barbarian weapons. Sometimes his body changed, became that of Buntakapi, and sometimes Lano lay in the dust while Keoke pronounced him dead with all honour. At other times, her mind was anguished by the sound of Ayaki's crying, which seemed to go on and on with no end. Towards dawn she woke, sweating and chilled. The candles had burned out, and moonlight streaked the screens, throwing silver-grey patterns on the tile. Mara lay still, and, through the debris of her emotions, analysed the one fact that mattered. She felt sorry for Buntakapi, but she did not regret her choices. Service within the temple of Lashama might once have preserved the peace and purity of spirit she had known during girlhood, but, having tasted power and had the thrill of the game of the council, she now knew she could never give them up. Breeze rustled the akasi bushes, wafting the soft scent of flowers over the smells of ink and parchment. Mara lay back against her cushions, her eyes half closed. In solitude, she granted her husband the one parting tribute she could believe in. He had shown her a moment of greatness that afternoon in the glade. His own father had squandered that potential, and she had pandered to Buntakarpi's faults for her own selfish gain. Those things could not be changed, but the future lay like a blank parchment. Mara could ensure that Ayaki was raised differently, that the courage and strength of his father never soured into stubbornness. Once she had vowed to train out of Ayaki anything of Bunto, and to foster whatever was a coma. Now she knew that Ayaki had gifts from Buntakarpi that would be foolish to waste. By loving him and nurturing him and letting him develop his gifts, she could raise a son of the Akoma that would make even the Anasati proud. And that, she vowed, would be so. Chapter 11. Renewal. Mara listened to the water. The tiny stream that ran from the pool in the Akoma contemplation glade splashed softly as it rippled over rocks along its course. The wind gusted through the tree branches, a fitful sound that matched Ayaki's fussy mood. He looked on unsmiling as his mother raised the urn containing his father's remains. The ceremony of mourning was too much for his young mind to encompass. He knew only that the breeze chilled him, and his mother wouldn't let him crawl off to play. Mara experienced neither sorrow nor regret as she poured Buntakarpi's ashes into the hollow beneath the Akoma Natami. Her husband was dead, and the Lord of the Anasati mourned a son, even if only a poorly loved third son. Takuma's bitterness would be doubled, for Buntakarpi's end had been contrived by one beyond reach. As his mother of the only Anasati grandson, Mara was exempt from reprisal. Yet the girl herself felt no victory. Wind gusted sharply, tearing at her robe. Mara shivered. She must never allow herself to regret. What had been done was past and necessary. To think otherwise was to be troubled by worse than her husband's angry shade. If doubts, even uncertainty, were permitted to grow, she risked paralysing her ability to make decisions in the future. That would surely consign the Akoma to eventual obliteration at the hands of enemies, for the game of the council would go on. Regret must be banished, despite her momentary sorrow, and indecision must be forever kept at bay. For the second time in less than 2 years, Mara performed the ritual of mourning. Only now, instead of pain locked deep within her, there was sadness. Sezu had taught that death was a part of politics, but now she understood that the forms were simply a rationale to justify murder. That awakening left her uneasy. Mara sought comfort in a silent prayer addressed to the shade of her husband. Buntakarpi, she thought, for whatever rest it will bring your spirit, at last you died with dignity. For a moment, no matter how briefly, you were worthy of the name Lord of the Akoma. For that I honour you. May your journey around the wheel bring you better reward in your next life. Now Mara rent her clothing, cut her arm, and placed ashes between her breasts. Ayaki stirred restlessly at her side, having tossed away the beads Nakoya had loaned to keep him occupied. Mara tore the baby's wrap and smudged ashes on his tiny chest. He looked down and made a face. Tough as his father, Ayaki would not cry when Mara pinched him. Instead, he stuck his lower lip out and scowled belligerently. With the ceremonial dagger, Mara pricked the boy's forearm, earning a wail of protest to complete the ritual. She held Ayaki's arm over the pool, letting his blood mix with her own in the water. Tears came easily then. Alone and free from the scrutiny of hovering advisers and servants, Mara admitted her inner fear, that she was not equal to the next round of the game of the council. The humiliation and pain she had suffered at Buntakarpi's hands, the doubt and the anguish as she plotted his downfall, and each danger endured to survive the murder of her father and brother,
all these might still be as nothing, blown away by the winds of circumstance and political fortune. The Minwanabi never slept in their hatred of the Akoma. Sometimes Mara felt helpless beyond hope. Seeking the stability of the practical, she dressed Ayaki in the tiny ceremonial gown left for him. Then she donned her own white robe, silenced her wailing son, and carried him through the gusty afternoon to the grove's entrance. The noise warned her first that visitors had arrived. Armour clanked in the yard, and the excited voice of a servant carried over the sigh of wind through leaves. Mara tightened her fingers around Ayaki's solid warmth, earning a wriggle of protest. Tense with apprehension, she stepped around the shielding hedges and almost collided with Kyoki's weaponed bulk. The old force commander had positioned himself squarely across the entrance, and by the keepers left loose on his buckles, Mara realized he had pulled his ceremonial armour on with the greatest haste. The visitors, then, would be significant.
"Anasati?"
she inquired softly. Kyoki returned a terse nod.
Papawayo and Nakoya await you, lady, and Lujan oversees the arming of 2 companies at the barracks.
Mara frowned. Kyoke would hardly have mentioned such precautions if Takuma had come with peaceful intentions. Her fears were confirmed as the force commander deliberately raised a hand and scratched his chin with his thumb. Mara took a deep breath, ducking as Ayaki swung a playful fist.
"Lashima reward your foresight, Kyoki,"
she murmured, and her pulse quickened as she stepped past the hedge into view. The yard was jammed with an assemblage of courtiers, warriors and servants, all dusty from travel by road and wearing armour that was serviceable and plain, not the fancy enamelled style worn on state visits. A loud patch of colour in his house colours and plumes of mourning, the lord of the Anasati sat patiently upon his litter, his adviser Chumaka at his right hand. Silence fell as Mara approached, Nakoya and Papawayo falling into step one pace behind. The Anasati soldiers assumed formal poses and formation as the lady of the Akoma bowed, as slightly as possible without giving offence, to one of Takuma's rank.
"Welcome, father of my husband."
Greetings, daughter, he said bitterly. I see the son of my son in your arms. May I view him?
Mara felt a momentary pang of guilt. The presentation of her grandson should have been an occasion for joy. Instead, in a moment tense with unspoken antagonism, Ayaki was passed into his grandfather's outstretched arms. Engulfed in scented cloth and the sharp edges of gemstone decorations, the infant squirmed but did not cry. Takuma regarded this stolid little face and said,
He looks like Bunto.
Mara nodded in agreement. After a long moment of cuddling the child, Takuma returned him in cold silence. Mara immediately relinquished him to the custody of Nakoya, who settled him as she had the boy's mother after a mourning ritual many years before.
"Take my son to his nursery,"
said the lady of the Akoma. As the old nurse departed, Mara regarded the hostile face of her father-in-law.
"I offer the hospitality of the house."
No, daughter.
Takuma qualified the word, all tenderness gone with Ayaki.
I will not set foot in the house of my son's murderess.
Mara almost flinched. With great effort, she managed an impassive reply.
"Your son took his own life, my lord, to satisfy the demands of honour."
Takuma bowed his head once swiftly in salute.
I know, Mara. But I also knew my son. Despite his ineptness as a ruler, even he would never have contrived that insult to the warlord and his own father. Only you could have brought such a thing to pass.
Something akin to respect coloured his manner for a brief instant.
I salute your brilliance in the game of the council, Mara of the Akoma.
Then his voice turned flint hard.
But for this one bloody victory, you shall pay in kind.
Mara measured Takuma and realized that grief and anger were making him say more than he might under normal circumstances. Inwardly, she cautioned herself.
My lord, I merely obeyed my husband and lord, and repeated to you the commands he gave me before witnesses.
Takuma waved away the objection.
Enough! It does not matter. My grandson inherits the mantle of the Akoma, and he shall ensure a loyal tie between my house and his.
At this, a man stepped forward from the Anasati retinue, a thin, predatory fellow with shrewd eyes and a belt of enamelled cowhide. The lord said,
This is Nalgara, who shall act on my behalf until Ayaki is of age.
Mara was not caught off guard.
My lord, no.
Takuma's eyes narrowed.
I did not hear you say that.
Mara resisted showing weakness by offering justification.
You will take this man with you when you leave.
Armour rattled among the Anasati warriors as hands reached for weapons, and Takuma's arm trembled, ready to signal an attack.
Woman, you dare.
Hoping that Lujan had had time to arm her own companies, Mara held her ground.
No, my lord. I demand.
Takuma abandoned his pretense of politeness.
I shall decide how Ayaki's legacy is to be managed. I am Lord of the Anasati.
But these are Akoma lands,
Mara interrupted, her voice ringing with an anger all her own.
My lord of the Anasati seems to forget that his son was the lord of the Akoma. And the Akoma have never been, are not now, and never shall be, vassals to the Anasati. Your grandson is now heir to the title of lord. As his mother, I am again ruling lady of the Akoma until the day he comes of age.
Takuma's face twisted with suppressed rage.
Woman, do not seek to anger me.
It appears my lord is already angry, so that what I say could have little consequence.
Stalling for time, Mara searched for a glimpse of green between the weaponed ranks of the Anasati guard. But the retinue pressed too closely together to allow any view of Lujan's men. She had no choice but to continue.
When Bento assumed Akoma lordship, he ceased to have any obligations to you save those he freely chose, as you must have known, Takuma, for your son could not swear oath before the Akoma Natami until you released him from fealty. Show me a document, any document, appointing you as guardian for Ayaki in the event of Banto's death and denying me my right to inherit. Then I will step aside. But without lawful evidence, you are not ruler of the Akoma.
The slightest twitch of Takuma's lips revealed a frustration he dared not express. Mara hastened to drive home her point before the confrontation turned to violence.
We are not of the same clan, so you have no call upon the Akoma. You don't even have a political claim on our loyalty. Banto never sought to change our alliances, so the Akoma are still members of the Jade Eye Party, not the Imperial. You have no authority here, Takuma.
She motioned with her hand then, on faith, and to her immense relief, Lujan and 36 Akoma soldiers stepped forward, ready to defend their mistress. To the rear of Takuma's party, another 50 soldiers had gathered in battle armour, ready for instant action should there be cause. Mara finished with a smile of irony.
Once again, I rule the Akoma until Ayaki is 25 years of age.
The lord of the Anasati prepared to speak, but his adviser Chumaka intervened.
My lord, she is correct. Such is the law.
Balked, Takuma paused a long minute, his eyes distant with calculation.
Then what of the boy if you die?
In even tones, Mara said,
"Then Ayaki is ruler of the Akoma, as I was before the age of 25, ready or not."
Takuma made a subtle gesture, indicating that Mara was once again a woman alone against enemies. "The boy will surely die." But the threat failed to move the young lady, who stood defiantly straight.
"At the hands of the Lord of the Minwanabi, or some other seeking to rise over Akoma bodies, perhaps."
Takuma conceded defeat. "Very well, daughter. You have made your point. I shall endeavour to keep you alive, at least until Ayaki comes to his majority. But if you make any move that I judge a menace to the Anasazi—"
"Do not threaten me in my own house, father of my husband," Mara warned. "I could end this here and now."
She pointed to Lujan and the soldiers, who waited ready to answer their mistress's command. The odds against Takuma were now overwhelming, with only a score of soldiers to protect him against the possibility of attack by 2 companies. Were he to press the issue, he could die very quickly. Mara regarded the stiff features of her father-in-law.
"I have no wish to be at odds with you, Takuma. Your differences with my father were strictly political."
With a sigh more eloquent than words, she shook her head.
"We both know that what I have done was also a matter of politics. Should you die here, Jingo of the Minwanabi would be without any real rival in the game. No, I do not ask you to be my ally. I just wish you not to be my foe."
The fist Takuma had raised to signal his soldiers relaxed and lowered. He regarded Mara keenly. "Minwanabi. Yes. Already he thinks himself powerful enough to move against me." The Lord of the Anasazi sighed, at last acknowledging the quiet strength in Mara's stance. "Perhaps you can make some difference." He shook his head. "I underestimated you. Perhaps Jingu will do likewise." After a silent minute, he bowed to take his leave. "Very well, Mara. You have my word on this, then. So long as Ayaki lives, I will not oppose you when you seek to discomfort the Minwanabi. But I make no such assurances where Anasazi interests are concerned. We still have many differences. But once my grandson inherits the mantle of the Akoma lady, you shall find my memory is long. Should any harm befall him before then, from that instant your life will be measured in minutes." Curtly, Takuma signalled his retinue to assemble for the journey back to Sulenque. Wind tugged at the officers' plumes and streamed through Mara's dark hair as she watched the Anasazi lord and his followers muster and march from the yard. The first part of her plan had been successful. For a time, the second most powerful of her father's enemies had been neutralized, even more, made a reluctant ally. There were not many in the empire who would tempt Takuma's wrath by harming his grandson. Only the lords of Kedah, Zacatecas, and Minwanabi, and perhaps 1 or 2 others. Most would refrain, if only to see that the lord of the Minwanabi did not grow too powerful. As Jingu's enemy, Mara had value, if only to keep him occupied. And, despite the protection she had garnered from Takuma, Mara knew the blood feud would go on. She had only forced her family's greatest foe to move cautiously. No more bungled assassinations, of that she was certain. Attack would come, but for the first time since Kyoke had fetched her from the temple, the Lady of the Akoma felt that she had gained a measure of time. She must be diligent about how she used it. Turning her mind to the tasks before her, Mara dismissed Lujan and his warriors. With Kyoke and Papawayo at her side, she returned to the cool and the comfort of her chamber. First upon her agenda the next day was a journey to Sulankur, for if Arakasi's information was correct, a Minwanabi spy resided in the townhouse owned by the Akoma. Buntakapi's concubine Tiani must be dealt with at the earliest opportunity. The erstwhile lord of the Akoma had avoided the fashionable quarter of town for his dwelling. The side street where it lay was tidy and quiet, removed from the noisy thoroughfares of commerce, but still an easy walk to the public wrestling arenas. Mara stepped from her litter, sandals crunching gently over ulo leaves, which shed seasonally during the dry months. Accompanied by a retinue that included both Papewayo and Arakasi, she stepped up to the wide doorway whose posts were carved into the decorative forms of warriors in battle array. A strange servant opened the screen. He bowed deeply.
"I bid the lady of the Akoma welcome."
Mara acknowledged the greeting with the barest wave of her hand and stepped across the threshold into shadow tinged scarlet by the sunlight that filtered through the hangings. An aroma of sweet spices filled the air, mixed with furniture oil and a woman's perfume. The house staff, numbering 4, sank to their knees, awaiting Mara's command as she surveyed the fine rugs, a shell-inlaid weapons rack, and chests enamelled and set with red gems. Her husband's townhouse was a cosy enough nest, she decided. But the taste and the decor of the place were influenced by a mind other than that of her late husband. Buntakapi would never have set marble statues of nymphs by the doorway, and the paintings on the screens were of flowers and graceful birds, not the battle scenes he invariably chose for himself. Mara waited until Papewayo and Arakasi reached her side. The sword carried by the former was not for show, and the latter wore an officer's plumes to disguise his true purpose. But, in the end, Mara did not require the spy master's guidance to spot the woman who had won her husband's heart. All for the motive of spying for the Minwanabi. Though Tiani bowed submissively with the other servants, she could never be mistaken for other than Buntakapi's mistress. Mara studied her profile and understood her husband's obsession. The concubine was a truly beautiful woman, with unblemished skin and hair touched by sun gold and red, though Mara suspected that effect might have come from artifice rather than nature. Even though she was kneeling, the light silk of the concubine's robes draped a ripe, soft figure with breasts that were high and well-formed despite being large, a small waist and flaring hips. Mara's own body seemed boyish in comparison, and for no good reason the fact rankled. For every minute Buntakapi had been gone from the estate, his wife had thanked the gods, yet now the stunning beauty of the woman he had preferred irked Mara. A voice remembered from the temple warned, "Beware vanity and false pride." Mara almost laughed. Yes, she was feeling wounded vanity and injured pride, and yet fate had been kind in an odd and unexpected way. Jingu of the Minwanabi had sent this woman to further his plot to destroy the Akoma, but instead Tiani only managed to distract Buntakapi, enabling Mara to realise her plans more quickly. And the ultimate aim of those plans was the strengthening of the House Akoma and the destruction of the Minwanabi. Mara savoured the irony in silence. Tiani must go back to her master ignorant that her true role had been uncovered. Let Jingu think this woman had been banished by a jealous wife. Prudently, Mara motioned for 2 of her soldiers to stand guard by the door. Then, stepping ahead of her bodyguards but keeping carefully beyond reach of a knife thrust, she spoke to the kneeling concubine. "What is your name?"
"Tiani, mistress."
The woman kept her eyes cast downward. Mara distrusted her subservience. "Look at me." Tiani raised her head, and Mara heard a slight stir from the warriors who looked on. The concubine's golden, heart-shaped face framed lovely eyes, almost amber in colour. Her features were perfect and sweet as the honey in the hives of the red bee. But, beyond beauty, Mara saw something that made her hesitate. This woman was dangerous, as much a threat as any player in the great game. Yet, the Lady of the Acoma spoke no hint of her conclusion aloud.
"What are your duties?"
Still upon her knees, Tiani said,
"I served your husband as a maid, mistress."
The Lady of the Acoma almost laughed at the woman's brazen act. To call herself a maid, while sitting upon her heels in a robe more costly than any Mara owned, save for her ceremonial attire, was an insult to human intelligence. Brusquely, Mara said,
"I think not."
Tiani's eyes narrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Then Mara understood. For the briefest instant, the concubine had wondered whether her role as spy was discovered. To disarm any suspicion, Mara inquired after the other servants,
"What are your duties?"
The staff identified themselves as a cook, a gardener, and a maid, facts Mara already knew from the intelligence given her by Jikan. She ordered the three of them to the estate and told them to ask the Hedonra for new duties. They left quickly, glad to be avoiding the coming confrontation between their late lord's wife and his mistress. When the room was empty, save for Mara, Tiani, and the soldiers, Mara said,
"I think we shall have no need for your services at the estate house."
Tiani's poise remained admirably unbroken.
"Have I displeased my mistress?"
Mara stifled an urge to smile.
"No. On the contrary. You spared me a great deal of pain, inconvenience, and irritation over the last few months. Yet I am not as adventuresome in my tastes as some ladies of great houses. My appetites do not turn towards members of my own sex."
She glanced at the fading bruise that mottled the skin over Tiani's collarbone.
"You seem to have shared my husband's taste for rough sport. Your talents would go to waste on my estates, unless you think you would care to entertain my soldiers."
Tiani's head jerked ever so slightly. She managed not to expel her breath in a hiss of anger, and Mara was forced to admiration of her action. The insult was great. As a courtesan or mistress, Tiani would have a certain legitimacy in Sirani society. In ancient times there had been little difference between a lord's courtesan and wife in Sirani culture. Had Mara died before her husband, any real courtesan of Buntakapis might have been permanently installed in the Acoma house. And if Tiani survived both wife and master, a ruling lord's resident mistress had certain legal rights and privileges of inheritance. A woman of the reed life was considered a craftsperson or even an artist in the ways of pleasure. But a camp follower was a woman of the meanest class. Anywhere but in a camp of war, the women who followed the armies of the empire were shunned and despised, and they had no honour. Tiani had been named a whore, and if the women had been warriors, Mara would now be fighting for her life. The concubine only glared at Mara, struggling with her self-control just enough to convince. She pressed her forehead to the floor, red gold hair almost brushing the toes of her mistress's sandals.
"My lady, I think you misjudge me. I am an accomplished musician and am skilled in the arts of massage and conversation. I know the 7 ways to rid the body of aches and pain. By pressure, by stroking, by rubbing, by herbs, by smoke, by pins, and by realignment of the joints. I can quote passages of the sagas from memory, and I can dance."
No doubt the woman was capable in all the named skills, The Buntakaapi had probably availed himself of little other than an occasional massage or a song before indulging in sex. But Tiani was also an agent and, likely as not, a trained assassin. With Buntakaapi dead, she needed only one opportunity to rid her Minowanabi master of both Mara and Ayaki, ending the Akoma forever. Dread of Jingu's plots caused Mara to respond sharply. Not allowing Tiani the courtesy of rising from her knees, she said,
"You'd have little difficulty finding yourself another position. A maid blessed with such talents as yours should easily catch the fancy of some great lord, one who would be eager to have you at his side. Within the hour, a factor will arrive to close down this house in preparation for selling it and all the furnishings. Take whatever gifts my husband left you and depart, for nothing of the Akoma shall remain here." She paused and regarded Tiani's ripe curves with contempt. "And of course, no trash shall be left behind for the new owner." Mara spun and walked through the door as if the concubines she had dismissed were now beneath her notice. Only the observant eyes of Arakasi saw Tiani release the iron control she had exercised for the deception of her mistress. An expression of naked hatred settled upon the young woman's face. Her beauty became a cruel thing, black and twisted and murderous to behold. And in that moment, Arakasi observed that the insults of Mara of the Akoma would be carefully remembered, that each might be separately avenged. Borrowing the authority of his officers' plumes, the spy master seized the initiative and assigned 2 warriors to remain on the premises to see his lady's orders carried out. Then, before Tiani had bridled her rage enough to remember his face, he slipped swiftly through the door. Outside, as he hurried into place beside his mistress, Mara said, "Is she the one?"
Arakasi unhooked the chin strap of his helm so he could speak without being overheard.
"Indeed, my lady, Tiani is the spy. Until she arrived in the city, she was a favourite with the lord of the Minowanabi and shared his bed on a regular basis. Why she was chosen to spy upon Lord Buntakaapi is not clear, but she must have convinced her master she could serve his interests."
They reached the litter, dead leaves obscuring the conversation from chance eavesdroppers. Even on the quietest side street, Arakasi exercised his customary caution. As he helped Mara onto her cushions, he whispered,
"What Tiani did before she came to Minowanabi service, our agent cannot say."
He directed a meaningful glance at the townhouse.
"I will rest easier when my men have had the chance to discover more about her, for I think you have made an enemy, lady. Only I saw the expression in her eyes as you left. It was murder."
Mara rested her head back, eyes half closed. Wisely or not, she dismissed the issue, for the next step in her plans demanded all of her attention.
"Kill me for duty. Kill me for personal reasons. The risk is no more."
Her slender body stiffened against the jostling motion as the slaves lifted the litter. Arakasi fell into step with Papawayo on the other side. Over the tramp of marching feet he murmured,
"There you are wrong, mistress. Some might falter in their resolve if they are motivated solely by duty. But to avenge a personal slight, many care nothing if they perish, as long as their foe dies with them."
Mara opened angry eyes.
"You are saying I acted the fool?"
Arakasi did not flinch from her regard.
"I suggest that in future my lady weighs her words with more caution."
Mara sighed.
"I shall take your advice to heart. If Keyoke had been with me, he would probably have been frantically scratching his chin with his thumb."
"That's Papawayo's habit," said Arakasi, obviously puzzled. His mistress smiled.
"Your observation is very keen. One day I shall have to explain that warning sign to you. Now let us go home, senior officer, for the heat grows even as we speak, and much business remains to be attended to."
Arakasi saluted smartly. Playing the part of an Akoma strike leader brazenly, for all present knew of his inept swordplay, he ordered the guards to surround the litter bearing the Lady of the Akoma during her return to the estates. As late afternoon painted purple shadows across the paving, another litter set out through the north gate of Sulankeu. Once on the Imperial Highway, the bearers, wearing the badge of the Guild of Porters, turned towards the Holy City. They maintained a leisurely pace, as if the client behind the curtains wished their services for sightseeing and a breath of fresh air in the countryside. When, after 2 hours, she ordered a stop for rest, the bearers gathered by a roadside well a short distance off. They were all freemen, members of the Commercial Guild of Bearers, hired by those who needed to travel but without a retinue of slaves to carry them. Granted rest an hour ahead of contract, they munched upon the light fare carried in their hip bags and whispered admiringly of the woman who had commissioned them for this journey. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she had paid them fine metal for what so far had proved an exceedingly easy job. Presently, a pot seller stepped out of the general flow of traffic, his wares dangling from throngs that affixed them to a long pole balanced across his shoulder. He halted beside the litter, apparently to catch a breather. His angular face was red from exertion, and his eyes beady and quick. Attracted by the rattle of his crockery, the woman behind the curtain motioned him closer. Pretending to examine a pot, she said,
"I am glad you had not reached Sulankeu yet. It would have complicated things."
The trader mopped his brow with a fine silk cloth.
"What has passed?"
The woman curled her pretty lip and let the pot fall with a sour clank.
"As I suspected. The Akoma bitch would not allow me into her household. Jingu was a fool to think she might."
The pot seller, who was not a merchant, exclaimed in annoyance and examined his piece for chips. When he found none, his manner appeared to ease.
"The Lord of the Minwanabe listens to his own counsel first."
The woman traced the fancy enamel ornamenting a slop jar with an exquisitely manicured nail.
"I will return to Jingu's side. He will regret this setback in getting an agent into the Akoma house, but he will have missed me."
Her lips shaped a dreamy smile.
"I know there are things he misses about me. None of his other girls have my skills."
Dryly, the pot seller said,
"Or perhaps they simply lack your tolerance for abuse, Tiani."
"Enough!"
The concubine tossed tawny hair, and her robe fell open. A glimpse of what lay beneath made the pot seller smile at the contradiction between the astonishing beauty and the unexpected cruelty in this woman. Misreading his expression as male lust and amused by it, Tiani spoke, recovering his attention.
"Bontokapi was never of use to Jingu. Mara was truly in control, though she was clever in not letting her lord discover that until too late. Inform our true master that I shall return to the Minwanabe house once again and send him whatever information I may."
The merchant nodded, rubbing uncalloused fingers over the wood of his pole.
"That is good. I have carried these damned ceramics since I left our lord's river barge this morning, and I am glad to end this charade."
Tiani focused on him, as if enjoying his discomfort.
"Give me the slop jar,"
she murmured.
"The bearers must believe I had a reason to speak with you."
The man unhooked the item. Enamel flashed gaudily in the sunlight as he handed it to the woman, his attitude one of undisguised irony.
"One less to carry."
"Why did you come yourself?"
The merchant grimaced, for the pole bore down unmercifully, and he could not reach around it to scratch an itch.
"I dared trust no one else with the task. When my lord's barge left the city last night, we simply poled upriver a few miles and tied up.
He supposed you would still be at the townhouse, hence my disguise. None of us guessed the Lady Mara would be so quick to rid herself of Banto City property. She only quit the contemplation glade yesterday.
Tiani glanced towards the well where the bearers sat gossiping. She inclined her head in their direction.
I think you had better order them all killed. One might mention this encounter.
The merchant considered the 8 men by the well.
It will be messy, but worse if we risk discovery. Besides, if we are attacked by robbers along the highway, how can the commercial guild of bearers fault you? I will make arrangements just before you reach the Minwanabe estates so you can rush to the safety of Jingu's arms. Now, our master's instructions. Despite all that has transpired, the Lady Mara is to be left untroubled.
Tiani stiffened in surprise.
After Bantokapi's murder?
Our master commands this. We must not speak longer.
With an unfeigned grimace of distaste, the merchant shifted his clanking wares to his other shoulder. Tiani sat silently as he left, her professional detachment lost. Mara of the Akoma inspired a personal rage and hatred deeper than any she had previously known. The concubine did not trouble to analyse the cause. Born to a woman of the reed life and cast into the streets at the age of 6, she had survived by wits alone. Her unusual beauty had brought her quickly to the attention of men, and she had barely escaped slavers on several occasions, despite having committed no crime to warrant such a conviction. In the dirtier alleys of the empire, the niceties of the law might occasionally be put aside for enough money. Tiani discovered early that to some men honour was negotiable. She learned abuse before love, and at 12 sold herself for the first time to a man who kept her in his home for 2 years. He had been a twisted soul who took pleasure inflicting pain upon beauty. Tiani had struggled at first until suffering taught her to ignore discomfort. In time, she had killed her tormentor, but the memory of pain stayed with her, a familiar thing she understood. After that, she had used beauty and natural wit to rise up society's ladder, choosing one benefactor after another, each more rich and powerful than the last. For 7 years she had served her present employer, though never in bed, as with previous masters. Beneath her soft beauty and cruel passions, this lord saw the stony hatred that motivated Tiani. He had set those qualities to use against his enemy, the lord of the Minwanabe, never once tempted to make the relationship other than professional for his own use. For this, the concubine conceded her loyalty, for this master was unique among those she had met along the road of her life. But only Bantokapi had touched her as a person. Before him, Tiani had taken little personal interest in the men she slept with or murdered. Though the lord of the Akoma had been like a Porina boar in a wallow, even to the point where he stank like one, rushing to take her with the sweat from his wrestling still rank on his body, he had understood her. Bantokapi had given her the pain she needed to survive, and the love she had never known in all 28 years of her life. Tiani shivered slightly at the memory of his hands, tearing at her soft flesh at the height of his passion. She had dug her nails into his back, even taught him to enjoy the pain himself. But Mara of the Akoma had ended that. Tiani's fingers tightened on the bright enamel of the slop jar, while anger built in her heart. Bantokapi had been tricked to his death, ruined by his natural tendency to count honour over life. Tiani understood nothing of honour. But rivalry, that was a thing she knew well. That she-dog of a wife, innocent as a babe, Tiani thought in disgust. How easily abuse would crack the cool facade of the lady. What pleasure the concubine would find in humiliating Mara for hours, days perhaps, before giving her to Turakomu. Tiani licked her lips, sweating lightly in the heat. The pleasure of dominating the Lady of the Acoma promised more than she could imagine from sex with any man she had known. But the ignoble way that Mara had evicted her from the townhouse cut off any immediate avenues of vengeance. Now Tiani had no recourse but to resume her post as spy in Jingu's household. The obese lord of the Minwanabi revolted her, and his fawning would be difficult to endure, but he and the Acoma were sworn enemies. Through him, Tiani thought to arrange her satisfaction. Mara would die, slowly and in torment, or shamefully if no other option availed. That the concubine's true master now wished otherwise affected nothing. Tiani had changed employers many times in the past. On that thought, she tossed the slop jar violently among the cushions and signalled her bearers to return. As they crossed the road, the powerful, coarse body of the one in the lead caught her eye. He had fine muscles and a bullying manner to his walk. Excited by prospects of violence and vengeance, Tiani decided to stop in a secluded glade down the road. She would have some sport. The man and his companions were going to die anyway, and not to use them for pleasure would be a waste of fine meat. Besides, a few extra marks on her face and body would convince Jingu that bandits had indeed molested her and keep him from becoming suspicious. So thinking, Tiani shivered in anticipation as the bearers lifted her litter and resumed their journey towards the holy city. Down the road to Soulancourt, the pot seller halted, as if to count whatever payment the fine lady had given him. From under a broad-brimmed hat, he watched the litter depart, while silently pondering what made the woman dally before calling her bearers. The likely daydreams of a creature like Tiani were not pleasant to contemplate. With a grunt of disgust, he shifted the weight of his pots. He had been the one to convince their lord her talents went beyond the bedchamber, and a dozen times in the past her work had borne out his judgment. But lately she had been showing signs of independence, a tendency to interpret directions to her own liking. Alone in the dusty road amid the noise of passing traffic, the sham merchant debated whether that trait signalled a growing instability. He soothed his uncertainty in his usual economical manner. Either way, Tiani could only bring trouble to the Minwanabi. If she exchanged loyalties, at best Jingu would gain a servant of questionable reliability. Besides, she could be removed if she became a problem. Irritated by the weight of the pole as it bit into his shoulder, Chumaka, first adviser to the Lord of the Anasati, turned towards Soulancourt. Benefits would come of sending Tiani back to the Minwanabi household. Though she had surprised them all by turning up in Buntakapi's townhouse, Chumaka considered that things had turned towards a better course. His master would disagree, but then his master had just lost a son. Chumaka counted that for little. He had never cared for Bunto, and while the Acoma girl was more talented than anticipated, Minwanabi was the real menace. Things were stirring in the High Council, and the game gained intensity as the warlord's campaign on Midkemia continued. The ins and outs of intrigue always quickened Chumaka's blood. "Gods, but I love politics," he thought as he walked down the road. Feeling almost cheery, he began to whistle over the rattle of his crockery. Following her return from Soulancourt, Mara called a meeting. Her closest advisers gathered in her chamber while cool twilight veiled the fields and thysa paddies of the estate. Nakoya sat to her right, a red scarf tied over her hair in deference to Turakamu, into whose domain the late master had passed. Baskets of red reeds had been placed by every door in the estate house in recognition of mourning, that the red god might avert his eyes from those who grieved. Mara wore traditional robes of the same colour, but her manner showed nothing of sorrow. She sat straight and proud as Jikan, Kyoke, Papewayo, Lujan and Arakasi made their bows and chose seats upon cushions arranged in a circle upon the floor. When the last of them had settled, the Lady of the Akoma met the eyes of each in turn.
We know what has occurred. None need ever again speak of it. But before we lay the memory of Bantokapi to rest for all time, I wish to say this. What has passed, what is to come as a result of what has passed, all responsibility rests upon my head. None who serve the Akoma need fear for one moment that they have acted without honor. If others in the Empire whisper of dishonor in corners, the shame is mine alone to bear.
With that, Mara closed the tally sheet on her dead husband. None would ever again wonder if they had betrayed their lawful lord. Almost briskly, Mara turned to other matters. Though red as a colour flattered her, a frown marred her forehead as she addressed Kyoke.
We must speed up recruitment of soldiers. The Minowanabe are temporarily thwarted, and we must use what time we have available to us to consolidate our position.
The force commander nodded in his usual spare manner.
That is possible, if we call every available young son, and if all of them respond. Some will answer the summons of other houses. My lords of the Minowanabe and Keotara are still trying to replace the 300 soldiers they sent against us several months ago. I think we can add another 200 safely within the next 2 months, though they will all be unseasoned boys. The other 3 you ask for might take as long as another year to recruit.
Mara had to be satisfied with this. Bantokapi had left some sizable debts, and Jikan had mentioned that time would be needed to rebuild the estate's capital. By the time the recruiting was completed, finances should have recovered enough to underwrite the expense of the new warriors' training. And, with the reluctant alliance with the Anasati, few would dare attack, and none openly. As always, Nakoya broke in with a warning.
Mistress, as the Akoma gain allies and garrison strength, you must be especially cautious of indirect attacks.
Arakasi agreed.
Mistress, on the day your official mourning ends, you will surely receive invitations carried by marriage brokers on behalf of one suitor or another. When some of those worthy sons of noble houses come to call, agents of the Minowanabe are most certain to be among their retainers.
Mara considered this with a hard expression.
Then we shall have to ensure that such agents find nothing noteworthy to report back to their masters.
The meeting went on, with Mara confidently assimilating her former role as ruler of the Akoma. As darkness deepened and lamps were tended by silent slaves, decisions were made and fresh information discussed. Through the interval between nightfall and midnight, more business was conducted than during the entire tenure of Bantokapi as Lord of the Akoma. At the end, Jikan arose with a sigh of evident satisfaction. And whatever private guilt or relief the others might have felt at Bantokapi's passing was hidden as they arose to depart. There were too many new problems to confront. As Nakoya, who was slowest, began stiffly to rise from her cushions, Mara gestured impulsively for her to remain. The others had nearly reached the door, but they stopped deferentially as she requested one more thing. A mischievous glint lit the lady's eyes as she studied the expectant faces of her senior staff.
What would you think if I officially appointed Nakoya as permanent first advisor to the Akoma?
The old nurse gasped aloud, and Kyoke broke into a rare grin.
The post has stood empty since Jajoran's death,
Mara said. Her amusement deepened as Nakoya, who never lacked for chatter, opened and closed her mouth soundlessly like a fish. Arakasi was first to respond, offering the aged woman a gallant bow.
The promotion and the honour go well with your years, old mother.
Lujan offered a rakish comment, but Papewayo had known Nakoya since he was a small boy, and his memories of her kindness ran deep.
In total abandon of decorum, he lifted the old woman off her feet and spun her full circle through the air.
"Go and celebrate,"
Mara called over her former nurse's startled yelp of delight.
"For never has a servant of the Akoma better deserved a promotion."
I'll have to survive the experience first,
said a breathless Nicoya. Papawayo set her down delicately, as if she were made of choja-crafted glass, and as Kyoki, Arakasi, Jikan, and a laughing Lujan crowded around to embrace the new first advisor, Mara reflected that she had not seen such joy in the house since before her father's death. Lashima grant me wisdom to make it last, she prayed, for the Minwanabi threat was not ended, but was only forced back by an unstable alliance. The traditional period of mourning came to an end, and the priests of Turakamu came to burn the red reeds that had sat in the baskets by the doors for 3 continuous weeks. Smoke still lingered over the Akoma fields when the first of the marriage brokers arrived, and, within a day, 3 ornately calligraphed petitions with wax seals lay piled in the study. Glad to be wearing a colour other than red, Mara called Nicoya and Arakasi into attendance and reviewed the top parchment. A thoughtful expression crossed her face.
"It seems our friend Minwanabi's favourite lapdog has an unmarried son. What do you know of him?"
Seated by her knee, Arakasi took the document she offered. The parchment had been perfumed, and the scent warred with that of the akasi blossoms beyond the screen.
Bruli of the Kehotara. His father, Makasi, has tried to marry him off twice, and both courtings have failed. Now the boy serves as a patrol leader in his father's army, though he's not a brilliant tactician, apparently. His company has drawn only garrison duty since he took command.
The spy master tapped the parchment, a faint smile on his face.
I would not, however, count him a fool. We can expect he is a mask for another Minwanabi agent in his retinue, or an assassin in his own right.
Mara recovered the parchment from Arakasi, her lip pinched tightly between her teeth. To refuse to consider the petition of Bruli of the Kehotara would be a public admission of weakness.
"They intend to shame me or kill me,"
she said. But the sick feeling of fear in her heart could not be heard in her voice.
"I say we take the bait and turn it sour."
The slightest bit shy in her new role as first advisor, Nicoya offered no comment, but Arakasi sat utterly still.
That could be perilous, mistress. Bruli's father, Makasi, is a gambler and not a good one. He lost enough that his estates are heavily mortgaged. His son is a vain boy who insists that everything he wears or uses be only of the costliest work, and his 2 older sisters and older brother were similarly indulged. Their spending on top of existing debts has nearly ruined their father. The Minwanabi cleared the accounts, but not out of charity. What makes Makasi of the Kehotara truly dangerous is that his family tradition is sworn to the ancient code of Tanjin-kyu.
Mara's hand tightened on the parchment, for she had not been aware of this detail. The code of Tanjin-kyu. The name was ancient Sirani for lifelong or until death, meant that Makasi had bound the Kehotara to the Minwanabi in an ancient form of vassalage almost forgotten except as an historical oddity. By its terms, any pledge made was impossible to revoke, amend, or modify. If Makasi of the Kehotara vowed obedience to the lord of the Minwanabi, he would murder his children without hesitation upon Jingu's order. As betrayed alliances were common fare in the game of the council, Tanjin-kyu made the Kehotara as dependable as if they were part of the Minwanabi household, even more dependable than families in the same clan. Only when Makasi died and his eldest son assumed the mantle of lord could the family negotiate a new beginning. Until then, the Kehotara could not be threatened,
bullied, bought or bribed to betray the Minwanabi.
"Well then," said Mara, a determined set to her shoulders, "we must make sure this Bruley is entertained in a manner befitting his station."
Arakasi looked keenly at his mistress. Trying to seem bland, for Mara's suggestion was no trifle, Nicoya said,
I assume you intend to grant this petition a hearing?
"Of course." Mara seemed distant. "We must not be hasty in rebuffing this overture. Do we wish to offer insult to so august a personage as the Lord of the Kehotara?"
Then you have a plan.
Arakasi smiled slowly. Mara responded without humour.
"No. But I will have, by the time this minion of Jingu's presents himself. That is, if your agents can gather me all the information they have on Bruley and his family before his retinue arrives."
Forced to admire her boldness, Arakasi leaned forward.
It will be costly. You shall have to cover the expenses of the fastest runners in the Guild of Porters, and these must be sworn and bonded so that their messages cannot be intercepted or tortured from them.
"Of course," answered Mara, though Jikan would howl. Men willing to die for the integrity of the messages they carried could not be hired for other than cold metal.
"See to this at once, Arakasi."
The spymaster rose swiftly, his steps buoyed by exultation. This was what his network was intended for. A bold player of the game who was unafraid to carve out the advantage. And the bonus was that Mara's target was an ally of the Minwanabi. Suddenly, the day seemed perfect. Darkness sprang into light as the screens were thrown open, admitting the petitioner for marriage into the great hall of the Akoma. Bruley of the Kehotara was almost beautiful in his black-trimmed red armour, and from the dais at the head of the hall, under the weight of her massive ceremonial costume, Mara saw at once that Arakasi's agents had reported accurately. The man was vain as a corley-bird. He had good reason to be. Slender yet muscular, whereas the majority of men in the 3 central nations of the empire tended towards the stocky. He moved with the grace of a dancer. His blue eyes were a rare and startling counterpoint to his almost black hair, and he had a warm smile. That he would happily murder as soon as marry the woman he approached on the dais was not far from Mara's mind, as she wistfully considered for just a moment how different Bruley was from Bunto. As if reading her mind, Nicoya leaned close and whispered,
"He'd spend more time looking at himself in the mirror than looking at you, daughter."
Mara resisted a smile. Her pose remained outwardly formal as she welcomed the second son of the Kehotara to her house. 2 unprepossessing Kehotara warriors accompanied Bruley's litter, while another 6 were housed with Akoma soldiers. Mara was certain the honour guard had been picked for their homely appearance, to heighten the contrast to their master's handsome features as they marched into the Lady of the Akoma's presence. One of the soldiers stepped forward, acting as Bruley's first adviser.
"Lady Mara, I have the honour to introduce Bruley of the Kehotara to you."
Nicoya returned the ritual reply.
The Lady Mara welcomes so honoured a guest as Bruley of the Kehotara into our presence.
At that moment, the small form of the runner-slave appeared through a side door. He carried a baton marked with white ribbons, signalling the arrival of a message. Mara feigned a struggle to hide relief.
"Bruley," she said quickly, "you are welcome in our house. Please ask for whatever you wish from our servants. They will see that you are comfortable. Now, if you will excuse me, the press of business cannot be long ignored by the Lady of the Akoma. I will see you again, perhaps tomorrow?"
She rose, revealing a slenderness hidden until now by the elaborate ceremonial dress. Her bow was peremptory, and she stepped precipitously through a side screen,
leaving Bruley of the Kehotara with mesmerised words of poetry unsaid and a befuddled expression on his face. Nicoya took over smoothly, according to plan. Knowing vanity to be the great weakness of this young noble, she stepped to Bruley's side, taking his arm and patting it in a motherly manner. Bruley's gaze hardened, still fixed upon the doorway through which Mara had departed. "Mother of wisdom, the lady's behaviour borders on insult. What matter of business could not wait for my humble words of praise?" Bruley paused and touched his hair to reassure himself that he had not mussed it when he removed his helm for his bow. "Surely something more has caused the Lady Mara to rebuff me in so abrupt a manner. Tell me, what is amiss?" Nicoya resisted a smile while steering the pretty man towards a side chamber prepared with tables of wine and fruit. "Young sir, come take some refreshment. Then I will tell you what I have mentioned to no other, for I think you handsome and well-mannered. Lady Mara is a young girl, despite being a widow. Her father, brother, and husband were all warriors, fine warriors, but they are all she has ever known. She is weary of men in armour. If you wish to court her favour, return at once to Selenqueux and seek the best tailors there. Have them fashion lovely robes of soft weave and jaunty colours. I think if you appeared tomorrow with the look of the scholar or poet, not the warrior, that is more likely than anything to change her cold reception to your advances." Bruley's forehead knitted in thought. To be a warrior was the highest goal of any Tsurani male, but women had all sorts of odd notions. His blue eyes came alight. "Thank you, ancient mother. Your advice is sound." He sighed in self-reproach and accepted the wine Nicoya offered. "Had I wits, I would have anticipated this. Of course, it is now obvious. I shall return tomorrow, and Mara shall see how gentle I can be, a man of refinements and grace, with no need of armour and arms to proclaim my manhood. Thank you." Nicoya patted Bruley's sleeve, her brow disingenuously furrowed. "And music, I think. My lady would be impressed with any man who showed interest in the fine arts." Bruley nodded and handed his empty glass to a servant. "My thanks, oh mother. Now, you will understand if I do not tarry. If I am to have new robes from the tailors, I must depart for Selenqueux on the hour." "You are a diligent suitor, worthy of the lady's attention." Nicoya clapped for servants to summon Bruley's litter and his guardsmen. There followed a comical bustle as Bruley rearranged his honour guard by height, that the picture they made while marching should seem bold and harmonious to the eye. When he had departed from the estates, for the first time in memory, Nicoya couldn't contain herself. She crossed the hall to the door to Mara's quarters, doubled over. Then her laughter could no longer be stifled. Clapping a withered hand to her mouth in helpless desperation, she hurried to meet her mistress. Who but a ruling lady would have seized upon Bruley's vanity and worked that weakness into a plan? The Lords Jingu of the Minwanabi and Makasi of the Kehotara would learn that matters of honour were not always settled with weapons. Still chuckling, Nicoya entered Mara's quarters, where Jikan and Arakasi were already meeting with the Lady of the Akoma. Mara looked up from a scroll and noticed the hand still pressed tightly over her first adviser's mouth. "You seem amused." Nicoya sat slowly, her disarranged hairpin sliding further to one side. "If a foe can be bested without bloodshed, what harm if a little entertainment can be derived from the act?" Mara's interest sharpened. "Then our plan is working, mother of my heart."
Nicoya returned a spirited nod.
I think I can keep Broly busy for a week or so, and spare you the need to insult the Kehotara. The idea we discussed looks promising.
Mara nodded her approval, resuming her interrupted conversation with Jikan.
Did you say that Hakanu of the Shinzawai requests permission to call upon the Akoma?
The Hedonra consulted the parchment in his hand, which was of quality penmanship, but not an ornamented petition for marriage.
The Lord of the Shinzawai sends word that his son will be passing through on his way from their town home in Jama to the main estates in the north. He begs leave to have Hokanu call upon you.
Mara remembered Hokanu from the wedding, a striking, darkly handsome man about her own age. She did not need Nicoya's prompting to remind her that he had been one of the choices for her consort before she had selected Buntakapi. Aware of Arakasi's intent expression, Mara asked the spy master's opinion.
Hokanu's interest might be a wise thing to foster. The Shinzawai are among the oldest and most influential families in the High Council. The grandfather was Clan Kanazawai war chief until he retired. Then Komatsu was. 2 war chiefs in succession from the same family shows rare deftness in clan politics, and they are not vicious players of the game of the council, but have gained position through skill and intelligence, with no blood feuds underway and no debts, and they are the only major family beside the Zakatekas not in alliance with the warlord, the Minowanabe, or the Anasati. But they are enmeshed in some plot of the Blue Wheel Party.
So Arakasi, too, thought an alliance through marriage would benefit the Akoma. But Mara's interest was political only. What plot?
I don't know.
Arakasi gestured in frustration.
My agents are not well placed for getting inside information on the Blue Wheel. I deduce a move is afoot to blunt the influence of the warlord, since Blue Wheel sentiment within the council holds that Almecho commands too much power. Still, since Almecho's invasion of the barbarian world, that movement has all but ceased to exist. Even the Shinzawai provide support. Komatsu's oldest son, Kasumi, is a force leader of the Kanazawai forces upon Mid-Kemia.
The spymaster frowned as he pronounced the foreign names.
Facing the armies of Kridi in the westernmost province of what the barbarians call the Kingdom of the Isles.
Mara was always astonished at the amount of information Arakasi could remember, even down to seemingly trivial details. He never made notes or kept lists. Other than coded messages disguised as normal business documents, he never permitted his agents to write their reports, and his intuitive guesses were uncanny.
Do you think the Blue Wheel Party had changed alliance?
She asked. No, Arakasi seemed certain.
The world of Mid-Kemia holds too many riches for one man's gain, and Komatsu is too crafty a player of the game. I expect the Blue Wheel will withdraw support from the Alliance for war at a critical moment, leaving the warlord dangerously overextended. If so, the aftermath should prove interesting.
Mara reconsidered the note from the Lord of the Shinzawai in the light of this information, and reluctantly decided to decline. Her plans for Broly and the snarled state of Akoma financial affairs would prevent her from honouring Hokanu with the hospitality he deserved. Later, perhaps, she would send him an invitation to make up for the regret she must send now.
Jiken, instruct the scribes to answer with a polite letter informing the younger son of the Lord of the Shinzawai that we will be unable to offer our hospitality at this time. My lord's death has left much confusion in the affairs of the state, and for this we must humbly beg understanding. I will sign the parchment personally, for Hokanu is one I earnestly wished not to offend.
Jikan made a note on his tally slate. Then his brow furrowed with more than usual resignation.
"There is the matter of the late Lord Bunto's gambling debts, lady."
Tired of sitting, Mara rose and wandered over to the screen that opened onto the garden. Staring at the flowers, she said,
"How much did he lose?"
The Hadonra answered without hesitation, as if the numbers had haunted his sleep for some nights.
7,000 centuries of metal, 27 dimmies, and 65 cinties, and 4/10.
Mara turned to face him.
"Can we pay it?"
"Certainly, though it will limit capital flow for a season until the next crop is sold off."
As if the matter pained him, Jikan added,
"We shall have to deal in some credits."
But the Chojar craftsmen were starting to produce marketable jade. The time of debt would be short. Mara said,
"Pay them now."
Jikan made another note.
"Then there is the matter of the debt of the Lord of the Tuscarora."
"What debt?"
The Tuscarora lands bordered the Acoma holdings to the south, and to Mara's knowledge there had been no ties of business with the ruling lord for several generations. Jikan sighed.
"Your husband was a poor gambler, but at wrestling he excelled. He defeated the Tuscarora champion on 4 occasions, and Lord Jiddu lost heavily each time. He wagered 30 centuries on the first bout, and paid in gems. The second bout was for 500 centuries, and this he noted in the paper contract he since chose not to honour, for the next 2 bets were wagered double or nothing. His champion was beaten. It was the talk of Sulankur for a week. At present, the Lord of the Tuscarora owes the Acoma a total of 2,000 centuries."
2,000? That would ease our finances considerably.
Jikan shrugged. "If he has assets to pay. I have sent 2 polite reminders and received no answer at all. Probably because the Lord had extended himself on credit until this season's crops are harvested for market."
"Send a strongly worded demand over my personal chop."
Mara looked away a moment thoughtfully, then added,
"Much good will be lost if anyone thinks he may take advantage because a woman is again ruling House Acoma. Let the Lord of the Tuscarora know I require an immediate answer."
Jikan nodded. Mara allowed him to withdraw and, alone, considered the uneasy feeling that had arisen within her over the Tuscarora debt to the House of the Acoma. Her neighbour to the south had been of no consequence, neither ally nor enemy, but his army was large enough to threaten Acoma's safety should the matter of debt turn into contention between the 2 houses. But not to demand her rightful due was to invite gossip about Acoma weakness in every marketplace within the empire. Mara sighed. The Lord of the Tuscarora was known for his touchy and belligerent temperament. He disliked backing down, which was why Buntakapi had led the man so far into debt to begin with. Mara hoped this one time Jiddu of the Tuscarora would prove a reasonable neighbour. Mara read the parchment, her throat tightening with anger and no small amount of fear. Arakasi, Keoke, Papiwayo and Nakoya all waited silently as she finished the return message from the Lord of the Tuscarora. She sat silently for a long time, tapping the scroll against her fingers. Finally she said,
"We cannot ignore this, Keoke. What would my father have done with a message like this?"
The force commander said,
"The man would be arming even now."
He studied Sezu's daughter and added,
"I can march at your word, mistress."
Mara sighed, taking no pains to hide her distress from these, her 4 closest advisers.
"I cannot accept this defiance and insult as a declaration of war, Keoke. For us to engage in conflict with the Tuscarora would mean our destruction."
Keoke regarded her levelly.
"We can take his measure."
Mara's brown eyes were unflinching as she met her force commander's stare.
"At what cost?" The Tuscarora forces are not so inferior that we can march in and not suffer.
She shook her head.
Shall we find ourselves where we were after Father and Lano died? This time our enemies will not be so slow to strike.
Her voice became thick with frustration.
Everything I have built, all that I have endured, would be as nothing.
Nkoya's old hand cut down in emphasis as she said,
Then do nothing, lady. The amount is not so large as to warrant putting yourself and Ayaki at risk. Deal with this insulting little man when you are better able.
Mara became very still.
No, I must do something. For us to ignore this rejection of our claim would be to announce to every house in the Empire that we are unable to answer insult to our honor.
She dropped the parchment on a side table as if it were poisonous.
This must be answered. Kyoke, have the entire garrison ready to march at first light. I wish the men marshalled as close to the border of the Tuscarora estates as possible without alerting his sentries.
Kyoke inclined his head.
The terrain there is unfavorable for a charge. We would need 20 minutes to reach the estate house should trouble arise.
Mara stared grimly at the flower bed beyond the screen.
It shall be as nothing to me if the assault takes 5 minutes or 5 hours. By the time you arrive, I would already be dead. No. We must carve our advantage through other things than strength of arms alone.
There followed a discussion of tactics that extended long past dusk. Servants brought a repast that went largely untouched. Even Arakasi's appetite seemed off. And, in the end, when Kyoke and Papewayo had exhausted their knowledge of warcraft, Mara suggested another plan, the one that offered a dangerous hope. Nkoya grew silent and white-faced. Papewayo sat stroking his chin with his thumb over and over again, while Kyoke simply looked grim. But only Arakasi truly understood Mara's bitterness as she excused her advisers, saying,
I will travel tomorrow to confront Lord Jiddu, and if the gods are ill-disposed to the Akoma, then our ruin will not be due to the plottings of the Anasati or the treachery of the Minowanabi, but to an honourless man seeking to renege on a debt.
Chapter 12. Risks. Mara frowned. She concealed her worry behind a fan of stiffened lace and voiced her desire to halt. Papewayo signalled the one other officer and 50 men in her retinue, and the bearers set her litter down in the dooryard of the Tuscarora estate house. Mara pulled aside the curtains to gain a better view of her unwilling host. Jiddu of the Tuscarora was a fat man, his face and jowls moon-round, and his eyelids long-lashed as a woman's. Both plump wrists were covered with jade bracelets, and the bulging cloth of his robe was sewn with discs of shell. He clinked like a tinker when he moved, and perfumes hung around him in a nearly visible cloud. From Jikan, Mara had learned that Jiddu's profits came only from chochala bushes. The rare variety of chocha beans provided the most costly and desired confection in the empire. And because of a freak concentration of minerals in his soil, the Tuscarora were blessed with the most outstanding plantation in the empire. Had Jiddu the wits to operate in an organised fashion, he would have been a wealthy man. Instead, he was merely affluent. But poor estate management was no reason to presume the Tuscarora ruler was ineffectual. Lord Jiddu's argumentative reputation had more than once led to bloodshed with his neighbours to the south. Only the Akoma strength, before Sezu's death, had blunted the man's aggressive nature. Mara came expecting trouble and hoping to avoid conflict. Even as she greeted Lord Jiddu, her entire garrison, save a few guards along the outer perimeter of her property, were moving into place a short distance from the Tuscarora border. If the matter came to battle, Tassido and Lujan would lead a combined assault upon the Tuscarora, while Kyoke held the reserves to protect the home estate house. If Mara's contingency plan failed, If the battle went against her, and the Akoma could retreat in time to minimize their fatalities, enough strength remained to keep Ayaki alive until his Anasati grandfather could rescue him. Mara put aside such thoughts. Under such circumstances, she would be dead, and all would be in the hands of the gods, or Tekuma of the Anasati. Warned of his visitor by a runner from his border guard, Lord Jiddu bowed without stepping from the shade of his foyer. That Mara's honour guard came armed for battle did not ruffle him, as he leaned casually against his doorpost and said,
"Lady Mara, your arrival is an unexpected pleasure. To what do I owe the honour?"
His face became instantly impassive as his visitor ordered her warriors to stand at ease around her litter. The lady clearly intended to stay, despite the fact that the Lord of the Tuscarora pointedly scanted courtesy by not inviting her inside for refreshments. Chilled by the man's calculating eyes, Mara forced herself to begin.
"Lord Jiddu, I have a note signed by you promising the sum of 2,000 centuries in metal to my late husband. My Hadonra has communicated with your Hadonra regarding this matter several times in the last few weeks. When another request, personally made by me, was delivered to you, you took it upon yourself to answer with insult. I came to speak of this."
"I'm not certain I take your meaning,"
said the Lord of the Tuscarora. He made a show of tossing aside a fruit rind, and, with a curt motion of his head, sent one of his servants swiftly into the house. The next instant, the runner flashed out through a side entrance, sprinting for what surely would be the soldiers' quarters.
"I mean this,"
said Mara, with all the forcefulness she could muster.
"When you say you do not feel obliged to respond to my message, and would be pleased if I would cease nagging at you, you insult my honour, Lord Jiddu."
Pointing an accusatory finger, she looked more like the image of her father than she knew.
"How dare you speak to me like some fishwife by the riverside? I am the Lady of the Akoma. I will not abide such instruction from any man. I demand the respect I am due."
The Lord pushed away from the doorpost, his manner no longer languid. Speaking as if to a child, he said,
"Lady Mara, betting debts are not usually settled so directly. Your late husband understood."
Mara snapped her fan shut, certain the man was stalling her. The instant his garrison received the call to arms, his mockingly paternal solicitude would end. She swallowed, bitterly resolved, and answered with the pride of her ancestors.
"My late husband no longer rules. But I can assure you, had Lord Buntokapi received such impolite demands to cease nagging, he would be challenging you over the point of his sword. Don't think I will do less if you do not apologize at once and make good the debt."
Lord Jiddu stroked his plump waistline like a man just rising from a feast. He watched Mara keenly, and his confidence warned her before the rattle of armour and weapons that a squad of Tuscarora soldiers hurried into view. Papawayo went tense by her side. These were not slack household guards, but soldiers, well seasoned by extended duty on the border. They stationed themselves at either side of the doorway. In an advantageous formation, in the event of attack, the Akoma bowmen would be forced to fire uphill and into the glare of the sun. Pulling himself up to the limit of his squat stature, Lord Jiddu stopped stroking his stomach.
"If I avow that your demand for payment is an affront, what then, Lady Mara? To pester me for the sums due you implies I will not pay my debt. I think you have insulted Tuscarora honour."
The accusation caused the soldiers by the door to clap hands to their sword hilts. Their discipline was faultless, and their readiness to charge a palpable tension in the air. Papawayo signalled the Akoma retinue,
and as smoothly the ladies' green-armoured guard closed protectively around the litter, shields angled outward. Surrounded by men who sweated with nerves and determination, Mara resisted the need to blot her own damp palms. Had her father felt the same fear as he charged on the barbarian world, knowing his death awaited? Fighting to maintain an outward appearance of calm, Mara looked between the shield rims of her bodyguard and locked stares with the Lord of the Tuscarora.
"Then we agree. We have a cause to settle."
Sweat sparkled on Jiddu's upper lip, yet his eyes were not cowed. He flicked his fingers, and instantly his line of soldiers crouched in preparation for a charge. Almost inaudibly, Papewayo murmured for his own men to hold steady. But his heels scuffed backward in the gravel, and behind the litter Mara heard a faint rustle. The archer crouched there, beyond the view of the estate house, had seen the signal. Surreptitiously he strung his bow, and Mara felt fear like a blade in her heart. Papewayo was preparing to fight, and his instincts in matters of war were uncanny. Still, Lord Jiddu's reply all but unnerved her.
"You speak boldly, for one who sits deep in the heart of Tuscarora lands."
Mara arose from her litter and stood motionless in the sunlight.
"If Akoma honor is not satisfied, blood must answer."
The two rulers measured each other. The Lord Jiddu flicked a glance over Mara's 50 guards. His own squad was 3 times that number, and by now his reserves would be armed and awaiting orders from their strike leaders to rush the estate borders, where scouts had earlier reported the presence of soldiers in Akoma Green. The Lord of the Tuscarora lowered his brows in a manner that caused his servants to duck quickly inside the estate house.
"The blood spilled will be Akoma, lady."
And the man's plump hand rose and signalled the charge. Swords scraped from scabbards, and the Tuscarora archers snapped off a flight of arrows, even as their front ranks pushed forward. Mara heard battle cries from the throats of her own soldiers. Then Papewayo shoved her down and sideways out of the line of fire. But his action came too late. Mara felt a thud against her upper arm that turned her half around. She fell back through gauze curtains and onto the cushions of her litter. A Tuscarora arrow with its pale blue feathers protruding from her flesh. Her vision swam, but she made no outcry. Dizziness made the sky seem to turn above her as the shields of her defenders clicked together barely an instant before the enemy closed their charge. Weapons clashed and shields rang. Gravel scattered under straining feet. Through the haze of discomfort, Mara concentrated upon the fact that the one Akoma archer who mattered had not yet released his round.
"Pape! The signal!"
she said through clenched teeth. Her voice sounded weak in her own ear. Her powerful strike leader did not answer. Blinking sweat from her eyes, Mara squinted through sunlight and whirling blades until she found the plumed helm. But Papewayo could not come to her, beset as he was by enemies. Even as Mara watched him dispatch one with a thrust to the neck, 2 others in Tuscarora blue leaped over their dying comrade to engage him. Plainly, Jiddu's orders had been to cut down the one Akoma officer, in the hope that his death might throw Mara's guard into disarray. Through her pain, Mara admired the merit of such tactics. With the high number of newcomers among the Akoma Guard and little to no encounters on the battlefield, many of these men were fighting with shieldmates who were strange to them. And against the relentless, concentrated attack of Jiddu's finest warriors, even Papewayo was hard-pressed. Mara gritted her teeth. Only minutes remained before the enemy overwhelmed her guard, and the plan she had devised to avoid their massacre had yet to be put into effect. She gripped the side of the litter, but even that small movement caused the arrow in her arm to grate against the bone. Agony shot through her body. She whimpered through locked teeth and struggled not to faint. Blades screeched in a bind, seemingly over her head. Then an Akoma guard crashed back and fell, blood spraying through a rent in his armour. He shuddered, his opened eyes reflecting sky. Then his lips framed a parting prayer to Chochokan, and his hand slackened on his sword. Mara felt tears sting her eyes. Thus her father had died, and Lano. The thought of little Ayaki spitted on an enemy spear turned her sick with fury. She reached out and caught the sweat-damp grip of the fallen soldier's sword. Using the blade as a prop, she dragged herself to her knees. The sun fell hot on her head, and her eyes swam with pain. Through waves of faintness, she saw that an unlucky arrow had managed to dispatch her previous archer. He lay moaning with his hands clenched over his gut, and the signal arrow that would summon Lujan and Tassido to action sparkled unused at his feet. Mara groaned. Shouts beat against her ears, and the clash of blade on blade seemed like drum rolls in the temple of Turakamu. Papawayo called an order, and the Akoma still able to fight closed ranks, stepping back of necessity over the still warm bodies of their comrades. Mara prayed to Lashima for strength, and reached out with unsteady hands for the fallen archer's bow. The horn bow was heavy and awkward, and the arrow slippery in her sweaty hands. Mara notched the shaft with raw determination. Her hand faltered on the string, and the arrow tilted, sliding. She managed to recover it, but the rush of blood to her head momentarily blackened her vision. She willed herself to continue by touch. Sight cleared in patches. Another man crashed against her litter, his blood pattering into streaks across white gauze. Mara braced the bow and strove against weakness and pain to draw. Her effort failed. Tearing agony laced her shoulder, and her lips drew back in a cry she could not stifle. Weeping tears of shame, she closed her eyes and tried again. The bow resisted her like iron root. Tremors shook her body, and faintness stifled her awareness like dark felt. As the cries of the men and the clatter of weapons dimmed in her ears, still she strove to pull a bow that probably would have defeated her strength when she was in perfect health. Suddenly, someone's arms supported her. Sure hands reached around her shoulders and closed firmly on the fingers she held clenched to leather grip and string. And, like a miracle, a man's strength joined hers, and the bow bent, paused, and released. With a scream audible through the noise of battle, the signal arrow leapt into the sky, and the ruling lady of the Akoma passed out into the lap of a man with a leg wound, who, but for the grace lent by her cunning, would have died a condemned criminal in the wilderness. He eased his mistress's slender form onto the stained cushions of her litter. The strip he should have used to bind his own hurt, he pressed to staunch the blood from the arrow wound in Mara's shoulder, while around him the Tuscarora pressed in for the victory. Lord Jiddu ignored the chilled fruit at his side as he sat forward eagerly upon his cushion. He motioned for a slave to fan cool air upon him while he sat watching the finish of the battle in his dooryard. Perspiration from excitement dripped off his forehead as he regarded his imminent victory, though it seemed to be longer in coming than he had expected. Many of his best warriors bled upon the gravel walk, no small few felled by the black-haired Akoma officer who fought with his hands drenched red to the wrists. He seemed invincible, his blade rising and falling with fatal regularity. But victory would come to the Tuscarora, despite the officer's aptness at killing. One by one, the ranks at his side diminished, overwhelmed by superior numbers. For a moment, Jiddu considered ordering him captured, for his worth in the arena would recover the cost of this battle. Then the Lord of the Tuscarora discarded the thought. Best to end this quickly. There was still the matter of the other force of Akoma soldiers on his border, now attacking, no doubt, upon the release of that signal arrow. At least one Tuscarora archer had struck the lady. Perhaps she bled to death even now. Lord Jiddu took a drink from the tray. He drew a long sip and sighed in anticipation. The question of this debt he had incurred while gambling with Lord Buntercarpi was coming to a better conclusion than he could have hoped. Perhaps he might gain the Akoma Natami, to bury upside down beside the bones of Tuscarora ancestors. Then the Lord Jiddu considered Takuma of the Anasati, ignorant of this battle. A laugh shook his fat throat. Capture the Akoma brat and force Takuma to terms. The boy in exchange for withdrawal of Anasati support from the Alliance for War. Jiddu smiled at the thought. The great game dealt blows to the strong as well as the weak, and any ally of the warlords was to be balked, for war inevitably bent the monkeys of commerce away from Chocha and into the pockets of armourers and weapons masters. But all would depend on this victory, and the Akoma soldiers were showing an alarming reluctance to die. Perhaps, thought Jiddu, he had ordered too many to attack the force on the border. Already both sides had been reduced, but now the odds were little better than 2-1 in favour of the Tuscarora. Again, the green plume of the Akoma officer fell back, and the first strike leader of the Tuscarora shouted to his men to close. Now only a handful of soldiers remained, crowded against Mara's litter with their swords swinging in tired hands. Their end was certain now. Then a breathless messenger raced up to the estate house. The man prostrated himself at his master's feet.
"Lord, Akoma troops have penetrated the orchards and fired the chochala bushes."
Jiddu bellowed in fury for his Hadonra. But worse news followed. The messenger took a gasping breath and finished his report.
2 Akoma strike leaders, with a force of 300 warriors, have taken position between the burning crops and the river. None of our workers can get through to battle the blaze.
The Lord of the Tuscarora leapt to his feet. Now the situation was critical. Chochala bushes matured with extreme slowness, and a new field would not mature to yield sufficient harvest to recover his loss within his lifetime. If the bushes burned, the proceeds from this year's crop could not pay off the creditors. Ruin would be visited upon Jiddu's house, and Tuscarora wealth would be as ashes. Gesturing for the exhausted messenger to move clear of his path, the Lord of the Tuscarora shouted to his runner,
"Call up the auxiliary squads from the barracks. Send them to clear a way for the workers."
The boy ran, and suddenly the fact that Mara's escort was nearly defeated lost its savour. Smoke turned the morning sky black and evil with soot. Plainly, the fires had been expertly set. Lord Jiddu almost struck the second messenger who arrived, panting, to report that shortly the crops would be ablaze beyond hope of salvage, unless the Akoma force could be neutralised to allow water brigades access to the river. Jiddu hesitated, then signalled a horn-bearer.
"Call withdraw!"
he ordered bitterly. Mara had set him to select between hard choices, either surrender honour and admit his default as a dishonour, or destroy her at the price of his own house's destruction. The herald blew a series of notes, and the Tuscarora strike leader turned in open astonishment. Final victory was only moments away, but his master was signalling him to order withdrawal. Tsurani obedience told, and instantly he had his men backing away from the surrounded Akoma guards. Of the 50 soldiers who had arrived upon the Tuscarora estates, fewer than 20 stood before their lady's blood-splattered litter. Jiddu shouted,
"I seek truce!" "Offer the Lady of the Akoma your formal apology," shouted the green-plumed officer, who stood with sword at the ready should combat resume. "Satisfy her honour, Lord Jiddu, and Akoma warriors will lay down their weapons and aid your men to save the crops."
The Lord of the Tuscarora jiggled from foot to foot, furious to realise he had been duped. The girl in the litter had planned this strategy from the start. What a vicious twist it set upon the situation. If Jiddu deliberated, if he even took time to dispatch runners to survey the extent of the damage, to determine whether his force had a hope of breaking through, he might forfeit all. No choice remained but to capitulate.
"I concede the honour of the Okoma,"
shouted Lord Jiddu, though the shame gripped him as though he had eaten unripe grapes. His first strike leader called orders for the warriors to lay down their arms with reluctance. The Okoma soldiers left living unlocked their shield wall, weary but proud. Papewayo's eyes flashed victory, but as he turned towards the litter to share victory with his lady, his sweat-streaked features went rigid. He bent hastily, the bloody sword forgotten in his hand, and, for a last vicious instant, the Lord of the Tuscarora prayed that fortune favoured him. For if the Lady Mara lay dead, the Tuscarora were ruined. Mara roused, her head aching, her arm aflame. An Okoma soldier was binding it with a torn shred of litter curtain. "What?" she began weakly. Papewayo's face suddenly loomed over her. "My lady." "What has passed?" she asked, her voice sounding small. "As you hoped, Jiddu ordered a withdrawal when his fields were threatened." He glanced over his shoulder where his battered and weary squad stood ready and said, "We are still in danger, but I think you hold the stronger position for the moment. But you need to speak with Jiddu now, before matters turn for the worse." Mara shook her head and allowed Papewayo and another soldier to lift her from her litter. Her feet seemed to betray her. She was forced to cling to her strike leader's arm as slowly she made her way over blood-spattered gravel to where her line of remaining soldiers stood. Mara's vision was blurred. She blinked several times to clear it and noticed an acrid smell in the air. Smoke from the fired fields drifted like a pall over the estate house.
"Mara!"
Jiddu's shout was frantic.
"I propose a truce. Order your men to stand away from my fields, and I'll admit I was wrong in not acknowledging my obligation."
Mara regarded the fat, anxious man and coldly moved to turn the situation to Okoma advantage. "You attacked me without provocation. Did you think after admitting you were wrong, I would forgive the slaughter of good men for payment of a debt you owe me anyway?"
"We can settle our differences later,"
cried Jiddu, his colour turning florid.
"My fields burn!"
Mara nodded. Papewayo motioned with his sword point, and a soldier sent another signal arrow overhead. Mara tried to speak, but weakness overcame her. She whispered to Papewayo, who shouted,
"My mistress says our workers will put out the fires, but our men will maintain position with lit torches. Should anything here go amiss, the Chochala field will be reduced to ashes."
Jiddu's eyes went feral as he struggled to think of a way an advantage might still be gained. A ragged, smoke-stained runner raced into the dooryard. "Master, Okoma soldiers repulse our men. The auxiliaries failed to open a way to the river." The Lord of the Tuscarora lost his resolve. Painfully resigned, he sank to his cushions and rubbed his hands on chubby knees.
"Very well, Mara. I accept the inevitable. We shall abide by your wishes,"
he said to his first strike leader.
"Put up your arms."
The Lord of the Tuscarora looked on uneasily, while Mara shifted her weight to ease her wounded arm. The Lady of the Okoma had refused Jiddu's offer to let his healer tend her. Instead, she had settled for a field bandage contrived by Papewayo. Okoma soldiers still held position amid the Chochala, and the Tuscarora force commander confirmed the worst. The Okoma could fire the field again before they could be forced back. Jiddu sweated and strove desperately to pass the matter off as a misunderstanding.
"It was an agreement between men, my lady. I have many wagers with your late husband. Sometimes he won, sometimes I won. We let the sums accumulate, and when I won a bet, the amount was deducted. If later I chanced to gain the advantage, I let the debt ride in turn. It's a gentleman's agreement."
"Well, I do not gamble, Lord Jiddu." Mara turned dark, angry eyes upon her unwilling host. "I think we shall simply settle for payment, and indemnity for the damage done my honour. Akoma soldiers died this day."
"You ask the impossible!"
The Lord of the Tuscarora flung pudgy hands in the air in an un-Surani-like display of distress. Mara raised her eyebrows. "You still choose not to honour this debt?" She glanced pointedly towards the Akoma soldiers, who clustered close at hand, an archer in their midst ready to launch another signal arrow. Jiddu stared at the shell sequins ornamenting his sandals.
"Oh, my lady, I'm sorry to cause you inconvenience, but threats cannot change the fact that I am unable to honour the debt at this time. Of course, I will meet my obligation in full, the instant my circumstances permit. On this you have my uncompromised word."
Mara sat very still. Her voice held a hard and bitter edge. "I am not presently inclined towards patience, Lord Jiddu. How soon may I expect payment?"
Jiddu looked abashed as he admitted,
"I have recently suffered personal reversals, Lady Mara. But I can safely promise compensation when this year's crop goes to market."
"If it goes to market," Mara thought pointedly.
She sat back. "The Chochala harvest is not due for another 3 months, Lord Jiddu. You expect me to wait until then for 2,000 centuries of metal and my indemnity?"
"But you must!"
the Lord of the Tuscarora exclaimed miserably. He motioned in distress to the short, thin man who sat at his master's side. Sijana, the Tuscarora Hedonra, shuffled scrolls in a hasty review of the estate's finances. He whispered furiously in his master's ear and paused, expectant. Lord Jiddu patted his stomach with renewed confidence.
"Actually, lady, 2,000 centuries can be paid now, plus another 500 to repair the damage you have suffered. But a single payment of that size would prevent me from expanding the planting for next year. Lord Bontokapi understood this and promised to allow a favourable repayment schedule. 500 centuries a year for the next 4 years. 5 years to cover the restitution."
The Hedonra's nod of satisfaction turned to dismay. A deep flush rose from Jiddu's collar as he realised his words had contradicted his earlier insistence that his debt was to be left to wait upon the outcome of future wages. Since Mara was certain to seize upon this small but shameful lie, he quickly added,
"I'll pay interest, of course."
Heavy silence fell, punctuated by Jiddu's heavy breathing and a near imperceptible creak of armour as Papewayo shifted his weight to the balls of his feet. Mara used her good hand to open her fan, her manner poisonously sweet. "You argue like a moneylender, while Akoma soldiers lie dead outside your door? If my late lord chose to offer terms on the debt, so be it. Produce the document, and we shall abide by the terms." Jiddu blinked.
"But our agreement was spoken, Lady Mara. A promise between noblemen."
The fan vibrated in the air as Mara reined back rage. "You have no proof, and yet you haggle." With his field held hostage, Jiddu shied from bringing up matters of honour again.
You have my word, my lady.
Mara winced. The Lord of the Tuscarora had created a situation where she could only call him forsworn, an insult no ruler could ignore. Etiquette demanded that the Lady of the Acoma accept the agreement, thereby gaining nothing for the next 3 months, and then only a fifth of what was due, or resume the useless slaughter. The fan poised motionless in her hand.
But this debt is overdue already, Lord Jiddu, she said.
Your Hadonra's failure to acknowledge inquiries in timely fashion brought about this impasse. I will brook no more delays, or your fields will be put to the torch.
What do you propose?
He asked weakly. Mara rested her pretty fan on her knee. Though her wound obviously taxed her, she judged her moment perfectly, offering a counterbargain before Jiddu's wits could recover.
My lord, you own a small strip of land between my northern and southern Nidra fields, cut down the middle by the dry stream bed.
Jiddu nodded.
I know the land.
He had once offered to sell that same acreage to Mara's father. Sezu had declined because the land was useless. The banks of the dried stream were rocky and eroded, and much too steep to cultivate. A crafty expression crossed the features of the Lord of the Tuscarora.
Have you a need for that land, my lady?
Mara tapped her fan, thoughtful.
We recently gave the use of our upper meadow to the Choja. Now, Jika might find it useful for those lower fields to be connected, perhaps with a plank bridge, so the Nidra calves can cross without injuring their legs.
Recalling the stray note Sezu had left penned in one corner of a very tattered map, Mara stifled a smile. As if conceding a favour, she added,
Lord Jiddu, I am willing to cancel your debt in exchange for the land and all privileges granted along with it. Also, you will vow not to oppose the Acoma for the remainder of your life.
The wizened Hadonra stiffened in poorly hidden alarm. He whispered in his master's ear. The Lord of the Tuscarora heard him, then smiled unctuously at Mara.
As long as the Tuscarora are allowed access to the Imperial Highway for our wagons, I'll agree.
The Lady of the Acoma returned a gracious wave of her fan.
But of course, your workers may drive your wagons down the gully to the highway any time they wish, Lord Jiddu.
Done!
Lord Jiddu's cheeks bulged into a smile.
My word upon it, and gladly.
Then, in an attempt to reduce tensions, he bowed low.
I also salute your courage and wisdom, lady, that this unfortunate confrontation has brought a closer bond between our two families.
Mara gestured to Papawayo, who helped her rise.
I'll have your vow, Jiddu. Bring out your family sword.
For a moment, there was tension in the air again, for Mara was publicly demanding the most sacred oath in place of a simple assurance. Still, until the Tuscarora fields were clear of Acoma warriors, Lord Jiddu dared not protest. He sent a servant to fetch the ancient sword of his forefathers, one as old as any in the Empire, precious steel wrapped in a simple sheath of cane wood. While Mara and her officer looked on, the Lord of the Tuscarora gripped the hilt and pronounced his oath to abide by his promise in the name of his ancestors. At last satisfied, Mara gestured to her soldiers. They helped her back into her blood-stained litter. Her face seemed pale as she lay back in her cushions. Gently, her retinue lifted her onto their shoulders. As they prepared to carry their wounded mistress home, Mara nodded at the Lord of the Tuscarora.
The debt is met fairly, Jiddu.
I will gladly tell anyone who asks that the Lord of the Tuscarora is a man of honour, who meets his obligations without flinching. Then she added pointedly, and abides by his promises. All will know your word is your bond. The Lord of the Tuscarora stood unflinching under the sting of her sarcasm. He had underrated her, and had lost a great deal of prestige through the mistake. But at least the breach of honour would not become public knowledge, and for that small grace he thanked the heavens. When the Acoma retinue was safely away from the Tuscarora house, Mara closed her eyes and hid her face in her hands. Alarmed, Papawayo stepped closer to the litter.
"You took a very great risk, my lady, yet you triumphed."
Mara's reply came muffled through her hands. "Many brave men were killed." Papawayo nodded.
"But they died like warriors, mistress. Those who gained honour at your command will sing your praises before the gods."
He fell silent then, for the litter seemed to be shaking.
"My lady?"
Papawayo looked to see what ailed his mistress. Behind the shield of her palms, Mara was weeping with anger. Papawayo left her to her own release for a time, then said,
"If the gully is flooded, the Lord of the Tuscarora will have no easy way to take his crops to market."
Mara's hands came down. Despite red eyes and a white face, her expression showed crafty triumph. "If Jiddu is forced to use the long pass around the gorge to reach the Imperial Highway, his chuchola will spoil with mould by the time it reaches Sulankur. That will cause hardship for my lord of the Tuscarora, for I doubt he'll be able to pay the toll I will impose upon use of my Nidra bridge." When Papawayo turned curious eyes upon his mistress, she added, "You heard Jiddu vow never to oppose the Acoma? Well, that is a start. That fat dog will be my first vassal. Within the season, Pape. Within the season." The Acoma strike leader marched along, considering what this young woman had accomplished since he had accompanied Kyoke to the temple to bring her home. He nodded once to himself. Yes, Jiddu of the Tuscarora would bend his knee before Mara, or else forfeit his harvest. Such were the ways of the game, and Mara had gained the victory. There could be no doubt. The brightly painted litter sitting in the dooryard of the Acoma estate house confirmed that Bruley of the Kehotara awaited the lady of the Acoma. Mara reined in her irritation. Returned from the hive of the Choja, whose growing queen had offered wonderful balms for healing Mara's shoulder, the young woman dismissed her bearers and escort. She must at least offer her personal greeting before giving Bruley an excuse to quit her presence, or else risk insult to the Kehotara. Which, Mara considered, might just be one of the reasons the lord of the Minowanabi had dispatched his vassal's handsome son to the Acoma estate. Misa, the prettier of her personal maids, waited just inside the door. She held a comb and brush, and one arm was draped with a richly embroidered overrobe, whose colours would set off her mistress's dark eyes. Recognizing the hand of Nicoya in the appointing of the welcoming committee, Mara submitted without comment. With the slightest of frowns marring her brow, she stood while Misa's hands expertly arranged her hair into a knot fastened with jewelled pins. The overrobe fastened in front with a row of flimsy ribbons, yet hid the white bandage that dressed the wound on her upper arm. Questioning Nicoya's taste, Mara nodded briskly for Misa to retire, then made her way to the great hall where Nicoya was entertaining her guest in her absence. The young son of the Kehotara rose and bowed formally on her entrance. He wore a costly robe buttoned with sapphires, the high cut of the hem and sleeves showing his legs and arms to good advantage. "Bruley, how pleasant to see you again.
Mara sat on the cushions opposite the young man, bemused by his changed appearance. He was a good-looking man. Inwardly she considered that most young ladies would have been flattered, even anxious to be the focus of this suitor's attention. His smile almost glowed, and his charm was undeniable. In some ways, it was a pity he was born to a noble house, for he could easily have been a master of the reed life, and retired wealthy from the rewards of sharing his charms with powerful clients. "My lady, I am pleased to see you again." Bruley seated himself, neatly tucking his sandals beneath his calves. "I trust the business with your neighbour went well?" Mara nodded absently. "Merely a small debt from Jiddu to my late Lord Buntercarpy that needed settlement. The matter has been resolved." A flicker of interest stirred in the eyes of the young man, at odds with his languid expression. Reminded that Bruley might himself be an agent for the Minwanabi, Mara steered the conversation away from her contention with Lord Jiddu. "My outing this morning has left me tired and hot. If you will join me, I will have my servant bring wine and cakes to the garden." To allow her tactic time to have effect, she seized upon the simplest excuse. "I will meet you there after I change into a more comfortable robe." Nakoya nodded almost imperceptibly, telling Mara that her delay had been opportune. The young suitor bowed. While a servant led him away, the first adviser to the Akoma hurried to her mistress's side, her usual grouchy manner replaced by solicitude.
"Did the Choja ease your pain?"
"Yes."
Mara fingered the ribbons on the overrobe.
"Now, mother of my heart, will you explain to me what this silly frippery has to do with our plans for young Bruley?"
Nakoya's eyes widened with evil delight.
"Ah, Marani, you have much to learn of the ways of men."
Taking her charge firmly by the hand, she towed her off to her private quarters.
"This afternoon, you must do your best to be the temptress, my lady. I have selected appropriate raiment for you to wear after your bath."
Crossing the threshold, Nakoya displayed a conspirator's excitement. Servants could be heard pouring bath water behind the small folding partition, and several items of clothing had been neatly laid out upon the sleeping mat. Mara regarded her adviser's chosen outfit with a sceptical eye.
"Nakoya, several pieces seem to be missing."
Nakoya smiled. She gathered up the skimpy lounging robe, commonly worn by ladies in the privacy of their own quarters. Nudity, per se, was not a social difficulty. Adults and children of both sexes bathed together, and a small loincloth for swimming was optional. But, like most things involved with courtship, provocation was a condition of the mind. Worn in the garden, in the presence of a stranger, this slight gown would prove more alluring than if Mara had invited Bruley to swim naked with her. Nakoya ran old fingers over the gauzy fabric, her manner suddenly serious.
"For my small plan to work, Bruley must become motivated by more than the wish to please his father. If he comes to desire you, he will do things he otherwise would never consider. You must act as flirtatiously as you are able."
Mara almost winced.
"Shall I simper?"
She turned sideways, surrendering the lace fan to one of the servants who arrived to remove her travelling robes.
"That might not hurt."
Nakoya stepped over to a chest and fished out a small vial. Then she hummed softly over the splash of the bath water. The song was an ancient courting tune she remembered from her youth. Presently, Mara emerged from behind the screen, swathed in soft towels. The old woman waved the servants aside and dabbed an exotic essence upon the girl's shoulders and wrists, and between her breasts. Then she lifted the towels aside. Regarding the nude form of her mistress, she resisted an impulse to cackle.
"You've a fine, healthy body on you, Mara Annie.
If you could practice a little more grace and elegance in your movement, you could have all the blood gone from his head in a minute.
Not at all convinced, Mara turned towards the reflecting glass, a costly gift from a clan leader on her wedding day. Against its dark patina, a dimmer shadow returned her gaze. Childbirth had left a minimum of stretch marks, the result of constant ministration of special oils during her pregnancy. Her breasts were slightly larger than before Ayaki's conception, but her stomach was as flat as ever. After giving birth to her son, she had begun the practice of Tan Che, the ancient formal dance that strengthened the body while keeping it limber. But Mara found little attractive in her slender form, particularly after having seen Tiani's charms.
"I'm going to feel terribly silly,"
she confided to her image in the glass. Nevertheless, she allowed the servants to dress her in the skimpy robe with several pieces of flashing jewellery and a ribbon upon her right ankle. Billowy sleeves concealed the dressing on her upper arm. Humming loudly now, Nicoya stepped behind her mistress and gathered her hair on top of her head, binding it with ivory and jade pins. She fussed and allowed a few wisps to dangle artfully down around Mara's face.
There. Men like the slightly dishevelled look. It puts them in mind of what ladies look like in the morning.
"Bleary-eyed and puffy-faced,"
Mara almost laughed.
Bah!
Nicoya shook her finger, deadly serious.
You have yet to learn what most women guess by instinct, Mara Ani. Beauty is as much attitude as face and form. If you enter the garden like an empress, slowly, moving as if every man who sees you is your slave, Bruley would ignore a dozen pretty dancing girls to take you to his bed. As much as managing your estates, this skill is necessary for a ruling lady. Remember this. Move slowly. When you sit or sip your wine, be as elegant as you can, like a woman of the reed life when she struts on her balcony over the streets. Smile and listen to Bruley as if everything he says is stunningly brilliant, and should he jest, for the God's sake laugh, even if the joke is poor. And if your robes move and part a little, let him peek a bit before you cover up. I wish this son of the Kehotara to be snorting after you like a Nidra bull at breeding time.
"Your plan had better prove worthwhile,"
said Mara with distaste. She ran her fingers through jingling layers of necklaces.
"I feel like a merchant's mannequin. But I will try to act like Bunto's little whore Tiani, if you think advantage will come of it."
Then her voice gained an edge.
"Understand this, though, mother of my heart. I will not take this young collie bird to bed."
Nicoya smiled at her reference to the finely plumed birds kept by many nobles for their beauty.
A collie bird he is, mistress, and my plan requires that he show us his finest plumage.
Mara looked heavenward, then nodded. She started her usual brisk walk, but remembered to move out the door with her best imitation of a woman of the reed life. Attempting to be languid in her approach to the young suitor, Mara blushed with embarrassment. She thought her entrance was exaggerated to the point of silliness, but Bruley sat up straight upon his cushions. He smiled broadly and jumped to his feet, bowing deferentially to the lady of the Acoma, all the while his eyes drank in her image. Once Mara was installed upon her cushions, the young man might even have poured her wine himself, but the servant, who was actually Arakasi, accomplished the service before him. His manner showed no trace of distrust, but Mara knew he would never let his mistress accept any cup touched by a vassal of the Minwanabe. Aware suddenly that Bruley had ceased talking, Mara flashed him a brilliant smile.
Then, almost shyly, she lowered her eyes and pretended intent interest. His conversation seemed trivial, concerning people and events of seemingly little consequence, but she listened to the gossip of the court and cities as if the subjects fascinated her, and she laughed at Bruley's attempts at wit. Arakasi directed the house slaves, who came and went with trays of wine-soaked fruit. As Bruley's breath smelt more and more strongly of spirits, his tongue loosened, and his laughter boomed across the garden. Once or twice he rested his fingers lightly on Mara's wrist, and though she was not in the least bit intoxicated, his gentleness sent a thrill through her body. Idly, she wondered whether Nicoya was right, and there was more to love between man and woman than Bunter Carpi's rough handling had shown. But her inner barriers stayed raised. Though to Mara the act was laughable, so awkward did she feel in the role of seductress, the detached observer within her noted that Bruley seemed entranced. His gaze never left her. Once, as she waved Arakasi back to pour more wine, the front of her robe parted slightly. As Nicoya had advised, she hesitated before closing the gap. Bruley's lashes widened, and his pretty eyes seemed nailed to the slight swell of bosom revealed. How odd, she thought, that a man so handsome should be moved by such a thing. He must have had many women. Why should another not bore him? But Nicoya's wisdom was ancient. Mara followed her adviser's lead, and a little later allowed her hem to creep upward slightly. Bruley stumbled over his words. Smiling, sipping wine to hide his clumsiness, he still could not help staring at the slowly increasing expanse of her thigh. Nicoya had been right. Testing further, Mara said,
"Bruley, I must beg your leave to retire. But I hope you will have time to return to us in—"
She pouted, as if thought were very difficult for her, then smiled,
"Say 2 days?"
She rose with all the grace she could muster, artfully allowing her robe to fall more open than before. Bruley's colour deepened. To Mara's gratification, he returned an emphatic assurance that he would return upon her pleasure. Then he sighed, as if 2 days seemed a long period. Mara left the garden, aware that he watched her until she disappeared into the shadows of the house. Nicoya waited at the first door, the glint in her eyes revealing that she had observed the entire hour's conversation. "Do all men have their brains between their legs?" Mara inquired. Frowning, she compared Bruley's behaviour to what she remembered of her father's stern manner and her brother's rakish charm. Nicoya hustled her mistress briskly away from the screen.
"Most, thank the gods."
Pausing before the door to Mara's quarters, she added,
"Mistress, women have few means to rule their own lives. You have the rare fortune to be a ruling lady. The rest of us live at the whim of our lords or husbands or fathers, and what you have just practiced is the mightiest weapon at our command. Fear the man who doesn't desire a woman, for he will see you only as a tool or a foe."
Almost gloatingly she patted Mara's shoulder.
"But our young Corley bird is smitten, I think, as much as working on his father's behalf. Now, I will hurry to reach him in the outer courtyard before he takes his leave. I have a few suggestions on how he may win you."
Mara watched the old woman hurry energetically away, hairpins leaning precariously to the left. Shaking her head at the follies of life, she wondered what Nicoya would advise this silly young suitor from the Kehotara. Then she decided she would consider that in a hot tub. This display of womanly charms for the purpose of inflaming Bruley had left her feeling slightly soiled. Chapter 13. Seduction. The boy's eyes opened wide.
Seated on his mat before the outer screen, the runner turned towards his mistress with a wondering look upon his face. The boy was new to his post, and Mara guessed his expression portended an impressive arrival in the dooryard. She dismissed the new warriors, both recruited only that morning. They took their bows, and, as a servant arrived to show them to their barracks, Mara inquired of her runner, "Is it Bruley of the Kehotara?" Young and still easily impressed, the slave boy nodded quickly. Mara stretched briefly and arose from amid stacks of parchments and tallies. Then she, too, stared in amazement. Bruley approached the great house in an ornate litter, obviously new, with ribbons of pearl and shell inlay gleaming in the morning sunlight. He had dressed in silk robes, bordered in elaborate embroidery, and his head covering was set with tiny sapphires to enhance the colour of his eyes. Kehotara vanity did not end there. As if watching a pageant from a child's tale, Mara noticed that his litter-bearers were uniformly matched in height and physical perfection. With none of the ragged, beaten look of toil, these slaves were like young gods, tall and muscular, with bodies oiled like athletes. A full dozen musicians accompanied the Kehotara honour guard. They played well and loudly upon horns and viols as Bruley made his entrance. Bemused, Mara waved for a servant to tidy the scrolls, while Misa helped her refresh her appearance. Nakoya had been up to her own machinations. On his last 3 visits, the Akoma first adviser had fended the boy off, warning of her mistress's impatience with a suitor who did not display his wealth as a sign of ardour. Twice Bruley had dined in the garden, Mara again feeling like a piece of meat on display at a butcher's stall. But each time she laughed at some stupid joke or feigned surprise at some revelation about one or another lord in the High Council, Bruley was genuinely pleased. He seemed totally infatuated with her. At their last meeting, Mara had briefly allowed him to express his passion with a parting kiss, deftly disentangling herself from his embrace as his hands closed around her shoulders. He had called out an entreaty, but she ducked through the doorway, leaving him aroused and confused in the dappled moonlight of the garden. Nakoya had seen him to his litter, then returned with the certainty that the young man's frustration served to fan his desire. Scented, and wearing tiny bells on her wrists, Mara slipped into a shamelessly scanty robe. Where was Nakoya finding them, she wondered. Misa patted her mistress's hair into place and fastened it with pins of emerald and jade. Then, her appearance complete, Mara left with mincing steps to greet her suitor. When at last she appeared, Bruley's eyes widened with glowing admiration. He stepped somewhat awkwardly from his litter, his back stiff and his weight centred carefully over his sandals. Mara had to suppress a laugh. His costly robes and headdress were obviously heavy and uncomfortable. The ties on the sleeves looked as if they pinched mightily, and the wide belt, with its coloured stitching, surely was constricting and hot. Yet Bruley bore up with every appearance of enjoying himself. He smiled brilliantly at Mara and allowed her to lead him into the cool shadow of the estate house. Seated in a room overlooking the garden with its fountain, Mara called for wine with fruit and pastries. As always, Bruley's conversation bored her, but at his usual post by the wine tray, Arakasi gleaned some useful bits of information. The spy master had connected several of Bruley's remarks to things already learned by his agents. Mara never ceased to be astonished at the information her spy master was able to divine from seemingly trivial gossip. In private talks that followed Bruley's visits, Arakasi had fashioned some interesting theories about activities in the High Council. If his speculation was correct, very soon the Blue Wheel Party would unilaterally withdraw from the war upon the barbarian world. The warlord's grandiose campaign would be seriously hampered. Should this occur, the Anasati, The Minwanabi and Almecho's other allies would certainly be pressured by demands for more support. Mara wondered if Jingu would step up his attempts to eliminate her before the Minwanabi were forced to turn their energies elsewhere. Bruley's chatter faltered, and belatedly Mara realised she had lost the thread of his conversation. She filled in with an endearing smile, unaware that the expression made her strikingly pretty. Bruley's eyes warmed in response. His emotion was entirely genuine, and, for a moment, Mara wondered how she would feel in his arms, compared to the unpleasantness she had endured with Buntakapi. Then Arakasi leaned to slap an insect, and his clothing jostled the wine tray. The unexpected movement caused Bruley to start, one hand flying to the dagger hidden in his sash. In an instant, the solicitous suitor was transformed into a Sirani warrior, all taut muscle and cold eyes. Mara's moment of sentiment died. This man might be more civilized in his manner, more charming in his speech, more beautiful in body and face than the brute she had once married, but his heart was stern and commanding. Like Buntakapi, he would kill or cause pain on the impulse of the instant, without even pausing for thought. That recognition angered Mara, as if for an instant she had longed for something from this man, any man. That this longing was a vain hope roused an irrational instinct to fight back. Feigning discomfort from the heat, Mara fanned herself, then pulled her bodice open and exposed most of her breasts to Bruley's view. The effect was immediate. The young man's battle instincts relaxed, like the claws of a sarcat sheathed in softness. Another kind of tension claimed him, and he shifted closer to her. Mara smiled, a ruthless gleam in her eyes. The small bells on her wrist sang in perfect sevenths as she brushed the young man's arm with a seemingly casual touch.
I don't know what is wrong with me, Bruley, but I find the warmth oppressive. Would you care to bathe?
The young man all but tore his finery in his haste to rise to his feet. He extended a hand to Mara, and she allowed him to raise her from the cushions without rearranging her clothing. Her robe gaped further, and Bruley caught a teasing glimpse of small but nicely formed breasts and the hint of a taut stomach. Mara smiled as she noted the focus of his attention. With slow, provocative movements, she rebound her sash, while small beads of perspiration sparkled into being beneath Bruley's headdress.
You look very hot,
she observed. The young man regarded her with unfeigned adoration.
I am always aflame with passion for you, my lady.
This time Mara encouraged his boldness.
Wait here one moment,
she said, and, smiling in open invitation, stepped out to find Nicoya. The old woman sat just out of sight behind the screen, a piece of embroidery in her lap. Mara noticed incongruously that the stitches were remarkably incoherent. Grateful to see that her first adviser required no explanation of what had passed in the chamber by the garden, she relayed swift instructions.
I think we have our young jiggerbird cock ready to crow. Order the bath drawn. When I dismiss the attendants, allow us 15 minutes alone. Then send in my runner with a message coded urgent and have Misa ready.
Mara paused, a flash of uncertainty showing through.
You did say she admired the man.
Nicoya returned a regretful shake of her head.
Ah, daughter, do not worry for Misa. She likes men.
Mara nodded and started to return to her suitor. But Nicoya touched her wrist, the chime of tiny bells muffled in her wrinkled palm.
Lady, be cautious. Your house guards will see to your safety, but you play a dangerous game. You must judge carefully how far to push Bruley. He may become too impassioned to stop, and having Pape kill him for attempted rape would do the Akoma great harm at this point.
Mara considered her meagre experience with men and chose prudence.
Send the runner 10 minutes after we enter.
Go now.
Nicoya released her mistress with a pat of her hand. The old nurse smiled in the shadow. Thank the gods she had not needed to lie. Misa was Mara's prettiest maid, and her appetite for handsome men was a subject of shameless gossip among the servants. She would play her part with unfeigned joy. Attendants emptied the last pitchers of cool water into the tub, bowed, and retired, closing the screen. Mara released Bruley's hand. The bells on her wrists tinkled sweetly as, with dance-like movements, she unfastened her sash and allowed her robe to slide off her shoulders. Beaded ornaments concealed the scar of her wound, and the silk sighed over her ivory skin, slipping past her waist and over the curve of her hips. As it drifted around her ankles to the floor, Mara lifted one bare foot, then the other, at last stepping free of the folds. She mounted the steps to the top of the wooden tub, remembering to hold her stomach flat and her chin up. At the corner of her vision, she saw Bruley frantically shedding costly clothing. Her game with the robe had brought the young man close to the point of losing decorum. When he tore off his loincloth, she witnessed the proof of her effect upon him. Mara refrained from laughing by only a signal act of will. How silly men could look when excited. Bruley stretched. Confident that his body was worthy of admiration, he bounded to the tub, submerging his slender hips with a satisfied sound, as if he simply wished to soak. Mara knew better. Bruley had hoped for this moment, fretting with keenest anticipation for the better part of the week. He opened his arms, inviting Mara to join him. She smiled instead, and took up a vial and a cake of scented soap. The priceless metal bells on her wrists chimed with her movements as she poured fragrant oils upon the surface of the water. Rainbows shimmered into being around Bruley's athletic form. He closed his eyes in contentment while the bells moved behind him and small hands began to soap his back.
"You feel very nice,"
murmured Bruley. Her hands melted away like ghosts. The bells sang a last shower of sound and fell silent, and the water rippled gently. Bruley opened his eyes to find Mara in the tub before him, soaping her slender body with sensuous abandon. He licked his lips, unaware of the calculation in her pretty eyes. By the sloppy smile on his face, Mara guessed she was acting the part of the seductress convincingly. The man's breathing became nearly as heavy as Buntercarpi's. Unsurprised when Bruley seized another cake of soap and reached out to help, Mara twisted gracefully away and sank to her neck in the water. Suds and rainbows of oil veiled her form, and as Bruley stretched powerful hands towards her, the lady forestalled him with a smile.
"No, let me."
Bath oils lapped the brim of the tub as she came to his side and playfully pushed his head under. The young man came up sputtering and laughing and grabbed, but Mara had slid behind him. Tantalizingly, she began slowly to wash his hair. Bruley shivered with pleasure as he imagined the feel of her hands on other parts of his body. The hair washing worked downwards, became a gentle massage of his neck and back. Bruley pressed backwards, feeling the twin points of Mara's breasts against his shoulders. He reached over his head for her, but her elusive hand slithered forwards, caressing his collarbone and chest. Aware of the quiver in his flesh, Mara hoped her runner would appear promptly. She was running out of ploys to delay, and, in an odd way she had not anticipated, her own loins had begun to tighten. The sensation frightened her, for Buntercarpi's attentions had never made her feel this way. The scented soap filled the air with blossom fragrance, and the light of afternoon through the coloured screens made the bathing room a soft, gentle place for lovers. But Mara knew that it could just as easily be a place for killing, with Pape waiting with his hand on his sword just out of sight behind the screen. This man was a vassal of the Minwanabi, an enemy, and she must not lose control. Tentatively, she rubbed her hand down Bruley's stomach. He shivered and smiled at her, just as the screen swished back to admit the breathless form of her runner.
Mistress, I beg forgiveness, but your Hadonna reports a message of the highest importance.
Mara feigned a look of disappointment and raised herself from the tub. Servants rushed in with towels, and Bruley, tormented by lust, stared dumbly at the last glistening patches of nude flesh to disappear into the linens. Mara listened to the imaginary message and turned with open regret.
Bruley, I am most apologetic, but I must leave and tend to an unexpected matter.
She bit her lip, ready with an excuse should he ask what had arisen. But his mind was so preoccupied with disappointment, he only said, "Can't it wait?"
No,
Mara gestured helplessly.
I'm afraid not.
Water sloshed as Bruley raised himself to object. Mara hastened solicitously to his side and pressed him back into the bath.
Your pleasure need not be spoiled.
She smiled every inch the caring hostess and called to one of her attendants.
Misa, Bruley has not finished his bathing. I think you should stay and tend him.
The prettiest of the towel-bearers stepped forward and, without hesitation, stripped off her robe and undergarments. Her figure was soft, even stunning, but Bruley ignored her, watching only Mara as she donned her clean robes and left the room. The door closed gently behind her. The son of Lord of the Kehotara drove a fist splashing into the bath water. Then, reluctantly, he noticed the maid. His frustration faded away, replaced by a hungry smile. He dived through suds and broken patches of sweet oils and grabbed her by the shoulders. Hidden beyond the door, Mara did not wait to see the finale, but eased the slight crack in the screen soundlessly closed. Nakoya and Papewayo followed her a short way down the corridor.
You were right, Nakoya. I acted the Empress, and he hardly noticed Misa until after I left.
A faint splash echoed from the bathing room, punctuated by a girlish squeal.
He seems to have noticed her now, Papewayo ventured.
Nakoya brushed this away as unimportant.
Misa will only whet his appetite all the more. He will now burn to have you, daughter. I think you have learned more of men than I had judged. Still, it is good Bruley remained calm in your presence. Had Pape had to kill him...
She let the thought go unfinished.
Well, he didn't.
Irritable and strangely sickened, Mara dismissed the subject.
Now I will go and shut myself away in the study. Tell me when Bruley has finished with Misa and departed.
She dismissed her first strike leader and first adviser with a wave. Only the runner remained, his boy's legs stretching in imitation of a warrior's long stride. For once, his antics did not amuse.
"Send Jikan to the study," Mara instructed him curtly. "I have plans concerning that land we acquired from the Lord of the Tuscarora."
Mara hurried purposefully forward, but a screech of infant laughter melted her annoyance. Ayaki was awakened from his midday nap. Indulgently smiling, Mara changed course for the nursery. Intrigue and the great game of the council could wait until after she had visited her son. When next he arrived to court Mara, Bruley of the Kehotara was accompanied by a dozen dancers, all expert in their art, who spun and jumped with astonishing athletic grace as a full score of musicians played. The litter that followed this procession was yet another new one, bedecked with metal and fringed with beaded gems. Mara squinted against the dazzle of reflected sunlight and judged her suitor's style was approaching the pomp favoured by the Lord of the Anasazi. She whispered to Nakoya,
"Why does each entrance become more of a circus?"
The old woman rubbed her hands together.
I've told your young suitor that you appreciate a man who can proudly display his wealth to the world, though I wasn't quite that obvious.
Mara returned a sceptical glance.
How did you know he would listen?
Nicoya waved airily at the young man who leaned hopefully out of his litter, that he might catch a glimpse of the lady he came to court.
Daughter, have you not learned even now? Love can make fools of even the best men.
Mara nodded, at last understanding why her former nurse had insisted she play the wanton. Bruley could never have been coerced into spending such a fortune simply to carry out his father's wishes. That morning, Arakasi had received a report that the boy had come near to bankrupting the already shaky financial standing of the Kehotara. His father, Mikasi, would fare awkwardly if he had to appeal to Jingo's good graces to save his honour.
To get between your legs, that boy would spend his father's centilers.
With a shake of her head, Nicoya said,
He is to be pitied a little. Serving up Misa in your stead has done what you wished, only heightened his appetite for you. The fool has fallen passionately in love.
The first adviser's comment was nearly lost in a fanfare of horns. Vielle players ripped into a finale of arpeggios as Bruley's party mounted the steps to the estate house and entered the garden. The dancers simultaneously twirled, dropping in a semicircle of bows before Mara, as Bruley made his appearance. Now his black hair was crimped into ringlets, and his arms bore heavy bracelets of chased enamel work. As he came over to Mara, his strut faltered. Instead of the skimpy robe he had come to expect, she was wearing a formal white robe with long sleeves and a hemline well below her knees. Though he sensed some difficulty, he managed his bow with grace. "My lady," he said as he waved his retinue aside. Mara motioned for her servants to stand apart. Frowning a little, as if she struggled with disappointment too great to hide, she said,
Bruley, I have come to understand something.
She lowered her eyes.
I have been alone, and you are a very handsome man. I have acted poorly.
She finished the rest in a rush.
I have let desire rule my judgment, and now I discover that you think me another silly woman to add to your list of conquests.
But no, interrupted Bruley, instantly concerned. I think you a paragon among women, Mara. His voice softened almost to reverence. More than that, I love you, Mara. I would never consider conquest concerning a woman I wish to wed. His sincerity swayed Mara for only a second. Despite his beauty, Bruley was but another vain young warrior with little gift for thought or wisdom. Mara stepped back as he reached for her.
I wish to believe you, Bruley, but your own actions deny your pretty words. Just 2 nights ago you found my maid an easy substitute for—
How easily the lie came, she thought.
I was ready to give myself to you, sweet Bruley. But I find you are simply another adventurer of the heart, and I, a poor, plain widow.
Bruley dropped immediately to one knee, a servant's gesture, and shocking for its sincerity. He began earnestly to profess his love, but Mara turned sharply away.
I cannot hear this. It breaks my heart.
Feigning injury too great to support, she fled the garden. As the tap of her sandals faded into the house, Bruley slowly rose from his knees. Finding Nicoya by his elbow, he gestured in embarrassed confusion. Ancient mother, if she will not listen to me, how may I prove my love? Nicoya clucked understandingly and patted the young man's arm, steering him deftly through musicians and dancers to his dazzlingly appointed litter.
Girls have little strength, Bruley. You must be gentle and patient. I think some small gift
gift or another, sent with a letter, or better, a poem, might sway her heart? Perhaps one a day, until she calls you back."
Touching the fringes with admiring hands, Nicoya said,
"You had her won, you know. Had you shown restraint enough to leave that maid alone, she surely would have become your wife."
Frustration became too much for Bruley. "But I thought she wished me to take the girl." His rings rattled as he folded his arms in pique. "The maid was certainly bold enough in the tub, and it's not the first time I have been given a servants for sport by my host." Nicoya played the role of grandmother to the limit of her ability.
"Ah, you poor boy. You know so little about the heart of a female. I wager no woman you paid court to ever sent her maids to warm your bed."
She wagged her finger under his nose.
"It was another man who did so, eh?"
Bruley stared at the fine gravel of the path, forced to admit she was correct. Nicoya nodded briskly.
"See, it was, in a manner of speaking, a test."
As his eyes began to narrow, she said,
"Not by design, I assure you. Simply put, had you dressed and left at once, my mistress would have been yours for the asking. Now—"
Bruley flung back crimped locks and groaned.
"What am I to do?" "As I said, gifts."
Nicoya's tone turned chiding.
"And I think you should prove your passion may be answered only by true love. Send away those girls you keep at your hostelry in the city."
Bruley stiffened in immediate suspicion. "You have spies? How else could you know I have 2 women of the reed life at my quarters in the city?" Though Arakasi's operatives had indeed proved that fact, Nicoya only nodded in ancient wisdom.
"See, I guessed right. And if an old, simple woman such as myself can guess, then so must my lady."
Short and wizened beside the proud warrior, she ushered him to the dooryard where his litter waited.
"You must go, young Master Bruley. If your heart is to win its reward, you must not be seen talking overlong with me. My lady might suspect me of advising you, and that would never please her. Go quickly, and be unstinting in the proof of your devotion."
The son of Mekasi reluctantly settled onto his cushions. His slaves shouldered the poles of his gaudy litter, and, like clockwork toys, the musicians began to play the appointed recessional. Dancers whirled in joyful gyrations until a carping shout from their master ended their display. The vials scraped and fell silent, and a last tardy horn player set the needrables bellowing in the pastures. How fitting that his send-off came from the beasts, Nicoya thought as, in a sombre band, his cortege departed for Solanqueux. The hot sun of midday wilted the flower garlands on the heads of the dancers and slaves, and almost the Acoma First Advisor felt sorry for the young man. Almost. The gifts began to arrive the next day. A rare bird that sang a haunting song came first, with a note in fairly bad poetry. Nicoya read it after Mara had laid it aside and commented,
"The calligraphy is well practiced. He must have spent a few dimmies hiring a poet to write this."
"Then he wasted his wealth. It's awful." Mara waved for a servant to clear away the colourful paper wrappings that had covered the bird's cage. The bird itself hopped from perch to reed perch, singing its tiny heart out. Just then, Arakasi bowed at the entrance of the study.
"My lady, I have discovered the identity of the Kahotara agent."
As an afterthought, Mara directed the slaves to carry the bird to another chamber. As its warble diminished down the corridor, she said, "Who?" Arakasi accepted her invitation to enter.
One of Bruli's servants hurried to send a message warning his father of his excesses, I think. But the odd thing is, another slave, a porter, also left his master's own house to meet with a vegetable seller. Their discussion did not concern produce, and it seems likely he was a Minwanabi agent.
Mara twined a bit of ribbon between her fingers.
Has anything been done?
Arakasi understood her perfectly.
The first man had an unfortunate accident. His message fell into the hands of another vegetable seller who, it so chances, hates Jingu.
The spy master withdrew a document from his robe, which he gravely offered to Mara.
You still smell like seshi tubers,
the lady of the Akoma accused gently, then went on to read the note.
Yes, this proves your suppositions. It also suggests that Bruli had no idea he had a second agent in his party.
Arakasi frowned, as he always did when he read things upside down.
If that figure is accurate, Bruli is close to placing his father in financial peril.
The spy master paused to stroke his chin.
With Jikan's guidance, I convinced many of the craftsmen and merchants to delay their bills until we wish them sent. Here, the Akoma benefit from your practice of prompt payment.
Mara nodded in acknowledgement.
How much grace does that leave the Kahotara?
Little. How long could any merchant afford to finance Bruli's courtship? Soon they will send to the Lord of the Kahotara's Hadonra for payment. I would love to be an insect upon the wall watching when he receives that packet of bills.
Mara regarded her spy master keenly.
You have more to say.
Arakasi raised his brows in surprise.
You have come to know me very well.
But his tone implied a question. Silently, Mara pointed to the foot he tapped gently on the carpet.
When you're finished, you always stop.
The spy master came close to a grin.
Sorceress,
he said admiringly. Then his voice sobered.
The Blue Wheel Party has just ordered all their force commanders back from Mid-Kemia, as we had suspected they might.
Mara's eyes narrowed.
Then we have little time left to deal with this vain and foolish boy. Within a few days, his father will send for him, even if he hasn't discovered the perilous state of his finances.
She tapped absently with the scroll while she considered her next move.
Arakasi, watch for any attempts to send a messenger to Bruli before Nakoya convinces him to make me a gift of that litter. And, old mother, the moment he does, call him to visit.
Mara's gaze lingered long upon her two advisers.
And hope we can deal with him before his father orders him to kill me.
Bruli sent a new gift each of the next 4 days. The servants piled them in one corner of Mara's study until Nakoya commented sourly that the room resembled a market stall. The accumulation was impressive. Costly robes of the finest silk, exotic wines and fruits, imported to the Central Empire at great cost, gems and even metal jewellery. At the last, on the 5th day following the afternoon she had sent the young man away, the fabulous litter had arrived. Then Mara ordered Arakasi to send Bruli the second message, one intercepted scarcely the day before. The Lord of the Kahotara had at last received word of his son's excesses and sternly ordered the boy home at once. In his instructions, the angry old patriarch had detailed exactly what he thought of his son's irresponsible behaviour. Mara would have been amused, if not for Arakasi's agitation over how word of the incident had got through to the Kahotara Lord without his agent's knowledge. The spy master had touchy pride, and he regarded any failure, however slight, as a personal betrayal of his duty. Also, his discovery of the Minwanabi agent in Bruli's train had him concerned. If 2 agents, why not 3? But events progressed too swiftly to investigate the matter. Bruley of the Kehotara returned to the Akoma estate house, and Mara again attired herself in lounging robes and makeup to further confuse her importunate suitor as he bowed and entered her presence. The musicians were conspicuously absent, as were the fine clothes, the jewellery, and the crimped hair. Red-faced and ill at ease, the young man rushed through the formalities of greeting. With no apology for his rudeness, Bruley blurted, "Lady Mara, I thank the gods you granted me an audience." Mara forestalled him, seemingly unaware that his ardour was no longer entirely motivated by passion.
"I think I may have misjudged you, dear one."
She stared shyly at the floor.
"Perhaps you were sincere."
Then, glowing with appeal, she added,
"If you would stay to supper, we might speak again."
Bruley responded with an expression of transparent relief. A difficult conversation lay ahead of him, and the affair would be easier if Mara's sympathies were restored to him. Also, if he could come away with a promise of engagement, his father's rage would be less. The Akoma wealth was well established, and a few debts surely would be paid off with a minimum of fuss. Confident all would end well, Bruley waited while Mara instructed Jikan to assign quarters for Bruley's retinue. When the son of the Lord of the Kehotara had been led away, Mara returned to her study, where Arakasi waited once more in the guise of a vegetable seller. When she was certain of privacy, Mara said,
"When were you planning to leave?"
Arakasi halted his pacing, a shadow against shadow in the corner made dim by the piles of Bruley's gifts. The songbird sang incongruously pretty notes through his words. "Tonight, mistress." Mara threw a cloth over the cage, reducing the melody to a series of sleepy chirps.
"Can you wait another day or 2?
He shook his head.
"No longer than first light tomorrow. If I do not appear at a certain inn in Sulanque by noon and several other places over the next week, my replacement will become active. It would prove awkward if you ended up with 2 spy masters."
He smiled,
"And I would lose the services of a man very difficult to replace. If the matter is that vital, I can find other tasks for him and remain."
Mara sighed.
"No. We should see an end to this nonsense with the Kehotara boy by then. I want you to identify the Minwanabi agent in his retinue to Keoke, and tell him I will sleep in Nakoya's quarters tonight."
The songbird stopped its peeping as she finished.
"What would you think if I have Pape and Lujang keep watch in my quarters tonight?"
Arakasi paused.
"You think young Bruley plans to pay a late visit to your bed?"
"More likely an assassin from his retinue might try."
Mara shrugged.
"I have Bruley where I want him, but a little more discomfort on his part would serve us well. If someone roams the corridors tonight, I think we shall make it easy for him to reach my quarters."
"As always, you amaze me, mistress."
Arakasi bowed with irony and admiration.
"I will see your instructions reach Keoke."
In one smooth movement, the spy master melted into the shadows. His departure made no sound. He passed from the corridor unseen even by the maid, who came to tell Mara that her robes and her bath awaited, should she care to refresh herself before dinner. But one more item remained. Mara sent her runner for Nakoya, and informed the old woman that Bruley should now receive his father's overdue messages. In the gathering gloom of twilight, she added,
"Be sure to tell him they have just arrived."
An evil gleam lit Nakoya's eyes.
"May I carry them myself, mistress? I want to see his face when he reads them."
Mara laughed.
"You old terror! Give him the messages with all my blessing, and don't lie too extravagantly. The letters were delayed from town, which is more or less the truth."
She paused, hiding a moment of fear behind humour.
Do you think this will spare me his simpering during dinner?
But Nicoya had already departed on her errand, and the only answer Mara received was a sleepy twitter from the songbird. She shivered suddenly, needing a hot tub between herself and thoughts of the play she was about to complete against the Lord of the Kehotara. The oil lamps burned softly, shedding golden light over the table settings. Carefully prepared dishes steamed around a centrepiece of flowers, and chilled fish glistened against beds of fresh fruit and greenery. Clearly, the Akoma kitchen staff had laboured to prepare a romantic dinner for lovers, yet Bruley sat ill at ease on his cushions. He pushed the exquisite food here and there on his plate, his thoughts obviously elsewhere. Even the deep neckline of Mara's robe failed to brighten his spirits. At last, pretending confusion, the lady of the Akoma laid aside her napkin.
Why, Bruley, you seem all astir. Is something amiss?
My lady. The young man looked up, his blue eyes shadowed with distress. I hesitate to trouble you with my own difficulties, but... He coloured and looked down in embarrassment. Quite frankly, in my passion to win you, I have placed too large a debt upon my house. A painful pause followed. You will doubtless think less of me, and I risk losing stature in your eyes, but duty to my father requires that I beg a favour of you. Suddenly finding little to relish in Bruley's discomfort, Mara responded more curtly than she intended. What favour? She softened the effect by setting down her fork and trying to seem concerned. Of course, I will help if I can. Bruley sighed, his unhappiness far from alleviated. If you could find it within your heart to be so gracious, I need some of those gifts, the ones I sent. Could you possibly return them? His voice dropped and he swallowed. Not all, but perhaps the more expensive ones? Mara's eyes were pools of sympathy as she said, I think I might find it in my heart to help a friend, Bruley. But the night is young, and the cooks worked hard to please us. Why don't we forget these bothersome troubles and enjoy our banquet? At the first meal tomorrow we can resolve your difficulties. Though he had hoped for another answer, Bruley gathered his tattered pride and weathered the rest of the dinner. His conversation was unenthusiastic and his humour conspicuously absent, but Mara pretended not to notice. She called in a poet to read while servants brought sweet dishes and brandies, and in the end the drink helped, for the unfortunate son of the Kehotara eventually took his leave for bed. Plainly, he left without romantic advances, so he could pass the night painlessly in sleep. Mist rolled over the Nidra meadows, clinging in the hollows like silken scarves in the moonlight. Night birds called, counterpointed by the tread of an occasional sentry. But in the lady's chamber in the estate house, another sound intruded. Papawayo pushed one foot against Lujan's ribs. "What?" came the sleepy reply. "Our lady doesn't snore," Papawayo whispered. Yawning and scowling with offended dignity, Lujan said, "I don't snore." "Then you do a wonderful imitation." The first strike leader leaned on his spear, a silhouette against the moonlit screen. He hid his amusement, for he had come to like the former grey warrior. He appreciated Lujan for being a fine officer, far better than could have been hoped for, and because Lujan's nature was so different from Papawayo's own taciturnity. Suddenly, Papawayo stiffened, alerted by a soft scuff in the corridor. Lujan heard it also, for he left the rest of his protest unspoken.
The two Akoma officers exchanged silent hand signals and immediately came to an agreement. Someone who did not wish his movements to be overheard was approaching from the hallway outside. The stranger walked now not 6 paces from the screen. Earlier, Papawayo had placed a new mat at each intersection of the corridor beyond Mara's chamber. Anyone who approached her door would cause a rustle as he trod across the weave. That sound became their cue. Without speaking, Lujan drew his sword and took up position by the door. Papawayo leaned his spear against the garden lintel and unsheathed both a sword and dagger. Moonlight flashed upon Lacquer as he lay down upon Mara's mat, his weapons held close beneath the sheets. Long minutes went by. Then the screen to the hall by the garden slid soundlessly open. The intruder showed no hesitation, but leaped through the gap with his dagger drawn to stab. He bent swiftly over what he thought was the sleeping form of the Lady of the Akoma. Papawayo rolled to his right, coming up in a fighter's crouch, his sword and dagger lifted to parry. Blade sang on blade, while Lujan closed in behind the assassin, his intent to prevent him from bolting. Faint moonlight gave him away, as his shadow darted ahead of him across the floor. The assassin's blade cut into pillows, and jiggerbird feathers sailed upon the air like seed down. He rolled away and spun to his feet to discover himself trapped. Though he wore the garb of a porter, he responded with professional quickness and threw his dagger at Papawayo. The strike leader dodged aside. Without sound, the intruder launched himself past, twisting to avoid the sword that sliced at his back. He crashed through the paper screen and hit the pathway beyond at a full run. Hard on his heels, Lujan shouted, "He's in the garden!" Instantly, Akoma guards hurried through the corridors. Screens screeched open on all sides, and Kyoke strode into the turmoil, calling orders that were instantly obeyed. The warriors fanned out, beating the shrubs with their spears. Papawayo regained his feet and moved to join the search, but Kyoke lightly touched his shoulder.
"He got away?"
The first strike leader muttered a curse and answered what he knew from long experience would be the force leader's next question.
"He's hiding somewhere on the grounds. But you must ask Lujan to describe him. The moonlight was in his favor, where I saw nothing but a shadow."
He paused while Kyoke sent for the former bandit, and after a moment Papawayo added thoughtfully,
"He's of average size and left-handed, and his breath smelled strongly of Jomach pickles."
Lujan concluded the description.
"He wears the tunic and rope belt of a porter, but his sandals are soled with soft leather, not hardened Nidra hide."
Kyoke motioned to the 2 nearest soldiers and gave curt orders.
"Search the quarters given to the Kehotara porters. Find out which one is missing. He's our man."
A minute later, 2 other warriors arrived with a body slung limply between them. Both Papawayo and Lujan identified the assassin, and both regretted that he had found time to sink his second, smaller dagger into his victuals. Kyoke spat on the corpse.
"A pity he died in honour by the blade. No doubt he received permission from his master before undertaking this mission."
The force commander sent a man to call in the searchers, then added,
"At least the Miruanabe dog admitted the possibility of failure."
Mara must receive word of this event without more delay. Brusquely, Kyoke waved at the corpse.
"Dispose of this carrion, but save a piece by which he may be identified."
He ended with a nod to his strike leaders.
"Well done. Take the rest of the night for sleep."
Both men exchanged glances as the supreme commander of the Akoma forces stepped away into the night. Kyoke was seldom free with his praise. Then Lujan grinned and Papawayo nodded. In complete and silent understanding, the 2 men turned in the direction of the soldiers' commons to share a drink before well-earned rest. Bruley of the Kehotara arrived at breakfast looking wretchedly out of sorts. His handsome face was puffy and his eyes red, as if his sleep had been ridden with nightmares. Yet, almost certainly,
He had been agonizing over his predicament with the gifts rather than knowledge of the assassin his retinue had admitted to the Acoma household. After his loss of self-control at dinner, Mara doubted he had skill enough to pretend that no attempt had been made upon her life. She smiled half in pity.
My friend, you seem ill-disposed. Didn't you care for your accommodations last night?
Bruley dredged up his most engaging smile.
No, my lady. The quarters you gave me were most satisfactory, but...
He sighed, and his smile wilted.
I am simply under stress. Regarding that matter I mentioned last night, could I ask your indulgence and forbearance? If you could see your way clear...
Mara's air of cordiality vanished.
I don't think that would be prudent, Bruley.
The air smelled incongruously of fresh Thizer bread. Numbly conscious that breakfast foods cooled on the table, Bruley locked eyes with his hostess, his cheeks coloured in a most un-Sirani fashion.
My lady, he began, you seem unaware of the distress you cause me by denying this petition.
Mara said nothing, but signalled to someone waiting behind the screen to her left. Armour creaked in response, and Keoke stepped into view bearing the bloody head of the assassin. He laid the trophy without ceremony on the platter before the young suitor.
You know this man, Bruley?
The words were no question. Shocked by a tone of voice he had never heard from the Lady of the Acoma, but not by the barbarity upon his plate, Bruley paled.
He was one of my porters, lady. What has occurred?
The shadow of the officer fell across him, and the sunny chamber suddenly seemed cold. Mara's words were metal hard.
Assassin, not porter, Bruley.
The young man blinked, for an instant blank-faced. Then he slumped, a lock of black hair veiling his eyes. The admission came grudgingly.
My father's master,
he said, naming Jingu of the Minwanabi. Mara granted him a moment of respite while she bade her force commander to sit at her side. When Bruley summoned presence enough to meet her gaze, she nodded.
The man was without a doubt a Minwanabi agent, as you were for your father.
Bruley managed not to protest what he knew to be futile. His eyes lost their desperate look, and he said,
I ask a warrior's death, Mara.
Mara set her two hardened fists upon the tablecloth.
A warrior's death, Bruley.
She laughed with bitter anger.
My father and brother were warriors, Bruley. Keoke is a warrior. I have faced death and am more of a warrior than you.
Sensing something he had never known in a woman, the young man pushed gracelessly to his feet. Cups rocked on the table. With Minwanabi involvement, the grisly remnant of the porter became doubly significant. Bruley pulled a dagger from his tunic.
You'll not take me to hang like a criminal, lady.
Keoke's hand shot to his sword to defend his lady, but as Bruley reversed the dagger, pointing it at his own breast, the force commander understood that the Kehotara's son intended no attack. Mara shot upright, her voice a whip of command.
Put away that dagger, Bruley!
He hesitated, but she said,
No one is going to hang you. You are a fool, not a murderer.
You will be sent home to explain to your father how his alliance with Jingu led his house into jeopardy.
Shamed, silent, the handsome suitor stepped back before the impact of her statement. Slowly he worked through its implications until he reached the inevitable conclusion. He had been used, ruthlessly, even to his innermost feelings. Deadly serious, with no hint of his former affection, he bowed.
I salute you, lady. You have caused me to betray my father.
If his impulsive nature were permitted to run its course, he would probably restore his damaged honour by falling on his sword the moment he crossed the border of Akoma land. Mara thought quickly. She must forestall him, for his suicide would only inflame the Kehotara to more strident support of the Minwanabi Lord's wish to obliterate all things Akoma. She had plotted, but not for this boy's death. Bruley? My lady? He delayed his departure more from resignation than from hope. Mara motioned for him to sit, and he did so, albeit stiffly. The smell of food faintly sickened him, and shame lay like a weight upon his shoulders. Mara could not sweeten the bitter taste of defeat. Buntakapi had taught her not to gloat when the game brought her victory. Gently, she said, Bruley, I have no regret for doing what is needed to protect what is mine to guard. But I have no wish to cause you undue difficulty. That your father serves my most hated enemy is but an accident of birth for both of us. Let us not be contentious. I will return most of your exotic gifts in exchange for 2 promises. In his difficulty, Bruley seemed to find himself. I will not betray Kehotara honour. I will not ask that of you. Mara leaned earnestly forward. Should you succeed your father and brother as Lord of the Kehotara, I ask that you not embrace the tradition of Tanjinkyu. Will you agree to keep your house free of Minwanabi vassalage? Bruley gestured deprecatingly. The chances of that happening are slim, Lady Mara. His elder brother was heir, and his father enjoyed robust health. Mara indicated herself, as if that answered his observation. Who among mortals could know what fate would bring? Ashamed of the hope that quickened his breath, Bruley asked, and the second condition? That if you do come to rule, you will owe me a favour. Mara elaborated with the care of a diplomat. Should I die, or should I no longer wear the mantle as ruling lady, your promise shall not pass to my successor. Yet, if I live, and you sit as Lord of the Kehotara, then once, and only once, you must do as I bid. I may ask you to support some action of mine in commerce, or in matters of arms, or in the game of the council. Grant this, and you shall be free of future obligations. Bruley stared blankly at the tablecloth, but the tension in his pose betrayed the fact that he was weighing his options. Mara waited, motionless in the glow of sunlight through the screen. She had added the second condition on impulse, to distract the young man's thoughts from suicide. But, as he sat thinking the matter through, her own mind raced ahead, and she saw that she had opened yet another avenue of possibilities for gain in the game of the council. Given the choice of death and financial shame for his family, or respite from his folly and the possibility of a promise he might never be required to keep, Bruley chose swiftly. Lady, I spoke impulsively. Your bargain is a hard one, yet I will choose life. If the gods bring me the mantle of Kehotara lordship, I shall do as you require. He stood slowly, his manner changed to scorn. But, as the possibility of my inheriting in place of my brother is remote, you have acted the fool. Hating the moment for its cruelty, Mara silently motioned to the servant who waited by the screen. He bowed and set a paper with a torn seal in her hand. This has come to us, Bruley. It was meant for you, but since your father saw fit to send assassins in your retinue, out of need for my personal safety, my Hadonra chose to read it. The paper was bound with ribbons of red, the colour of Turakamu. Cold suddenly,
as he had never thought to be in life, Bruley raised an unwilling hand. The paper seemed too light to carry the news he read penned in the script of his father's chief scribe. Cut to the heart by new grief, Bruley crumpled the parchment between shaking fists. Somehow he retained his self-control.
Woman, you are poison, as deadly and small as that of the kitty scorpion that hides under the petals of flowers.
She had known when she bargained that Makasi's eldest son had been killed upon the barbarian world, victim of the warlord's campaign. She had shaped her snare for Bruley, aware he had already inherited the title of heir. Now, honour forbade him to take back his sworn word. Shivering now from anger, Bruley regarded the woman he had once been fool enough to love.
My father is a robust man with many years before him, a coma bitch. I gave you my promise, but you shall never live long enough to see the keeping of it.
Keoke stiffened, prepared to reach for his sword, but Mara responded only with soul-weary regret.
Never doubt I shall survive to exact my price. Think on that as you take back the gifts you sent. Only leave me the songbird, for it will remind me of a young man who loved me too well to be wise.
Her sincerity roused memories now soured and painful. Cheeks burning from the intensity of his warring emotions, Bruley said,
I take my leave of you. The next time we meet, the red god grant that I view your dead body.
He spun on his heel, aware that every Akoma soldier within earshot stood ready to answer this insult. But Mara placed a restraining hand on Keoke's arm, silent while the young man departed. In time, the tramp of the Kehotara retinue faded from the dooryard. Nakoya came in looking rumpled, her mouth a flat line of annoyance.
What an importunate young man,
she muttered, and seeing Mara's stillness changed tack in the same breath.
Another lesson, child. Men are easily injured over matters of the heart. More often than not, those wounds are long in healing. You may have won this round of the game, but you have also gained a deadly enemy. None are more dangerous than those in whom love has changed to hate.
Mara gestured pointedly at the head of the dead porter.
Someone must pay the price of Minwanabi's plotting. Whether or not Bruley finds other passions to occupy his mind, we have gained. Bruley has squandered enough of his father's wealth to place Kehotara in a vulnerable position. Jingu will be prevailed upon to offer financial assistance, and anything which discomforts that Jaguna is a benefit.
Daughter of my heart, fate seldom works with such simplicity.
Nakoya stepped closer, and for the first time Mara looked up and saw the scroll clutched between her old hands. The ribbons and seal were orange and black, colours she never thought to see under her roof in her lifetime.
This just arrived, said her first adviser.
With an air of stiff-backed reluctance, she passed the parchment into the hands of her mistress. Mara snapped the ribbons and seal with hands that trembled beyond control. The scroll unrolled with a crackle against the silence that gripped the chamber. Mara read, her face expressionless as an image in wax. Nakoya held her breath. Keoke found what comfort he could in his statue-still military bearing, and, at last, Mara raised her eyes. She rose, suddenly seeming fragile in the glare of the sun.
As you guessed,
she said to the two oldest retainers in her service,
the Lord of the Minwanabi requests my attendance at a formal celebration of the birthday of our august warlord.
The colour drained slowly from Nakoya's withered skin.
You must refuse,
she said at once. No Akoma in uncounted generations had set foot onto the territory of the Minwanabi unless accompanied by soldiers armed for war.
For Mara to enter Jingu's very house and mingle socially with his allies was a sure invitation to die. Nicoya finished lamely, "Your ancestors would forgive the shame." "No." The Lady of the Acoma bit her lip hard enough that the flesh turned white. "I risk grave insult to our metro if I refuse. And after this betrayal by the Blue Wheel Party, his acclaimed temper will be short." Her voice trailed off, but whether from regret that she must confront Jingu before she was ready or out of fear for her own safety was unclear. Stress made her face an unreadable mask. "The Acoma must not bow to threats. I shall go into the stronghold of the enemy who most wishes me dead." Nicoya made a small sound of protest, then desperately turned her back. Torn by the sight of her adviser's bowed shoulders, Mara tried against hope to offer comfort. "Mother of my heart, take courage. Remember that if Turakamu reaches out for my spirit, the Lord of the Minwanabi cannot triumph unless he also murders Ayaki. Do you think he would challenge the combined might of the Acoma and the Anasati to take the life of my son?" For this, Nicoya had no answer. At least, she shook her head. But her heart told her that Jingu would dare even this to see his ancient enemies destroyed. Worse had been done, and for far less reason than blood feud, in the history of the game of the Council. Chapter 14. Acceptance. The runner left. Mara pressed clenched hands on the edge of her writing desk and desperately wished him back. Too easily the dispatch he carried to the Guild of Porters might bring her death and the final ruin of the Acoma. But the alternative was to live without honour, shame her ancestors, and defile the ancient code of her house. Mara allowed herself a momentary stretch to ease her tense back, then summoned Nicoya to tell the old woman that she had sent formal acceptance to Minwanabi's invitation. Nicoya entered with grim deliberation, sure sign she had seen the runner leave the estates. Age had not blunted her shrewdness. She already guessed that the sealed wooden cylinder he carried did not hold instructions for the factors signed by Jikan.
"You have many preparations to make, ruling lady."
The erstwhile nurse's demeanour was all that a first adviser's should be, but long years of intimacy could not be shed with a change of office. Mara read acerbity in the ancient woman's tone, and knew that fear lay behind it. Fear for her mistress, and for all on the Acoma estates whose lives were sworn to her Natami. To enter the household of the Minwanabi lord was to challenge the monster while stepping between the teeth of its jaws. Only the most powerful might survive, and Acoma stock in the council had recovered very little since the deaths of Lord Sezu and his heir. Yet Mara gave no opportunity for her chief adviser to embark on such recriminations. No longer the untried girl who had left Lashima's temple, she was determined not to seem overwhelmed by Minwanabi threats. Panic would only hand Jingu a victory, and his impulsive nature might make it possible to wrest some unseen advantage for her house. "See to the necessities of travel, Nicoya, and have maids assemble my wardrobe. Papewayo must be told to choose warriors for my honour guard, ones who are trustworthy and proven in service, but whom Keoki will not need in key positions to safeguard the estates in my absence." Pacing the polished floor before a shelf of scrolls, Mara paused a moment to tally days. "Has Arakasi returned?" A week had passed since Bruley and Arakasi had both departed the Acoma estates, one to deal with a father's anger, the other to keep his mistress's network of agents running smoothly. Nicoya pushed a drooping hairpin straight.
"He returned less than an hour ago, mistress."
Mara turned with a frown of intense concentration.
"I will speak with him after he has bathed and refreshed himself. In the meantime, send for Jikan. Much business remains to be discussed before we leave for the warlord's birthday celebration."
Nakoya bowed with evident reluctance. "Your will, lady." She rose silently and left, and in a room emptied of all but the waiting presence of a few servants, Mara stared at the afternoon sunlight that embellished the screens of the study. The artist had painted his hunting scenes with masterful vigour, the trained grace of a killwing impaling swift game birds. Mara shivered. Feeling little stronger than a bird herself, she wondered whether she would ever have the chance to commission such art again. Then Jikan arrived, his arms burdened with parchments and tally slates and a long list of decisions to be made before her departure. Mara put aside her disquiet and made herself concentrate on matters of commerce. Particularly troublesome was a note in Jikan's neat script objecting to her wish to purchase Midkemian slaves to clear new meadows for the Nidra displaced by the Choja hive. Mara sighed and rubbed the frown creases from her forehead. Under too much stress to insist on her decision, she put off the purchase until after the warlord's birthday. If she survived the gathering of the Minowanabe estates, she would have ample time to deal with Jikan's reluctance. But if Jingu of the Minowanabe realized his ambitions, the entire question would become academic. Ayaki would gain an Anasati regent or be killed, and the Akoma would be absorbed or obliterated. Restless and irritable, Mara reached for the next list. This one occasion, she would be relieved when Jikan finished and departed. The afternoon had fled by the time Jikan bid his mistress goodbye. Limp in the evening shadows, Mara called for chilled fruit and drink. Then she sent her runner for Arakasi and a servant to fetch his updated report detailing the Minowanabe household from the numbers of his kitchen scullions to the names and backgrounds of his concubines. Arakasi entered, and Mara said, "Is all in order?"
"Mistress, your agents are well. I have little of importance to add to that report, however, as I amended it before I bathed."
He cocked his head slightly, awaiting his mistress's pleasure. Noticing that the rigours of travel had left him gaunt and fatigued, Mara motioned to the cushions before the fruit tray. As Arakasi seated himself, she informed him of the warlord's birthday celebration at the Minowanabe estates.
"We will have no chance for missteps,"
she observed, as the spymaster chose a bunch of sah berries. Quieter than usual, and free of all airs, Arakasi twisted the fruit one by one from their stems. Then he sighed.
"Appoint me a place among your honour guard, my lady."
Mara caught her breath. That's dangerous. She watched the spymaster keenly, aware that the man's hunger for vengeance matched her own. If prudence did not desert him, he would be seeking to turn the tables on this trap and gain a victory.
"There will indeed be danger, lady, and there will be death."
Arakasi pinched a berry between his fingers, and juice ran red over his palm.
"Nonetheless, let me go."
Slowly, carefully, Mara banished uncertainty from her heart. She inclined her head in acquiescence, though unspoken between them remained the fact that Arakasi was as likely to get himself killed as protect the life of his mistress. Though he could wear a warrior's trappings well enough, the spymaster had poor skill with weapons. That he had asked to accompany her at all bespoke the extreme cunning and treachery she could expect from the Minowanabe lord. It did not escape her that if she failed, Arakasi might wish to wrest one last chance to fulfill his desire while Jingu was within his reach. For the Choja, and for all he had added to the security of the Akoma defences, she owed him that much.
"I had planned to take Lujan, but he could be needed here."
Kyoke had come to admit grudgingly that, beneath his roguish manner, Lujan was a gifted officer. And if Kyoke was forced to defend Ayaki, Mara turned her thoughts away from that course and said,
"Go to Pape. If he trusts you with the loan of an officer's plume, you can help him select my retinue."
Mara managed a brief smile before fear returned to chill her. Arakasi bowed. The instant he left, Mara clapped sharply for servants that the tray with the mangled berry be removed at once from her presence. In failing light, Mara regarded the screen one final time. The waiting was at last over, and the Killwing stooped to its prey. Though Minwanabi was proud and confident and strong, she must now seek a way to defeat him on his own territory. The late summer roads were dry, choked with dust thrown up by the caravans and unpleasant for travel. After the short march overland to Sulankur, Mara and her retinue of 50 honour guards continued their journey to the Minwanabi estates by barge. The bustle of the town and the dockside did not overwhelm Mara. The nakedness of the slaves barely turned her head, caught up as she was in the meshes of enemy intrigue. As she settled with Nicoya on the cushions beneath the canopy, she reflected that she no longer felt strange to be ruling the house of her father. The years since Lashima's temple had brought many changes and much growth, and with them came determination enough to hide her dread. Kyoke arrayed his soldiers on board with a reflection of that same pride. Then the barge-master began his chant, and the slaves cast off and leaned into their poles. The Akoma craft threw ripples from its painted bows and drew away from familiar shores. The journey upriver took 6 days. Mara spent most of these in contemplation as slaves poled the barge past acres of mudflats and the sour-smelling expanses of drained thysa paddies. Nicoya slept in the afternoons. Evenings she left the shelter of the gauze curtains and dispersed motherly advice among the soldiers while they slapped at the stinging insects that arose in clouds from the shores. Mara listened, nibbling at the fruit bought from a barge vendor. She knew the old woman did not expect to return home alive, and indeed each sunset seemed precious as clouds streamed reflections like gilt over the calm surface of the river and the sky darkened swiftly into night. The Minwanabi estates lay off a small tributary of the main river. Beaded with sweat in the early morning heat, the sleeves poled through the muddle of slower-moving merchant craft. Under the barge-master's skilful guidance, they manoeuvred between a squalid village of stilt houses inhabited by families of shellfish rakers. The river narrowed beyond, shallows and shoals giving way to deeper waters. Mara looked out over low hills and banks lined with formally manicured trees. Then the barge of her family entered waters none but the most ancient Akoma ancestors might have travelled, for the origins of the blood feud with Jingu's line lay so far in the past that none remembered its beginning. Here the current picked up speed as the passage narrowed. The slaves had to work furiously to maintain headway, and the barge slowed almost to a standstill. Mara strove to maintain a facade of calm as her craft continued towards an imposingly painted prayer gate that spanned the breadth of the river. This marked the boundary of Minwanabi lands. A soldier bowed beside Mara's cushions and pointed a sun-browned hand at the tiered structure that crowned the prayer gate.
Did you notice? Beneath the paint decorations, this monument is a bridge.
Mara started slightly, for the voice was familiar. She regarded the man closely and half smiled at the cleverness of her own spymaster. Arakasi had blended so perfectly among the ranks of her honour guard, she had all but forgotten he was aboard. Restoring her attention to the prayer gate, Arakasi continued.
In times of strife, they say that Minwanabi stations archers with rags and oil to fire any craft making its way upriver. A fine defence.
As slowly as we are moving, I would think no one could enter Minwanabi's lake this way and live.
Mara glanced astern at the foaming current.
But we certainly could flee quickly enough.
Arakasi shook his head.
Look downward, mistress.
Mara leaned over the edge of the barge and saw a giant braided cable strung between the pillars of the gate, inches below the shallow keel of the barge.
Should trouble arise, a mechanism within the gate towers could raise the cable, forming a barrier against any barge seeking exit. Arakasi said,
"The defence is as lethal to fleeing craft as to any attacking fleet."
"And I would be wise to bear that in mind."
Mara untwisted damp fingers from the fringe of her robe. Trying to keep her uneasiness within balance, she made a polite gesture of dismissal.
"Your warning is well taken, Arakasi. But do not say anything to Nakoya, or she'll squawk so loudly she'll disrupt the peace of the gods."
The spy master rose with a grunt that concealed laughter.
"I need say nothing at all. The old mother sees knives under her sleeping mat at night."
He lowered his voice.
"I have watched her flip her pillows and blankets 6 times, even after Papewayo inspects her bedding."
Mara waved him off, unable to share his humour. Nakoya was not the only one who had nightmares. As the barge pressed on and the shadow of the prayer gate fell across her, a chill roughened her flesh like the breath of Turakamu. The sounds of their passage echoed off stone foundations. Then sunlight sliced down, blinding and intense after darkness. Mara looked out of the gauze-curtained canopy to a sight entirely unexpected. The vista beyond was breathtaking in its beauty. Located in the neck of a broad valley at the head of a wide lake, the estate house across the water looked a magic place from a child's tale, each building perfect in design and colour. The centremost structure was stone, an impossibly ancient palace built high up on a hill overlooking the lake. Low walls wound down the hillside amid terraced gardens and lesser buildings, many 2 and 3 stories tall. The estate of the Minwanabi was in truth a village in its own right, a community of servants and soldiers all loyal to Jingu. But what a magnificent town, Mara thought, and she knew a brief stab of envy that so bitter an enemy should live in such splendour. Breezes off the lake would cool the house through even the hottest months, and a fleet of small orange and black punts trawled for fish, so that the lord of the Minwanabi might dine upon fresh-caught codfish. As the slaves exchanged poles for oars to convey the barge across the lake, a more sober thought occurred to Mara. The valley was a bottleneck, easily defended and easier to seal. Like the poisoned flask plant that devoured insects by luring them with sweet scents, the layout of this valley foreclosed any chance of swift, unnoticed escape. Papewayo perceived this also, for he called his warriors to present arms as another craft approached. Quickly heaving into view, the large barge contained a dozen Minwanabi archers, a patrol leader at their head. He saluted and motioned for them to dress oars.
"Who comes to Minwanabi lands?"
he called out as the barges closed. Papewayo called an answer.
"The Lady of the Akoma."
The officer of the Minwanabi saluted.
"Pass, Lady of the Akoma."
He signalled his own contingent of rowers, and the Minwanabi barge resumed its patrol. Nakoya pointed to 3 other such barges.
"They have companies of archers all over the lake."
Clearly, no escape was possible from the Minwanabi lord's home. There remained only victory or death. Feeling her palms grow damp, Mara resisted the impulse to blot them on her robe.
"Let us make best speed to the house, Pape."
Papewayo signalled the barge captain, and the slaves resumed their stroke. The barge headed dockside, and the Minwanabi estate proved as beautiful upon close inspection as it had looked across the water. Each building was delicately painted, pastel colours dominating over the usual white. Gaily coloured streamers and brightly shaded lanterns hung from roof beams, twisting in the breeze. The soft sound of wind chimes filled the air. Even the gravel paths between buildings had been lined with tended shrubs and flowering plants. Mara expected that the courtyard gardens within the estate might prove more sumptuous than any she had seen. The Acoma rowers shipped oars, and one threw a line to a worker upon the docks, where a welcoming party of notables waited. Foremost of these was Desio, the elder Minwanabi's son, crowned with the orange and black headdress denoting his rank as heir of the house. Liveried attendants caught other lines as the barge bumped gently against the pilings. Minwanabi house guards stood at attention, and Desio strode forward to meet Mara's litter as slaves conveyed her ashore. The Minwanabi heir nodded stiffly, a pretence of a bow that bordered on insult.
"In the name of my father, I welcome you to our celebration in honour of the warlord, Lady of the Acoma."
Mara did not trouble to raise the gauze curtains of her litter. Studying the fat, pouched features of Desio and finding little intelligence in his slate-coloured eyes, she returned a nod of precisely the same proportion. For the longest moment nothing was said. Then Desio was forced to acknowledge Mara's superior social rank.
"Are you well, Lady Mara?"
Mara nodded slightly.
"I am well, Desio. The Acoma are pleased to honour Lord Almecho. Tell your father that I acknowledge this welcome."
Desio raised his chin, nettled to admit his inferior rank. Too proud to accept rejoinder from a girl who seemed through the gauze to be barely more than a child, he said,
"The reception for the banquet of greeting will begin in the hour past noon. Servants will show you to your quarters."
"Servants keep the honour of the Minwanabi?"
Mara smiled sweetly.
"That's a fact I shall remember when I greet the lord your father."
Desio reddened. To arrest the awkwardness that developed, a Minwanabi patrol leader stepped forward.
"My lady, if you will permit, I will convey your soldiers to the place set aside for them."
"I will not permit," Mara said to Desio. "By tradition, I am allowed 50 soldiers to provide protection for my person. If your father wishes otherwise, I shall depart at once, and he can explain my absence to the warlord. Under such circumstances, I expect the Acoma will not be the only great house to return home."
"Too many families come to honour Almecho."
Desio paused to quell a smile of malice.
"If we quartered every lord and lady's honour guard in the house barracks, the estate would be jammed like a war camp. You must understand. Almecho likes tranquility. To do him homage, all soldiers will stay at the head of the valley, where our main garrison is quartered."
Here, Desio gave an effete shrug.
"No one is exempted. All will be treated alike."
Without hesitation, Nakoya said,
"Then your father offers his honour as surety?"
Desio inclined his head.
"Obviously."
To gain such a concession from guests in this situation, the host was expected to offer his personal honour to guarantee the safety of his guests. Should violence come to any visitor under such an arrangement, Lord Jingu of the Minwanabi could not expiate his shame with anything less than his own life. The heir to the Minwanabi mantle said to a servant,
"Show the lady, her first adviser, a pair of maids, and her bodyguard to the suite of rooms prepared for the Acoma."
He snapped his fingers to the orange-plumed presence of an officer.
"Strike leader Shimizu and a welcoming party of warriors will see that your soldiers are comfortably housed at the main garrison barracks."
Shocked, angered, but not entirely surprised that the Minwanabi had seen fit to separate her from her honour guard, Mara shot a glance of reassurance at Arakasi. She would not break the peace of hospitality by causing a fuss, particularly since many of the house servants present showed the scars of old campaigns beneath the flowing sleeves of their livery. No, the Acoma could not triumph here by force, but only by guile, if survival was even possible at all. With a look of acceptance, Mara chose Papewayo for her personal guard. Then she, Nakoya, and the most skilful of her warriors obediently followed the servant to the suite assigned to the Acoma. The Minwanabi Great House was ancient, saved from the burning and the ravages of the forgotten raids and half-remembered wars by its superior location in the valley. The square with interior courtyard of most Sirani houses had been altered, built upon, expanded and subdivided many times over the years. Descending the hillside as new additions were constructed, the heart of the Minwanabi estate had grown over the centuries until it was a warren of corridors, enclosed courtyards and linked buildings that bore little resemblance to order. As Papewayo helped her from her litter, Mara realised with dismay that she would need servants to conduct her to and from her chambers, as a structure so complex could not possibly be learned at one pass. The corridors crooked and twisted, and each courtyard seemed the same as the last. Mara heard the murmur of voices through half-open screens, some belonging to familiar notables of the Empire, but more of them strange to her. Then the voices seemed to fall behind, and silence like that before the strike of a jungle predator fell over the elegant hallway. By the time the servant slid wide the screen that led to her suite, Mara knew that Jingu intended murder. Why else would he place her in an obscure corner of his house where isolation was almost total? The servant bowed, smiled, and mentioned that additional maids awaited her pleasure if the lady of the Akoma or her first adviser required assistance with their bath or dress. "My own servants will suffice," Mara said tartly. Here, of all places, she wished no strangers near her person. The instant the bearers had deposited the last of her baggage, she clicked the screen closed. Papewayo needed no prompting to begin a swift and thorough inspection of her chambers. Nakoya, however, seemed all but in shock. Then Mara remembered. Except for one brief trip when she had presented Mara's petition for betrothal with the Anasati son, the old nurse had probably never left Akoma Estates in all her long life. Memories of Lano lent Mara the insight to manage. The instant Papewayo had determined the rooms were safe, she stationed him to guard the door. Nakoya looked at her mistress, a hint of relief in her eyes.
With Jingu making surety for the safety of his guests, I think we may expect the peace of a state function to apply.
Mara shook her head.
"I think wishing has fogged your sharp eyes, old mother. Jingu offers his life as guarantee against violence by his people and by other guests, that is all. He makes no guarantees against accidents."
Then, before fear could get the best of her, she commanded Nakoya to draw a bath and make her ready for the banquet and her first personal confrontation with the Lord of the Minwanabi. Unlike the great hall of the Anasati, which was dark and airless and musty with old wax, the gathering chamber of the Minwanabi was all space and light. Mara paused in the gallery-style entrance to admire the view before joining the guests, who gathered like so many plumed birds below. Built in a natural hollow at the very crest of the hill, with entrance and dais at opposite ends, the room itself was immense. A high, beamed ceiling was spaced with screens that opened to the sky, overhanging a deep-sunken main floor. Several small observation galleries dotted the rim of the hall, allowing a view of floor below and, through the doors to balconies outside, the surrounding countryside. Stone pillars supported the centre tree, while a pebbled brook trickled through squares of flowering trees, tile mosaics, and a small reflecting pool beneath the dais. Somewhere, sometime, the Minwanabi had patronised an architect and an artist who had possessed uncommon genius. The gifted artisans must have served an earlier generation of Minwanabi lords, for the most garish clothing in the crowd was that worn by the lord and lady on the dais. Mara winced, less impressed than most Sirani by the gown of green and orange worn by the wife. Mara almost wept at the thought of all this surrounding beauty wasted upon an enemy like Jingu.
The
gods have blessed this house with extreme wealth," muttered Nicoya. "But the divine ones left little room for common sense, I say. Think how many insects those skyports let in, not to mention dust and dirt and rain."
Mara smiled indulgently on her old nurse.
"Would you try to mother even a nest of serpents? Besides, I'm sure the Minwanabi cover their roof well when the weather is bad. Jingu's wife wears too much makeup to get wet unexpectedly."
Nicoya subsided with a comment that her eyes were not that good, nor had they been since she was youthful. Mara patted her adviser's hand in reassurance. Then, resplendent in a gown embroidered with seed pearls, her coiled hair laced with green ribbons, she began her descent to the main floor. Papewao followed her in dress armour. Although he escorted his mistress and her first adviser to a social occasion, he moved with vigilance more common to the battlefield. In most ways, state gatherings of Surani were more dangerous. Beneath the manners and the finery, ambitions changed. As alliances shifted within the game of the council, any lord present could become the enemy. Few would hesitate to damage the Akoma if his own stock might rise as a result. And on Minwanabi territory, others not normally at odds with Mara's house might bend with the prevailing political wind. Simple in her tastes, Mara was neither overwhelmed nor impressed by displays of great wealth. Her restrained clothing reinforced the impression already formed by the lords and ladies in the hall around her. Most believed her a young, inexperienced girl who sheltered her house under the marriage to the more powerful Anasati. Now, with Buntakapi dead, she was fair game once again. Mara was content to allow this misapprehension to continue as she passed by. It increased her chances to pick up a scrap of information, a comment or a remark that could prove useful. As she reached the foot of the stairs and made her way towards the dais to greet the Minwanabi lord, she watched the expression of her peers and took stock of who stood gossiping with whom. Her temple-taught poise served her well. She responded politely to those who greeted her, but was not lulled by sweet smiles and warm words. Jingu of the Minwanabi noted her approach with the ravenous interest of a jaguna. Mara saw him cease conversation with his advisers as she mounted the steps to accept his welcome. The moment gave her pause also, as for the first time she looked upon the face of her family's oldest enemy. The lord of the Minwanabi was a corpulent man. He had clearly not worn armour since his youth, but cunning and malice still glinted in his eyes. Pearl bands encircled his wrists, and shell ornaments dangled at his collar, shiny with the sweat that beaded his neck. His bow of greeting was slightly less than that due a lady of ruling rank.
"My lady of the Akoma,"
he said, his voice as thick and unctuous as his appearance.
"We are so pleased you chose to join us in honour of the warlord."
Aware the eyes of every noble in the room were turned to see how she handled this slight, Mara responded in kind, her own bow shallow and of short duration.
"We thank the Lord of the Minwanabi for his kind invitation."
Irritated by Mara's poise, Jingu beckoned someone to the fore of the dais.
"There is one here I believe you know."
Then his lips curled into a hungry smile of anticipation. The lady of the Akoma showed no reaction to the woman who came at his call. The presence of Tiani somewhere in the Minwanabi household was something Arakasi had forewarned her of. He had long since informed Mara that the concubine was a Minwanabi agent, but the fact that Buntakapi's former lover had insinuated herself in Jingu's innermost circle gave Mara pause. The woman was perhaps more clever than anyone had guessed. She was obviously a favourite, swathed as she was in rare silks and jewels, a chain of rarest metal encircling her slim neck. But ornaments and beauty could not entirely hide the ugliness of her character.
Hatred for Mara burned in her pretty eyes, chilling in its intensity. To acknowledge the look of a woman of her station would be an unnecessary courtesy, and too easily interpreted as an admission of weakness. Mara addressed her words and attention solely to the Minwanabi lord, who sat at Tiani's left hand.
My adviser and I have just arrived after a long and tiresome journey. Would my lord show us our places that we might take some refreshment before the banquet and festivities begin?
Jingu rearranged the fringe on his costume with the flick of a pudgy finger. Then he called for a cool drink. While he waited for servants to fill his need, his hand absently stroked Tiani's arm, a gesture his wife ignored. When none might mistake the fact that he deferred the wishes of his Akoma guests until his own pleasures were satisfied, he nodded sweetly to a servant.
Escort the Lady Mara and her servants to the table third from the end, nearest the entrance to the kitchens, so that her party may more quickly be served.
His fat girth jiggled as he openly laughed at the ingenuity of his insult. A lady of rank might find such placement degrading, but to Tiani this gesture was not enough. Viciously piqued that Mara had ignored her, she interrupted.
You are to seat this woman with the slaves, my lord. Oh no, the greatness of the Akoma rests upon the goodwill of the Anasati, and that even Lord Tecuma's protection wore thin after the death of his son.
This affront was too great to disregard. Still disdaining to answer Tiani directly, Mara pointedly rose to the bait Jingu had dangled before her. She directed a gaze like flint to his fat, laughing face.
My lord of the Minwanabi, all know of your generosity. But surely even you can find little benefit in keeping another man's leavings in your service.
Jingu rested an arm around Tiani's shoulders and drew her slim body against his own.
But you confuse circumstance, Lady Mara. This woman was cast off by no man, but was only a mistress who survived her late master. I'll remind you but once. Tiani is a valued and worthy member of my household.
Of course.
Mara sketched a negligible bow of apology.
Given your widely known tastes, she should serve you well, Jingu. Indeed, my late husband had no complaints.
Mara gave Tiani the barest glance.
But then again, Bunto's appetites were rather coarse.
Tiani's eyes flashed sparks. The fact that Mara made no effort to respond directly to her insult made the courtesan furious. The lord of the Minwanabi was in no way amused. This small near-virgin from Lashima's temple had shown no sign of being cowed by treatment that demeaned her. Indeed, she had held her own through this first exchange of words. And since his house servant already hovered by her elbow to escort the lady and her retinue to their places, Jingu had no graceful recourse other than to dismiss her. The festivities passed slowly for Mara. The food, the musicians, and the dancers were all the finest, but the table nearest the kitchen was hot, noisy, and beset by the constant bustle of servants passing by. The heat and the odours from cooking caused Nakoya to feel ill, and well before the first course of the banquet had been laid, Papiwayo looked strained. The incessant movement of strangers to and from the kitchen kept him on edge, particularly since every passing tray contained items that were weapons to a trained hand. He had overheard Mara's remark to Nakoya about accidents, and, while it was unlikely the lord of the Minwanabi would attempt to stage a murder in this public setting, Tiani's venomous gaze never left Mara. The Akoma strike leader's caution remained on a knife edge. When the rare ices served for dessert were cleared away, Papiwayo gently touched his mistress's shoulder.
Lady, I suggest you retire to your chambers before dark. The hallways are strange, and if you await the Minwanabi's pleasure, the servant he assigns you might have other instructions.
Mara returned from what seemed a long period of concentrated thought. Her hair was perfectly coiled, and her manner alert, but dark circles of fatigue underlined her eyes.
We must find a way to send word to the barracks that Arakasi will know which suite to leave messages at if the need should arise.
Papawayo answered grimly,
We can do nothing without risking discovery, lady.
Trust Arakasi. His agents can reach him without danger, and he will find you himself if there is a need. Unable to be heard over the scrape of the tables as servants cleared the hall for an exhibition of tumblers, Mara only nodded. She patted Nkoya's arm, then arose to make her excuses to the Lord of the Minwanabi. The headache that plagued her was real enough, and since the warlord would not make his appearance until the morrow, her departure would cause no offence. If anything, she wished to leave the impression that she was young, inexperienced, and lacking in subtlety. An early retirement would reinforce that impression with the guests, perhaps granting her a breather to formulate a defence. Minwanabi would have a difficult time completing his plots with the eyes of every rival seeking an opening to exploit ahead of him. Mara sent the servant who cleared away the plates to inform the lord of her departure. By the time the news reached the dais and the huge self-satisfied smile creased the jowls of the great lord's face, the chairs where the Akoma had dined stood empty. Infatuated with that small triumph, Jingu did not notice that Tiani had also vanished. Weary of badgering her master for the chance to torment the lady of the Akoma before the end, she had left to pursue her own means of realizing her goal, knowing that drink and the indulgences of entertaining would satiate the appetites of her lord. The blue silk scarf that covered Tiani's hair fluttered behind her as she hastened down a back corridor of the Minwanabi estate house. She did not trouble to replace it, nor did she pause to retie the fall of tawny hair that tumbled over her shoulders. Strike Leader Shimizu's quarters lay across the next courtyard, and the need for stealth was past. The only person likely to be about at this hour was the slave who lit the oil lamps. Tiani slipped through the last screen with a secretive smile. Tonight, the slave would be late, preoccupied as he was with the needs of Jingu's guests. The old Jaguna could be niggardly when it came to looking after his staff. Politics always came first in the great lord's mind, a trait his ranking officers sometimes came to resent. Golden in the moonlight that flooded the courtyard, Tiani paused to unhook the collar of her robe. She loosened the fabric enough to reveal a provocative expanse of breast, and her teeth flashed white in a smile. Tonight, if she was skillful, the skinny little Akoma bitch would die. How sweet it would be to hear her screams. Across the courtyard, the screen to Shimizu's quarters rested ajar. Lamplight burned beyond, throwing the distorted silhouette of a man hunched on his cushions with a flask. He's drinking again, Tiani thought in disgust, and all because she had delayed in the great hall, striving with no success to get Jingu to reassign the plotting of Mara's execution. The concubine wished that pleasure for herself. The fact that her lord did not care to delegate that task to Tiani left her no choice but to outwit him. Tossing her hair over now almost bare shoulders, the concubine resumed her walk towards the open screen. She entered so silently that for an instant the dark-haired man within did not notice. Tiani stole that moment to study him. Shimizu, first strike leader of the Minwanabi, was known to his fellow soldiers as a man of fierce loyalties, passionate beliefs, and forthright personality. His quick reflexes and near-infallible judgment on the battlefield had earned him early promotion. His face was young for his post, unlined except for the scars acquired through his profession. His only flaw was a thin skin, giving him a temper that could erupt without warning. His eyes were hooded, his moods difficult to read except when he drank. In the petulant thrust of his lower lip, Tiani saw frustration, the sulky, explosive sort given to men who are balked by a lover. Tiani congratulated herself on a task well performed. She knew this man for a fool, sick inside with longing for her body, and the sort of emotional juvenile who mistook longing for love. And, by the sweat that shone on his muscled chest, Tiani knew that Shimizu was hers to use at will, a tool perfectly tempered to do her bidding, as so many others had been, male and female. Except Mara. The Lady of the Akoma had escaped her. For that, Tiani assembled her most inviting smile and, from behind, raised a hand to touch the sweating flesh of Shimizu's shoulder. He started violently, and his hands grasped and drew the sword he always kept by his knee. The blade sang from beneath the sheath, turning to kill even as he recognized his lover. The edge caught in soft silk and stopped barely short of bloodshed. "Woman!" Shimizu's face paled, then flushed with anger, both at the lateness of Tiani's arrival and the stealth of her entry. As he recovered his poise, he noticed a queer brilliance in her eyes. Her lips were slightly parted, as if the sword had been a lover to embrace. Her nipples hardened as she breathed deeply, excited by the brush of the razor-sharp edge against her flesh. Recognition of her twisted passion soured his welcome slightly. He sheathed his weapon with a show of disgust. "You're mad, woman. Sick in the mind. I might have run you through." But the anger, the disgust, never lasted. When Tiani tipped her face upward, her breasts pressing firmly through his tunic, Shimizu lowered his head like one starving and savoured the kiss made hot for him by a slight brush with death. She had solved him like a puzzle. Every touch seemed to melt him to the marrow of his bones. Unable to suppress his surge of joyous welcome, Shimizu caught his fingers in the ties that closed her gown. "You can stay, my love. Tell me that Jingu is preoccupied with his guests, and that you will not have to return to his bed this night." Tiani brushed his ear with her tongue and answered, her breath hot against his neck. "Jingu does not expect me back to his chambers," she lied. Then, waiting for his fingers to grip more insistently at her clothing, she fended him off. "But tonight I may not stay." Shimizu frowned, his eyes suddenly hard in the light of the single oil lamp. "Why not? Do you share your affections elsewhere?" Tiani laughed, letting him dangle a moment before she slipped her robe from her shoulders and bared her lovely breasts. Shimizu tried to remain stern, but his attention was clearly engaged. "I love no other, my fine warrior." She shaded her tone with just enough hint of sarcasm to leave him a bit in doubt. "It is state business that takes me from your side this night. Now, will you waste what time we have, or will you—" And she moaned, biting softly as he stopped her words with his lips. Yet this time, deliberately, she held back enough that he did not lose his train of thought. His hands roughened on the bare silk of her skin, and his tone grew demanding. "Why then did you delay so long in coming to me?" Tiani whipped back her honey-streaked hair in a show of pique. "How distrustful you are! Do you fear that your sword is not enough to please a woman?" She moved away, both to tease and to allow him a better view of her half-nude body. Shimizu frowned, and his hands caught her shoulders. But now Tiani softened like butter against him. Her fingers slid skillfully through the slit in his robe. He tensed in delicious apprehension as she scratched her nails along the inside of his thigh. "And such a mighty sword," she murmured, eyelids drooping, as her mouth formed a pouting smile.
My lord of the Minwanabi detained me with tiresome instructions. It seems he wants the Akoma bitch dead, and I'm the one chosen for the filthy chore.
But even as her hands found their mark and stroked in the manner he most preferred, Shimizu pulled back. Instantly Tiani knew she had pushed too fast, or perhaps erred in her manner of presentation. She bent instantly, her hair trailing across his thighs, and teased his flesh with her tongue. Shimizu took a moment to respond, then his hands tightened against her back, and his voice dreamily resumed above her. "That's most strange, my love, that my lord gave such instructions." Tiani's interest sharpened. She straightened and set her hands to untie the laces of his sandals.
Gods, do you always have to wear your studded soles in the house?
Shimizu shifted impatiently, but the concubine continued with his laces. The hardened tip of her breast brushed the inside of his knee as she worked, driving him wild to the point where he answered her next lazy query without thinking. "Why? Oh, my lord told me yesterday that the Akoma girl was to die, but he intends to break her spirit first. Terrify her, he said, by killing off her servants and retainers, so that when he strikes, she will be utterly alone." Here Shimizu stopped and flushed, aware that his tongue had become loose. He tangled one fist in red-gold hair, drawing Tiani from the sandal as yet left fastened. "I think you lie, woman. You do not go to kill Mara, but to couple with another this night." Tiani's eyes flashed, partly in excitement, for violence aroused her, and also because men were so laughably predictable. She did not deny the accusation, but provoked further by saying,
"What makes you think that I lie?"
Shimizu caught her wrists, jerking her body against him. "I say you lie, because my orders for tomorrow night are to stage a false raid by a thief and see that Papewayo, strike leader of the Akoma, lies dead on Mara's doorstep. Why then, without cancelling such orders, should my lord of the Minwanabi tell you to give the girl to Turakomu tonight?" Heated by his handling, and loosened by the ridiculous ease with which she had goaded his ego and caused him to spill his confidence to her, Tiani raised her chin in challenge.
"How should I know the ways of great men?"
She met his eyes to assure herself that his hunger was still kindled.
"My love, you are jealous beyond rational thought. Shall we strike a bargain to salve your feelings? I will lie here with you tonight and tell Minwanabi that I tried and failed to reach Mara of the Akoma with my knife, but in exchange you must restore my honor by killing the girl along with Papewayo tomorrow."
Shimizu did not speak, but gathered Tiani close. His fingers moved impatiently, working the robe free of her body. She wore no clothing beneath, and by the feverish way he pulled off his own robe and tunic, the concubine knew she had him. His preoccupation was answer enough. He would do her will on the morrow to ensure she was his and his alone for the duration of the night. Shimizu mistook her shiver of delight for passion. As he claimed her, his thoughts were solely of love, but the beautiful courtesan he coupled with responded with cold-blooded skill, her purpose to ensure that Mara, lady of the Akoma, would lie dead with a blade in her heart. Mara wakened unfreshed after a long and restless night. Her maid sensed her tense mood. They fetched her robes and braided silk ribbons into her hair without speaking, while Nakoya grumbled as she always did in the early hours of the morning. Too restless to wait for the meal offered by the Minwanabi house staff, Mara hurried Papewayo through his daily ritual of sword sharpening, then suggested a stroll by the lakeside. This provoked her first adviser to sour silence. But until Mara knew the extent of her peril, she preferred to avoid any set pattern. Before she had a chance to mingle with the guests and observe which alliances were strong and which had grown weak, she could not hope to assess how powerful the Lord of the Minwanabi had become. Mara breathed deeply, trying to enjoy the fresh air and the flash of the sun on the water. The breeze chased ripples over the shallows, and the fishing boats bobbed on moorings, awaiting hands to man their oars. Still, the calm of the lake lent no comfort. Aware that Nicoya's steps were not so spry as they might be, Mara at last suggested they return to the estate house.
"That is wise, mistress,"
Nicoya said in a tone that suggested the lady should not have gone walking where sand and dew might spoil the silk ties of her sandals. But the old woman's rebuke lacked spirit. Her eyes were sad, and her heart felt empty so far from the Acoma estates. As she turned back to the palatial home of the Lord of the Minwanabi, with its gardens and its banners and its deadly gathering of guests, Papewayo took her arm and steadied her without asking leave. The reception to welcome the warlord Almecho began at mid-morning, though the dignitary it was intended to honour would probably not arrive until afternoon. When Mara arrived at the festivities, most of the nobles of the empire had gathered, plumed and jewelled and hungry with ambitions. The game of the council permeated all aspects of Surani life, yet none more so than extravagant affairs of state. The guests might stroll beneath fringed canopies, eating exquisitely prepared foods and exchanging gossip and tales of ancestral valour, or occasionally making wagers or trade bargains. But every lord present watched his peers with sharp eyes, seeing who curried favour with whom, and, notably, who was retiring, silent, or, more telling, absent altogether. Mara studied the faces and the house colours along with the rest, aware that she was observed in turn. The Lord of the Techtalt and his son gave her barely a nod in greeting, which indicated that already many would delay being seen with her until the standing of the Acoma had stabilised. Mara adroitly made the issue seem trivial by leading Nicoya to a table and sending a servant for refreshments. She took care to ask only for dishes she had seen on the plates of other guests, and when the food arrived, she and her first adviser were observed to eat well, as if nerves did not trouble their appetites. Papewayo saw, and would have smiled if the protocol expected of an honour guard did not constrain him. Mara handled even the subtleties with fineness, for only by missing her breakfast could the fussy Nicoya be induced to take refreshment under this much stress. The effect was not lost on those guests who watched. A few nodded in covert admiration, and others whispered in corners. Still others were oblivious to the affairs of the Acoma, being embroiled in plots of their own. Mara heard the lord of the Zacatecas laugh low in his throat. He said something that caused the third son of the Ling family to wince and turn pale. The offspring and cousins of the Shoshai seemed everywhere one turned, and the northern-born wife of the Caschatecas flirted shamelessly with the first adviser of the Chilapaningo. That dignitary looked as stiff as cured Nidra hide. Quite probably he was mortified by her attentions, but she spoke too fast and gripped his sleeve too tightly for him to excuse himself. Mara scanned the crowd, noting the wide variety of fashions and house colours. She counted the guests in two categories: those who were allies or not strong enough to challenge her, and those who were threats or who wished some vengeance upon her. Since the Minwanabi were numbered among the 5 great families of Siruani, every powerful house in the empire had sent some representative. Mara noted the Keda, the Tonmagu, and the Oxatucan, each with their circle of flatterers. Lesser lords kept their distance or sought to wheedle favour. The Akamchi lord's purple headdress bent close to his first adviser, while the red robes of the Indradaka clashed with the garb of two servants whose livery Mara did not recognise. Having studied those guests who were present, she felt a sudden chill. Nowhere did she see a tunic of scarlet and yellow. As if sensing her uneasiness, Nicoya pushed aside the jiggerbird bones that remained of her repast.
"I do not see the Lord of the Anasati," she said pointedly. "Unless the gods have delayed him, my daughter, you and your young son are in the gravest danger."
Nicoya did not elaborate upon the obvious, that the absence of a prominent family was of political significance, the least aspect of which was that Takuma's vow to protect the Akoma for the sake of Ayaki would give no shelter unless he or his eldest son was in attendance. Without Anasati protection, Mara had only 50 warriors who were quartered in barracks beyond her reach. Now, the coldness of the Textalt's greeting gained a new significance, for it seemed possible that Buntakapi's slight against the warlord had damaged the Anasati name more than Mara had anticipated. Her danger grew in proportion. The lord of the Minwanabi might think himself strong enough to obliterate the Akoma, then win the war that would result when Takuma sent armies to defend Ayaki's title.
"You should not have accepted this invitation,"
whispered Nicoya. Mara gestured sharp denial. Not even the fact that 2 houses now stood in peril could change her resolve. She would survive, turn defeat into triumph, if chance lent her the appropriate weapons. But the absence of an ally she had depended upon worried her enough that she failed to notice that Tiani came late to the reception, a secretive, self-satisfied look on her face whenever she glanced at Mara. Neither did the lady of the Akoma rise from the table fast enough to avoid the lord of the Akamchi, who appeared leering at her elbow.
"Good day, lady of the Akoma. What a surprise to see you did not bring any of your new Choja warriors to watch out for your health."
Mara bowed stiffly, reading an uncharacteristic boldness in the pudgy man's manner.
"My health is in sunlight, Lord of the Akamchi, and I do not lack protection with Papewayo at my side."
The lord of the Akamchi grimaced, having good cause to remember the courage and prowess of the Akoma first strike leader. Still, some purpose kept him persistent, revealing to Mara that he knew of some shifting alliances before she did. Unwittingly emulating her father, she chose the bold course and provoked the issue before it could be broached under less favourable circumstances.
"You have, perhaps, spoken with Takuma of the Anasati lately?"
"Ah!" The lord of the Akamchi was taken aback. Still, his eyes flashed briefly in triumph as he recovered his poise.
"I regret to tell you that our host, the lord of the Minwanabi, did not invite Takuma of the Anasati to his festival. He wished not to remind the warlord of the late unpleasantness, indeed the slight, visited upon that worthy man by the son who married the Akoma."
"Buntakapi died with honour,"
Mara said acidly.
"You demean yourself by speaking ill of the dead."
Her words were a warning and a challenge to Akamchi honour if the subject was not dropped. The lord who had insulted her withdrew with a barb of his own.
"Still, I know that Takuma could not have come if circumstances permitted. He is otherwise occupied. I have heard, since an attack on his richest trade caravan left its defenders dead to a man. He lost his goods and 200 warriors as well, to a most vicious band of thieves."
The Akamchi lord smiled, for he knew, as would Mara, that such a slaughter had not been achieved by lawless men. Some great house moved boldly against the Anasati, and of them all, Only one had sworn blood feud against the Akoma, who had contrived Tecuma's unwilling alliance. "Pray to the gods for the health of your son," sneered the lord of the Akamchi. He walked off, and Mara missed the chance for a rejoinder. The fact that so small a lord would dare to insult her came as a shock, and also served to remind her that in the eyes of the pettiest enemies, her death was considered certain. Chapter 15. Arrival. The warlord appeared. He entered to a fanfare of flutes, his robe of gold-trimmed white dazzling in the sunlight. Stark in contrast, 2 black-clad figures walked at his side. Seeing them, the guests fell instantly silent. Even the lord of the Minwanabi hesitated before greeting the man who was second in power to the emperor. When Jingu did step forward to bow, his manner was subdued and deferential, rather than boisterous. The presence of the black-robed Great Ones often had that effect on people. The minds of magicians were unknowable, and their ways beyond question. They existed outside the law, their only task to serve the empire. That Almecho had brought 2 of them to his birthday celebration affected every guest present. No plot could be certain, and no alliance completely dependable, with the presence of magic like a wild thing in their midst. Some whispered that Almecho had won several of the black robes to his cause. Others said much of his warlord's policy was being decided in the city of magicians. Mara watched the proceedings of formal greeting from an unobtrusive place in one corner. She was somewhat relieved to see the Great Ones at Almecho's side, for the attention of the guests would now be diverted by something besides her plight. At least, for a while. She was tired of dealing with the biting observations of the other guests, and sick of having the Lord of Akamchi repeatedly point out Tecuma's absence. The Great Ones would cast long shadows across the interplay of intrigue. They could bring magic arts to play, render judgment swiftly and without appeal. Their words were as law. They could obliterate Jingu in his own house if they felt he threatened the empire, and Decio would only bow and intone the ritual phrase, "Your will, Great One." Yet, traditionally, the Great Ones remained aloof from the game of the council. Some other gambit brought the 2 magicians. Mara smiled to herself. Whatever the reason for their arrival, the result was two-edged. Her enemies had other concerns, but then Minwanabi gained a freer hand to work her demise as the guests' concerns focused elsewhere. Yet, even as Mara weighed the implications, the guests began to assemble, each family according to rank, to pay their respects to the warlord. Mara and Nakoya would soon be required to leave the obscurity of their corner. For the Akoma were one of the most ancient names of the empire, first among those that followed the original 5 great families. Still the lady delayed, while the Keda and Tonmagu gathered ahead of her. Then, as the lord of the Exacatekas strode forward in turn, she threaded her way through the crowd.
"Go slowly,"
she instructed Nakoya. Where other families moved in groups of sons, daughters, in-laws and cousins, each relative of the blood being permitted an honour guard, her own contingent consisted only of a first adviser and Papawayo. Other lords and their advisers often did not notice her presence until she had passed them by, since greatness and power seldom moved without fanfare. Quite often, Mara could overhear enough of their conversations to catch the drift of their concerns, before the speakers were aware of her proximity. More than one group of whisperers identified the Great Ones as the same 2 who had engineered support in the Assembly of Magicians for Almecho's campaign on the barbarian world. Several other magicians had come to be seen regularly with the warlord, earning them the sobriquet Warlord's Pets. The hoods shaded the faces, making it difficult to recognize which 2 wizards attended. But if these were Ergaran and his brother Elgahar, more than one lord's plot might suffer a setback. As the Exacatekas began their opening bows, Mara responded to Nicoya's motherly prompting and made her way towards the dais. Komatsu of the Shinzawai and his son fell in behind her as she ascended the stairs, and then the Exacatekas took their leave, and she found herself confronting Almecho and her host Jingu of the Minwanabi. The Great Ones remained to one side, their unique social rank setting them apart from any formal role in the greeting ceremony. But, as she took her bow, Mara caught a clear look at one of them and recognized the hooked nose and thin lips of Ergeran beneath the black hood. The warlord took her hand as she rose, a slight twist of sarcasm marring his smile as he returned the ritual greeting. He had evidently not forgotten their last meeting, when she had dutifully repeated the words of Buntakapi concerning Nidra pens. Etiquette prevented his raising the topic, since ritual suicide had absolved the stain on Akoma honour. But nothing prevented the warlord from initiating an exchange that caused Mara some social discomfort.
Lady Mara, what an unexpected delight! I am pleased to see you bear as much personal courage as your father to walk into this nest of Reli.
Still holding her hand and stroking it in a patronizing display of attention, he turned to Jingu of the Minwanabi. His host stood, biting back his anger, as distressed by the last remark as was Mara.
Jingu, you're not planning to spoil my birthday celebration with bloodshed, are you?
The lord of the Minwanabi's flush deepened as he spluttered a denial, but Almecho cut him off. To Mara he added, Dost have your bodyguard sleep lightly at your door, lady?
Jingu knows if he doesn't observe the proper form in killing you, he'll make me very angry.
He glanced at his host.
Not to mention that he has given sureties to his guests, and it wouldn't be profitable to eliminate you if he had to take his own life as well, would it?
The warlord laughed. In that instant, Mara knew that the great game was truly only a game to this man. If Jingu could murder the Lady of the Akoma in such a way that he could disavow responsibility publicly, the warlord would not only take no umbrage, but would silently applaud Jingu for his cleverness. Even if Jingu failed, to Almecho the whole situation would become a diverting amusement. Sweat dampened Mara's back. She trembled despite her effort at self-control, and almost at her elbow the second son of the Shinzawai whispered something to his father. Almecho's eyes narrowed. Mara's colour must have gone ashen, for the warlord squeezed her hand.
Don't be upset, little bird. Jingu might surprise us all and behave himself.
With a wide grin, Almecho added,
The betting odds right now are that you might have a slight chance of leaving alive at the end of the celebration.
He still showed no sign of releasing her, but before he could derive further pleasure at her expense, a polite voice intruded.
My lord, Almecho.
Komatsu of the Shinzawai inserted himself into the conversation. Experienced through a lifetime spent in court intrigue, the former war chief of the Kanazawai clan changed the subject with a charm few present could have equalled.
Only a few minutes ago, the Lady Mara pointed out that I had no opportunity to introduce my younger son to you at her wedding.
Almecho's attention was diverted enough for Mara to disengage his fingers. She half-stepped to the left, and, without breaking rhythm, Komatsu moved likewise. Almecho had no graceful alternative but to acknowledge the Shinzawai lord standing directly before him. A handsome young man accompanied his father. Komatsu smiled and said,
May I present to you my second son, Hokano?
The warlord frowned, momentarily off balance. He inclined his head towards Hokanu, But before his famous temper could invent a disparaging remark, Komatsu continued, "His elder brother, Kasumi, you have met. I'm sure you remember our Mecho. He is the force leader of the second army of the Kanazawa clan in your campaign." Again, the smooth remarks denied the warlord more than a polite mumble. Both Shinzawai moved onto the dais, causing others behind them to move towards the warlord. As Almecho cast one last glance at Mara, Komatsu said, "We will take up no more of your time, Lord, for you have many others waiting to greet you. May the gods smile down upon this celebration of your birthday." The warlord had no choice but to face the next of his guests. By then, Mara had regained some of her composure. She silently thanked the gods for the return of her wits, and inclined her head in grateful appreciation to the lord of the Shinzawai. Komatsu was moving away from the receiving line, but he returned a slight nod. His manner reflected something she had not seen since she entered the boundaries of the Minwanabi estates. Sympathy. The Shinzawai lord might not be an ally, but he had showed himself no enemy either. He had risked much by interrupting Almecho's sport, yet the act had been boldly accomplished. While the father departed, Mara saw that the son lingered, his dark eyes following her. She gave the young man a subtle smile, but dared not voice her thanks, lest the lord of the Minwanabi come to believe the Akoma and the Shinzawai held pact against him. Nakoya urgently tugged her sleeve, hastening her steps towards the relative obscurity of a corner.
"You must leave this place, Mara-ani,"
the first adviser urged as soon as they had a moment to themselves. While Papawayo positioned himself between his mistress and the assembly of guests, she qualified,
"You have no allies here, with the warlord making sport of the Akoma. If you stay, you will lose your life, and Kyoke will face a war to protect Ayaki. Better the shame of flight than to risk the loss of the Natami."
Mara sat on an embroidered cushion and fought the weariness that dragged at her shoulders and back.
"We cannot leave now."
"Girl, we must."
Closer than she had ever come to a public expression of fear, the old woman sank down by her mistress's knee.
"The continuance of the Akoma is at stake."
Mara gently patted her first adviser's hand.
"Mother of my heart, we cannot run from this confrontation. Not only would our stock in the game fall far enough that we would deserve to become the butt of Almecho's humour, but I doubt we would escape alive. If we somehow could flee over the borders to the Minwanabi estates, we would find ourselves vulnerable to open attack by bandits, with no risk to Jingu. Here, with his surety, we have a chance of preserving our lives."
"Don't count on this, mistress,"
Nakoya said sourly.
"Jingu of the Minwanabi would never have brought the daughter of Seju here if he thought to let her escape. For you, this place is like a nest of poison thorns filled with 100 deadly traps. With even the gods' favor, you could not avoid them all."
Mara straightened, stung by a spark of anger.
"You think me a girl still, old mother? That is a mistake. Jingu's threats, and even the warlord's ridicule, will not make me shame my ancestors. Somehow, by cunning or by politics, we will escape this trap and triumph."
Though as frightened inside as Nakoya, Mara managed the words with conviction. The elderly woman heard and was comforted, while across the room, Hakanu of the Shinzawai observed the proud bearing of Mara of the Akoma. She had admirable courage for one so young. If Minwanabi wished her dead, his plot would need to be deviously woven, for this girl was a true daughter of her father. The afternoon progressed tediously after that. Jingu of the Minwanabi had arranged for musicians, tumblers, and a one-act farce in the Segumi style. Yet even with the warlord's great ones in attendance, the Tsurani love of the arts could not completely eclipse the lure of politics. Several lords had hoped to exploit the fact that Almecho had overextended his position in the wars on the barbarian world. Now, with the two magicians who controlled all passage between Kelewan and Mykenæ seated like the shadows of midnight in their midst, even the boldest lords dared not speak support for their plots. Mara overheard many expressions of annoyance that Almecho should flaunt his ties with the Great Ones at what should have been a celebration in his honour. As the curtains fell, following the actors' final bows, Desio of the Minwanabi stepped onto the wooden platform erected for the performance. His tread echoed hollowly on the boards as he strode to centre stage, his arms raised for silence. Heads turned, and whispered conversation stilled. Desio lowered his hands with a ruffle of feathered cuffs and made his announcement.
Minwanabi scouts have brought word of an outbreak of trouble on the river. A band of water pirates has swept down from the north, and 2 barges have been robbed and burned near the borders of this estate.
A murmur swept the hall, then stilled, as the air of the Minwanabi added more.
Lord Jingo has heard the warlord's request that his birthday celebrations not be spoiled by bloodshed. To this end, he has ordered the chain beneath the prayer gate raised, cutting off the inlet from the lake. Any barge attempting passage from the river will be burned on sight, and any guests wishing to leave this celebration early should inform us of their intention, that the warriors on duty can let them out.
Desio finished with a deferential bow and a pointed smile at the Lady of the Acoma. Then tumblers replaced him on the stage, and the party for the warlord resumed. Mara managed not to show resentment at this latest plot of Minwanabi's. Not only had he managed to make any attempt at a departure a public admission of cowardice, but he had neatly given himself an excuse if a guest chanced to be slaughtered on the river beyond his gates. Not even a messenger could be sent to the Acoma estates without Jingu's knowledge. Mara glanced at Papewayo and knew by his tired eyes that he understood. Even Keoke could not be warned. The stakes were now higher than any of her advisers had anticipated. If she died, very likely an attack on Ayaki would occur before word of her demise reached the Acoma estates. An old friend of her father's, Pataki of the Sidda, passed near her table and bowed politely. In a voice that only Mara and Nokoya could hear, he said,
"You would be wise to send your bodyguard away to rest." "Your advice is sound, my lord."
She smiled and tried to look less tired.
"But I suggested the same thing earlier, and Papewayo said he did not care to sleep."
The aged lord nodded, aware, as they all were, that the warrior's dedication was not misplaced.
"Be wary, daughter of Sezu," Pataki said. "Almecho has little love for Jingu. He would enjoy seeing Minwanabi ambition blunted, but he needs their support in his little war on the barbarian world, so should Jingu manage to kill you without shame, Almecho would do nothing against him."
For a moment, the Lord of the Sidda regarded the dais where the guests of honour sat dining. Almost reflectively he added,
"Still, should Jingu be caught breaking his oath of surety for guests, Almecho would happily observe the ritual suicide."
As if they had been speaking pleasantries, Pataki smiled.
"Many here have a stake in what befalls the Acoma, my lady, but none will act against you save the Minwanabi.
At least you know your enemy.
With sudden warmth, Mara returned a nod of respect.
I think I also know my friend as well, Lord Pataki.
The old man laughed, feigning reaction to a witty remark.
The Siddha and the Akoma have dealt honourably with each other for many generations.
He glanced to his own table where 2 grandsons sat waiting.
Your father and I had even spoken of a possible alliance from time to time.
His old eyes turned shrewd.
I would like to think you and I may someday speak of such things. Now I must return to my family. May the gods protect you, my lady.
And may the gods protect you,
Mara returned. Nicoya leaned closer to Mara and whispered,
At least one here is a man like your father.
Mara nodded.
Yet even he will not lend a hand when Jingu acts.
The weak had been known to die in public with no outcry from observers, so long as the forms were observed. Minwanabi would strike. The only question was when. Beyond the open screens, dusk shadowed the shoreline, and the lake gleamed like a sheet of hammered silver in the afterglow. Stars pricked the zenith one by one, while slaves with wicks and oil jars made their rounds to light the lamps. Soon, full darkness would fall, and then the danger would increase. Mara followed the other guests to the banquet hall, doing her best to match their mood of gaiety and enjoyment. But with all her heart she wished for a warrior's role, to fight with armour and sword until death found herself or her enemies. To walk in fear through a crowd who smiled and laughed was to be undone one strand at a time, until dignity became a mask to conceal madness. The repast served by Jingu of the Minwanabi to honour the warlord was prepared by some of the finest cooks in the empire, yet Mara ate without tasting what she took from dishes ornamented with rare metal rims. She strove throughout the meal to ease Nicoya's strained nerves, all the while aware that Papewayo struggled not to fall asleep in his tracks. Without asking, she knew that he had stood guard the past night without rest, and though he was a strong man, keen of mind and determined of will, he could not be expected to maintain his facade of vigilance much longer. Mara excused her party from the festivities at the earliest opportunity. Black shadows thrown by deep hoods made the expressions of the Great Ones unreadable, but their eyes followed Mara as she rose. To their right, Almecho smiled broadly, his elbow digging the Lord of the Minwanabi in the ribs. And from every part of the hall, eyes watched with contempt as the Lady of the Akoma helped her aged first adviser to her feet.
"I wish you pleasant dreams,"
murmured Desia of the Minwanabi, as the small party moved off towards the hallway. Mara was too weary to respond. A moment later, when the Lord of the Akamchi detained her in the doorway for one last jab at her expense, Papeweo saw her shoulders stiffen. The idea that his mistress should suffer even one more slight from this fat little man ignited the tall warrior's temper. Before Mara could speak, and before the other guests could become aware of the situation, Papeweo grasped the Lord of the Akamchi by the shoulders and moved him forcibly through the doorway out of view of the diners. The Lord of the Akamchi gasped in astonishment. Then his plump cheeks quivered from outrage.
"Wrath of the gods!"
he swore, as the tall warrior towered over him.
"You ignorant oaf! Do you think you can handle me without penalty?"
Behind him, his own bodyguard rattled weapons, but they could not strike past their master's fat bulk to reach Papeweo. To all this bluster, the strike leader of the Akoma returned a bland indifference.
"If you trouble my lady any more, I will do more than handle you," he warned. "I will handle you with violence."
Akamchi spluttered. His guards half drew their swords, restrained only by the fact that Papawayo could harm their master long before they could move. "Step aside," said Mara clearly to the lord who blocked the passage. "Even you would not dare to mar the warlord's birthday celebration with bloodshed, Techachi of the Akamchi." The fat lord reddened further.
"For a servant to lay hands on a man of my rank carries a death sentence," he carped.
"I see," said Mara, nodding sagely. Papawayo raised his helmet, revealing the black rag of shame already tied to his brow. He smiled. The lord of the Akamchi paled and stepped aside, mumbling a hasty excuse. He could not demand the execution of a man already condemned, and if he ordered his guards to attack, he only granted the wretch an honourable death by the blade. Caught in his quandary, and hating Mara the more for it, he stalked back into the banquet. "Hurry along, old mother," Mara whispered to Nakoya. "The corridors are not safe for us."
"Do you think our suite is any less of a trap?"
the old woman returned, but she hastened her steps according to her mistress's wishes. Yet, as Mara had guessed, privacy and quiet did much to restore Nakoya's wits. Changed into more comfortable lounging robes and seated upon cushions, the old woman began dryly to instruct her mistress in the ways of survival in a hostile court.
"You must set lamps outside, opposite each of the screens," she insisted. "This way, an assassin trying to enter will throw a shadow against the paper, and you will see him coming. Also, lights inside should be placed between you and the windows, so that your own form will not show up as a silhouette to anyone lurking outside."
Mara nodded, wisely allowing Nakoya to ramble on. The tricks with the lamps she had learned from Lano, and upon entering her suite she had detailed one of her maids to arrange things accordingly. Soon she and the old woman sat bathed in light, the stolid bulk of Papawayo on guard at the entrance. With nothing else to distract her, Mara felt the pressure of her own concerns. She confided those worries to her first adviser. "Nakoya, what of the 50 warriors stationed at the barracks? The Minwanabi oath of surety does not include our retinue, and I fear their lives might be threatened."
"I think not."
The old woman's confidence was unexpected after her day-long siege of insecurity. Mara restrained the urge to be angry. "But to kill them would be so easy to arrange. A false claim that a plague of summer fever had broken out in the barracks. On even a suspicion of disease, the bodies would be burned. No man could prove how our soldiers had died." Nakoya touched Mara's wrists.
"You fret for the wrong causes, Marani. Minwanabi will not trouble himself with the lives of your warriors. Mistress, all he has to do is strike you and Ayaki down, and every man who wears a coma green will become a grey warrior, masterless and cursed by the gods. That fate would suit Jingu's tastes better, I am thinking."
Here the first adviser paused. She sought her mistress's eyes, but found them closed.
"Mara, listen to me. Other dangers await like Reli coiled in the darkness. You must be aware of Tiani."
Nakoya sat straighter, as yet showing no inclination to retire.
"I observed her all day, and she watched you tirelessly while your back was turned."
But Mara was too weary to remain alert. Propped on one elbow in the cushions, she let her mind drift without discipline. Nakoya regarded her with ancient eyes and knew the girl had reached the limits of her endurance. She must not be permitted to sleep, for if an assassin struck, she must be ready to snuff out the lamp and retire quickly to the corner Papawayo had designated for emergencies, so that he would not inadvertently strike the wrong mark with his sword.
"Did you heed?"
Nakoya asked sharply.
"Yes, mother of my heart."
But with the warlord himself finding amusement in the Akoma predicament, Tiani was the least of Mara's worries. Or so she thought, as the light threw shadows like death over the carry boxes that held her gowns and jewellery. How would Lano or her father, Lord Sezu, have handled the Akoma honour in this situation? Mara frowned, trying to guess how those who had died at the hand of Minwanabi treachery might have advised her to act. But no voices answered. In the end, she had only her wits. That conclusion haunted her into a fitful sleep. Though instinct warned against rest, she looked too much like a thin, tired child. Nakoya, who had raised her from infancy, could no longer bear to badger her. Instead, she arose from the cushions and delved into the clothing in the carry boxes. Mara was deeply asleep by the time the old woman returned, her hands draped with a gauzy collection of silk scarves. These she arranged near the lamp by the sleeping mats, one last-ditch preparation before she herself succumbed to exhaustion. What would be would be. 2 women, 2 maids, and 1 overburdened warrior were no match for the entire household of the Minwanabi. Nakoya hoped only the attack would come soon, that Papewayo might retain awareness enough to fight back. But the night wore on without incident. The old nurse nodded and slept while the warrior on guard beyond the screen struggled against a numbing haze of exhaustion. Overtired nerves caused him to see movement in the garden, odd shapes suggesting lurking dangers. He blinked, and over again the shapes resolved into a bush or tree, or simply a shadow moving as the copper face of the moon dimmed and brightened behind a cloud. Sometimes Papewayo dozed, only to snap erect at the slightest suggestion of a sound. Yet the attack, when it came, caught him napping. Mara jerked awake, sweating, confused and uncertain of her surroundings. "Kala!" she murmured, naming the maid who normally attended her at home. Then a terrible tearing of paper and the sound of snapping wood jabbed her fully alert. Body struck the tiles not far from her cushions, followed by a man's grunt of pain. Mara rolled out of her cushions, banging against Nakoya in the process. The old woman woke with a shrill scream of terror, and, while Mara fumbled in the darkness to seek the safe corner Papewayo had prepared, Nakoya delayed. Her hands raked up the scarves and tossed them in panic over the lamp. Fire bloomed like a flower, blazing and banishing the dark. Mara blundered to a halt, her shins bruised against an unfamiliar side table. Horrible, coarse gasps sounded in the darkness beyond the torn screen. Crying now, and praying for Lashima's guidance, Mara squinted through the conflagration around the lamp. She saw Nakoya lift a cushion and sweep the hole into the damaged screen, igniting the torn paper. Flames leaped up, shedding golden light over the twisted features of a stranger, flung full length across the threshold, with his arms locked in struggle with Papewayo. The Akoma First Strike leader sat astride the man, hands clutching his throat. The combatants seemed a match in size and strength, but few could equal Papewayo's fury in battle. Each man sought to choke the other. Papewayo's face was a red mask of agony, matching his opponent's. Then Mara gasped. Horrified, she noticed the dagger stuck through the armhole of Papewayo's armour. But even though he was wounded, Papewayo's strength was great. The fingers gripping his throat weakened and slipped. With a final jerk, he brought the assassin's head up, then pulled with both hands, snapping bones with an audible crack. Limp arms fell from Papewayo's throat, and the body convulsed. Papewayo released his grip, and the corpse fell to the floor, the neck twisted at a terrible angle. Dim shadows moved in the courtyard beyond. Nakoya did not wait to identify them, but raised her voice in the loudest scream she could muster.
"Fire! Awake, awake! There is fire in the house!"
Mara caught her idea and repeated the cry. In the droughts of summer, a Surani estate house might burn to the ground as a result of a mishandled lamp, and the flames Nicoya had started already chewed hungrily at the framing that supported the roof tiles. Minwanabi, his servants, and his guests must all respect the threat of fire. They would come, but all too likely, too late to matter. As the light brightened, Mara saw Papewayo cast around for his sword. He glanced over his shoulder and moved out of sight, reaching for something. Sounds followed that froze Mara to the heart. The smack of a blade cutting flesh and a grunt of pain. She rushed forward, calling for Papewayo. Guided by a glint of green armour, she saw her honour guard twist and fall heavily. Beyond him, the plumes of a Minwanabi officer flared orange in the glow. Strike leader Shimizu straightened with a bloodied sword, and in his eyes Mara read murder. Yet she did not flee. Beyond, lights bloomed in the windows, screens slid back, and robed figures ran forth, wakened by Nicoya's cry of fire. Saved by the presence of witnesses, Mara confronted Papewayo's killer. "Would you murder me before the eyes of all the guests, and condemn your lawful lord to death?" Shimizu glanced quickly to either side, and saw the running figures who converged across the courtyard. Flames ripped rapidly up the roofline, and Nicoya's cries were joined by a chorus of others. The alarm was spreading rapidly through the estate house, and soon every able man would appear upon the scene with buckets. The chance to kill Mara was lost. Shimizu might love Tiani, but a warrior's code would never value a courtesan above honour. He bowed and sheathed his fouled blade.
"Lady, I just aided your honour guard in dispatching a thief. That he died at his duty is the will of the gods. Now you must flee the fire."
"Thief!" Mara all but choked on the word. At her feet, Papewayo lay sprawled with a black-handled dagger in his shoulder. That thrust could never have killed him, but the gaping wound through his heart surely had. The first shouting guests reached the scene of the fire, and, taking no further notice of Mara, the Minwanabi strike leader called orders to clear the halls. Already the flames reached the corner supports, and fumes boiled white from the varnish, filling the air with an acrid odour. Through the guests pushed Nicoya, clutching a few belongings as the two whimpering maids hauled the biggest box out of harm's way.
"Come, child."
Nicoya caught her mistress's sleeve, trying to pull her down the hall to safety. Tears and smoke stung Mara's eyes. She resisted Nicoya's efforts, motioning for the Minwanabi servants who arrived to assist. Nicoya indulged in a rare blasphemy, but her mistress refused to move. Two servants took the carry-box from the struggling maids. Others raced to gather the rest of Mara's property from the rapidly spreading flames. Two burly workers took Nicoya by the arm and led her out of danger. Shimizu caught at Mara's robe.
"You must come, lady. The walls will soon fall."
Already the heat of the blaze was becoming unbearable. The bucket-bearers began their job. Water hissed onto flaming timbers, but on the opposite side of the room from the place where the dead thief lay. His clothing had begun to blaze, eradicating any evidence of treachery he might have provided. Dully, Mara responded to necessity. "I will not leave until the body of my strike leader has been carried from the field." Shimizu nodded. Without emotion, he bent and shouldered the corpse of the warrior he had just run through with a sword. Mara followed through halls choking with smoke as a murderer bore brave Papewayo's body to the coolness of the night. She stumbled past servants who struggled with slopping buckets to battle the blaze, lest their master's estate house become totally engulfed. Mara implored the gods to let it burn, let it all burn, so that Jingu might know a 10th part of the loss she felt at Pape's death. She might have wept then for the loss of a loyal friend, but amid a cluster of sleep-rumpled guests, Jingu of the Minwanabi awaited, his eyes bright with the joy of victory. Shimizu deposited Papewayo's body on the cool grass and said,
"Master, a thief, one of your servants, sought to use the confusion of new guests in the house to cover his escape. I found him dead at the hands of the Lady of the Akoma's honor guard, but that brave warrior was also slain in turn. I found this on the dead man."
Shimizu gave over a necklace of no particular beauty, but fashioned from costly metal. Jingu nodded.
"This belongs to my wife. The culprit must be a house servant who pilfered our quarters while we dined."
With an evil grin, he turned to face Mara.
"It is a pity that such a worthy warrior had to give his life to protect the trinket."
No evidence or witness existed to refute such obvious lies. Mara's wits returned like a cold rush of wind. Before Jingu of the Minwanabi, she bowed with icy poise.
"My lord, it is true that my strike leader Papewayo died bravely, defending the wealth of your wife from a thief."
Taking her agreement for capitulation, and a salute to his superiority in the game, the Lord of the Minwanabi expansively offered commiseration.
"Lady, your strike leader's valor in behalf of my house shall not be unremarked. Let all present know that he conducted himself with highest honor."
Mara returned a level stare.
"Then honor Papewayo's spirit as he deserves. Grant his memory due ceremony, and provide him a funeral in proportion to his sacrifice."
The shouts of the bucket brigade filled an interval as Jingu considered refusing Mara's request. But then he noticed the warlord grinning at him through an opened screen across the courtyard. Almecho was aware that Papewayo's death had been murder, but the contrived excuses did not upset protocol. Such nuances amused him hugely, and since Mara had not cried for mercy or otherwise flinched from the brutalities inherent in the great game, she was due this recompense from her enemy. Almecho called out to Jingu in a show of camaraderie,
"My lord host, your wife's metal jewelry is worth many times the cost of such a ride. Give the Akoma man his funeral for the god's sake, Jingu. His death leaves you a debt of honor, and since he lost his life at my birthday celebration, 20 of my own imperial whites shall stand in salute around the pyre."
Jingu returned a deferential nod to Almecho, but his eyes showed cold annoyance in the light of the flames that still burned through one of his finer sweets.
"Hail to Papewayo," he conceded to Mara. "Tomorrow I shall honor his shade with a funeral."
Mara bowed and retired to Nakoya's side. Supported by her maids, she watched Shimizu retrieve the limp form of Papewayo and toss him indifferently to the strangers who would prepare him for his funeral. Tears threatened her composure. Survival did not seem possible without Pape. The hands dragging lifelessly across the damp grass had guarded her cradle when she was first born. They had steadied some of her first steps and defended her from murder in the sacred grove. The fact that the Lord of the Minwanabi was now obliged to pay for an extravagant ceremony to honour the warrior of an enemy house seemed a hollow victory and meaningless. No more would the flamboyant red shirt with its tassels and embroidery bother anyone's eyes on festival days, and, right now, that loss seemed more important than any power gained in the game of the council. Chapter 16. Funeral. The drums boomed. The guests of Jingu of the Minwanabi gathered in the main foyer of the estate house for Papewayo's funeral. Foremost among them, and veiled in red in deference to the god of death, Mara of the Akoma led her temporary honour guard, one of the warlord's imperial whites. The drumbeat deepened, the sign for the procession to begin.
Mara held a frond of keh reed in her hands, the raising of which would signal the marchers forward. Now was the time, yet she closed her eyes, hesitant. Weariness and grief left an ache inside that no ceremony would assuage. The Akoma were warriors, and Pepewayo had given his life to serve his mistress, earning him an honourable death, but Mara still ached for him. The drums boomed again, insistent. Mara lifted the scarlet reed. Feeling more alone than ever before in her life, she led the procession through the wide doorway to honour the shade of Pepewayo, first strike leader of the Akoma. Jingu of the Minwanabi and the warlord came after her, followed by the most powerful families of the empire. They moved without speaking into a daylight turned gloomy with clouds. Mara's steps were heavy, her feet reluctant to continue, yet each time the drum beat, she managed another stride. She had slept safely the night before in the warlord's suite, but her rest had been the drugged sleep of total fatigue, and she had not awakened refreshed. A rare storm had blown in from the north, bringing misting rain. Low-hanging tendrils of fog curled across the surface of the lake, stone grey in the subdued light. The damp made the air chill after weeks of arid heat, and Mara shivered. The earth under her sandals seemed dank as death itself. She thanked the goddess of wisdom that Nicoya had not insisted upon attending the funeral ceremony. By agreement with her mistress, the old woman had pleaded illness from the smoke and the sorrow of the last night's events. For the moment, she lay safe on her mat in the suite of the warlord Almecho. Mara led the procession down the gentle slope to the lakeside, grateful that only her own safety should concern her. For the guests who walked in pairs behind her were edgy, unpredictable as caged beasts. Not one of them believed the fiction that a servant had stolen the jewels of the lady of the Minwanabi. No one had been impolite enough to point out that Shimizu had the alleged booty in his possession, while the thief's body was consumed by fire before anyone could reach him. The possibility that Jingu had violated his pledged oath of guest safety could not be questioned without proof. Hereafter, Mara and her retinue might not be the only targets for such plotting. No lord present dared relax for the remainder of the gathering, for a few among them might react to the uncertainty in the atmosphere and strike at enemies of their own. Only the warlord seemed amused. Since he was the emperor's voice within the empire, the conspiracies and the setbacks of the rival factions beneath him offered as much enjoyment as the festivities honouring his birthday, which Pepewayo's funeral had deferred until tomorrow. While his host, the lord of the Minwanabi, fixed his attentions on Mara of the Akoma, Almecho knew Jingu was not plotting to wear the white and gold. At least, not this week. Though most guests marched in proper silence, Almecho whispered pleasantries in the ear of Jingu. This landed the lord of the Minwanabi in a prickly mesh of protocol. Whether he should remain serious, as was proper for a lord who attended the funeral of one who had died defending his property, or whether he should defer to the mood of his guest of honour and smile at the jokes, which in all likelihood were presented to provoke precisely this same dilemma. But Mara drew no satisfaction from Jingu's discomfort. Ahead, on a finger of land past the piers, rose the ceremonial pyre of the Akoma first strike leader. He lay in his plumes and ceremonial armour, his sword upon his breast, and across the blade his crossed wrists were bound with scarlet cord, signifying death's dominance over the flesh. Beyond him, at attention, stood the 50 warriors of the Akoma retinue. They were permitted at the gathering to honour their departed officer, and from their number Mara must choose Pepewayo's successor, one soldier to stand as her honour guard throughout the remainder of the celebration for the warlord. Almost her step faltered on the path. To think of another in Pape's place brought pain past bearing. Yet the more practical side of her mind kept functioning. Her next stride was firm, and her choice already made. Arakasi must wear the honour guard's mantle, for she would need any information he might have gathered to counter the Minwanabi threat. Mara stepped up to the bier. She lowered the scarlet reed, and the guests fanned out, forming a circle around Papiwao's body, leaving small openings at the east and west. The neat lines of Akoma warriors waited behind Papiwao's head, each holding his sword point down in the earth to symbolize a warrior fallen. The drums boomed and fell silent. Mara raised her voice to open the ceremonies. "We are gathered to commemorate the life deeds of Papiwao, son of Papendayo, grandson of Kelsai. Let all present know that he achieved the rank of first strike leader of the Akoma, and that the honours that earned him this position were many." Mara paused and faced east, and the small gap left in the circle was now filled by a white-robed priest of Chochocan, who wore armlets woven of thysa reed and whose presence symbolized life. The Lady of the Akoma bowed in deference to the god, then began to recite the memorable deeds of Papiwao's service, from the first day of his oath to the Akoma Natami. As she spoke, the priest shed his mantle. Naked but for his symbols of office, he danced in celebration of the strong, brave warrior who lay in state upon the bier. The list of Papiwao's honours was a lengthy one. Well before the recitation ended, Mara had to struggle to keep her composure. Yet, as her account faltered, the guests did not fidget or show boredom. Life and death, and the winning of glory according to the code of honour, were a subject central to the Surani civilization. The deeds of this particular servant of the Akoma were impressive. Rivalry, hatred, even blood feud did not extend past the borders of death, and so long as the priest danced in remembrance of Papiwao, the lord of the Minwanabi and every distinguished guest acknowledged the renown of the deceased. But no warrior's prowess could accomplish immortality. Eventually Mara reached the night when the blade of a thief had ended a brilliant career. The dancer bowed to the earth before the bier, and the Lady of the Akoma turned west, where a red-robed priest stood in the small gap in the circle. She bowed in respect of the representative of the red god, and the priest in service to the death god threw off his mantle. He was masked with a red skull, for no mortal might know the face of death until his turn came to greet the red god, Turakamu. The priest's skin was dyed scarlet, and his armlets were woven of serpent skins. Again Mara raised her voice. She managed the last with flawless poise, for her life now balanced upon her ability to play the great game. In ringing tones she described the death of a warrior, and with true Tsurani appreciation of theatre and ceremony, she made her account an accolade to the honour of Papiwao. The priest of Turakamu danced a warrior's death with bravery, glory, and honour that live on in memory. When he finished, he drew a black knife and slashed the scarlet cords that bound Papiwao's wrists. The time for flesh was ended, and the spirit must be freed from its bondage to death. Mara swallowed, her eyes dry and hard. From the priest of Turakamu she accepted the flaming torch that burned at the foot of the bier. This she raised skyward, with a silent prayer to Lashima. Now she must name Papiwao's successor, the man who would assume his former duties, so that his spirit would be free of mortal obligation. Saddened, Mara strode to the head of the bier. With trembling fingers she fixed the red reed to the warrior's helm. Then she plucked away the officer's plume and turned to face the still ranks of the Akoma soldiers who closed the north end of the circle. "Arakasi," she said, and though her summons was barely above a whisper, the spy-master heard. He stepped forward and bowed. "I pray to the gods I have chosen wisely," Mara murmured as she gave the torch and the plume into his hands. Arakasi straightened and regarded her with dark, enigmatic eyes. Then, without comment, he turned and cried out for his companion at arms, Papewayo. The priest of Chochocan re-entered the circle with a reed cage that contained a white-plumed tirik bird, symbol of the spirit of rebirth. As the flames touched the kindling stack beneath Papewayo's muscled corpse, the priest slashed the reed constraints with a knife. And Mara watched, her eyes misted, as the white bird shot skyward and vanished into the rain. Fire hissed and cracked, smoky in the dampness. The guests waited a respectful interval before they filed slowly back to the estate house. Mara remained, along with her 50 warriors and her newly chosen honour guard, waiting for the fire to burn out and the priests of Chochocan and Turakamu to gather Papewayo's ashes. These would be enclosed within an urn and buried beneath the wall of the Akoma contemplation glade, to honour the fact that Papewayo had died in loyal service to the family. For a time, Mara was alone with Arakasi, away from the scrutiny of the guests.
"You did not bring Nakoya with you,"
Arakasi murmured, his words barely audible over the snap of the pyre.
"Mistress, that was clever."
His choice of words pierced the lethargy left by grief. Mara turned her head slightly, studying the spy master to analyse the reason for the edge of sarcasm she had detected in his tone.
"Nakoya is in the estate house ill."
Mara paused, waiting for a reply. When none came, she added,
"We shall be joining her within the hour. Do you think you can keep us alive until evening?"
The remainder of the day had been set aside for contemplation and remembrance of Papewayo. But she referred to the fact that, once away from the beer, the guests would reassume the ongoing machinations of the game, and Arakasi, though competent, was not her most proficient swordsman. The spy master accepted the implication with the barest indication of a smile.
"Very wise indeed, my lady."
And by his tone of relief, Mara understood. He had thought she intended to flee the Minwanabi now, while she was reunited with her warriors. Nakoya would have agreed to remain behind towards this end, an intentional sacrifice to blind Minwanabi to her mistress's intention to break and run for home. Mara swallowed, pained again by grief. How readily the old woman might have embraced such a ruse, her abandonment in an enemy house a gambit to ensure a coma continuance.
"Papewayo was sacrifice enough,"
Mara said, sharply enough for Arakasi to know that flight was the last of her intentions. The spy master nodded fractionally.
"Good. You would not have survived in any event. Minwanabi has ringed his estates with his armies with the appearance of safeguarding the presence of his guests. But over their drink and their dice, his soldiers admit that many others without colours wait outside the estate borders, posing as pirates or roving bands of outlaws, to trap the Lady of Takoma."
Mara's eyes widened.
"And how did you know this? By borrowing an orange tunic and mingling with the enemy?"
Arakasi chuckled, very low in his throat.
"Hardly that, my lady. I have informants."
He regarded his mistress, studying a face that was pale but for the faint flush lent by the heat of the fire. Her slight frame was straight, and her eyes afraid but determined.
"Since we stay and confront the Lord of the Minwanabi, there are things you should know."
Now Mara showed the slightest indication of triumph.
"Loyal Arakasi, I chose you because I trusted you to hate the Lord of the Minwanabi as I do. We understand each other very well. Now tell me all you know that will help me to humble this man who murdered my family and a warrior who was most dear to my heart."
"He has a weak link in his household,"
Arakasi said without preamble.
"A reli in his nest that he does not know about. I have discovered that Tiani is an Anasati spy."
Mara drew a startled breath.
Tiani!
She assessed this and suddenly felt more than the chill of the rain. All along, Nicoya had insisted that the concubine had been more dangerous than Mara credited, and Mara had not listened, a mistake that might have cost her everything she had struggled to gain. For here was a Minwanabi servant who had no concern should Mara's death cost Jingu his life and honour. In fact, to arrange such a pass would no doubt please Takuma, as it would avenge Buntakapi's death and remove the man most likely to cause little Ayaki harm. Mara wasted no time on recriminations, but at once began to calculate how this information might be used to her advantage.
What else do you know of Tiani?
The news is very recent. Word just reached me last night.
Arakasi lifted the plume and, by tilting his head to affix it to his helm, managed to speak directly into Mara's ear.
I know the concubine shares her favours with one of the higher-ranking officers, which the Lord suspects but has not proven. Jingu has many women he calls upon, but she is his favourite. He does not care to do without her talents long.
Mara considered this, gazing into the flames of Papewayo's pyre, and a memory returned of fire and dark, when Pape had lain still warm in the courtyard at her feet. Tiani had accompanied the lord of the Minwanabi. While Jingu had made a show of surprise, Tiani seemed genuinely startled by Mara's presence. Jingu had spoken briefly to Shimizu, who had surely been Pape's executioner, while Tiani's eyes had followed the Minwanabi strike leader with contempt of a startling intensity. Mara had been preoccupied with Papewayo at the time, and the concubine's twisted hatred had not seemed significant. Now, though, the memory gained importance, particularly since Tiani's reaction had caused Shimizu discomfort.
What is the name of Tiani's lover?
Mara inquired. Arakasi shook his head.
I don't know, mistress. But when we reach the estate house, I can send my agent there to find out.
Mara turned her head away as the flames consumed Papewayo's body. Watching was too painful, and the gesture gave her a better chance to speak to Arakasi over the loud crackle of the flames.
I will wager a full year's harvest it's Shimizu.
Arakasi nodded, his expression set with sympathy, as if his lady expressed some thought on the valour of the departed.
No bet, mistress. He is the most likely candidate.
The oil-soaked wood beneath Papewayo finally caught, and flame erupted skyward, hot enough to consume even bone and hardened hide armour. Only ashes would remain when the pyre cooled.
Pape,
murmured Mara,
you will be avenged along with my father and brother.
And now, while the sky wept cold drizzle, the fires consumed all that was mortal of the staunchest warrior Mara had known. She waited, no longer cold, her mind preoccupied with the beginning of a plan. Mara returned to the warlord's suite following Papewayo's funeral. Soaked to the skin and accompanied by an honour guard who also dripped wet on the waxed wooden floor, she found Nicoya up from her sleeping mat. In a waspish frame of mind, the old woman ordered Mara's two maids to stop fussing over the carry boxes for the move to new quarters and attend their mistress at once. The lady of the Akoma fended off the attentions of the maids, sending them back to their packing. Though aware that Nicoya was overwrought, she saw little sense in rushing the process of changing and refreshing herself after the funeral. For now, she needed the security of the warlord's suite. Mara paused long enough to shake her dripping hair loose from its coil. Then she nodded to Arakasi, who placed the urn containing Papewayo's remains by the carry boxes and stepped forward.
Go and seek Desio,
Mara instructed the man who now played the role of warrior.
Tell him we will need servants to conduct us and our belongings to the new suite the Lord of Minwanabi has seen fit to assign the Akoma.
Arakasi bowed, showing no sign that his orders would be taken any way but literally. He left in silence, knowing Mara would understand that he would find Desio, but not by the most direct route. The spymaster would seek his contacts and, with luck, return with the information Mara needed on Tiani. The weather cleared by sunset, and with the passing of the rain, the guests of the Lord of the Minwanabi grew restless with the inactivity of contemplation. A few of them gathered in the larger courtyards to play Mojo Go, a gambling card game, while others staged bouts of mock combat between the more skilled warriors of their honour guards with heavy betting. With Papewayo's recent death, Mara understandably did not participate, but the casual mingling of Minwanabi's household staff and the informality of the lords present offered an ideal chance for Arakasi to gather intelligence. Watching him through the slightly parted screen door of her chambers, Mara could not guess whether the spy master had contacts in every major lord's retinue, or whether the man's acting ability enabled him to lure even loyal men into casual conversation. However he garnered his news, by sundown, when Arakasi returned with the second of his reports, his information about Tiani was astonishingly detailed.
"You are right, lady. Shimizu is certainly Tiani's lover."
Arakasi accepted thyza bread and delicately smoked meats from a tray offered by Nakoya. Mara had chosen to eat supper in her rooms and had invited the spymaster to share her meal. The lady of the Akoma watched with unreadable eyes while Arakasi arranged strips of nidra on thyza pastry. His clever fingers rolled the result into a twist, which he ate with the manners of a born noble. "More than that," he resumed, knowing Mara would take his meaning.
"Tiani has the Minwanabi strike leader netted like a fish. He follows along as she pulls, though his better instincts might be inclined otherwise."
Here the spymaster paused in his repast.
"Last night the two lovers quarrelled."
He grinned.
The servant lighting lamps overheard and stayed around cleaning wicks. He found the conversation fascinating. The man was reluctant to speak to my agent, as the name of their lord had been mentioned. But whatever the final disposition, Tiani has been snappish as a bitch ever since. Shimizu can be expected to do anything to regain her favour.
"Anything?" Bored with eating, Mara waved to Nakoya, who brought damp cloths to wipe her face and hands. "That does offer possibilities, does it not?" While Arakasi ate freely, Mara considered. Shimizu had slain Papewayo by treachery. Tiani might be forced into manipulating him to admit his lord had ordered the death of the Akoma officer. As an Anasati spy, Tiani had no true loyalty to Jingu. She would be the only servant in his house unwilling to die for Minwanabi honour. Mara made up her mind. "I wish you to have a message delivered to Tiani," she said to Arakasi. "Can this be done in secrecy?" Now it was the spymaster's turn to lose his appetite.
"If I could presume to guess what plan you have in mind, it is risky. No, dangerous in the extreme. By my assessment, the concubine cannot be depended upon to protect her true master, the Lord of the Anasati. She has betrayed a master before, perhaps more than one, and I suspect she may have murdered another."
Mara, too, had studied Tiani's background, that of an abused street prostitute who had grown to love her profession and one thing more: twisted ambition. In the past, the woman had sold out lovers and friends and even done murder upon men who had visited her bed. At first, these acts had been ones of survival, but later she had continued out of greed and a hunger for power. That Mara shared Arakasi's opinion of the concubine's reliability mattered little at this point. "Arakasi, if you have a better plan, I will embrace it." The spymaster gestured in the negative, and deep in his eyes Mara read approval as she said, "Very well.
Fetch me parchment and pen, and have my message sent to this woman by nightfall."
Arakasi bowed and did as he was bid. Inwardly, he admired the boldness of Mara's intentions, yet his sharp eyes did not miss the slight tremble of her hand as she penned the note that would begin her attempt to redress the power-hungry rapacity of the Minwanabi lord. The lamp flame flickered in the draught as Tiani paced to the screen and spun around, the mantle fanning an agitated breeze across the cheek of strike leader Shimizu.
"You should not have summoned me at this hour,"
he said, disappointed with himself because already his annoyance was fading.
"You know that I cannot shirk my duty to attend you, and I am due on watch in an hour."
Poised in lamplight, with her gold-streaked hair laced with ribbon, Tiani took his breath away. The curve of her breasts beneath her thin robe made duty seem unreal.
"Go on to your watch then, soldier,"
the concubine said. Shimizu lowered his eyes, perspiration glistening on his forehead. If he left now, his mind would not be on his post, and the lord of the Minwanabi might as well have no guard on his door at all. Trapped between honour and the burning need of his love, the strike leader said,
"You may as well tell me why you ask that I come."
Tiani sat as if strength and confidence had suddenly deserted her. She turned the frightened eyes of a girl to her lover, but the robes shifted as she leaned forward, showing a calculated amount of flesh.
"Shimizu, I did not know who else to ask. Mara of the Akoma wishes to have me assassinated."
She seemed vulnerable enough to wrench the heart. Shimizu's hand gripped his sword by instinct. As always, her beauty overwhelmed the honest instinct that warned her words might deceive.
"How do you know this, my love?"
Tiani lowered her lashes as if fighting despair. Shimizu removed his helm, abandoned it hastily on a side table, then bent at her side. Enclosing her shoulders in his embrace, he spoke into her scented hair.
"Tell me."
Tiani shivered. She buried her face in his strength and allowed his hands to stroke her, coaxing away the fear that prevented speech.
"Mara sent me a note,"
the concubine managed at last.
"She claims that her late husband left me some jewels as an inheritance. To avoid calling my indiscretion to the attention of my lord, she demands that I go to her chambers tonight when we all are asleep to claim them. Only I know that Bontokapi left me no gifts. That night he left me in Sulankeu, he knew he was going back to the estate to die, and he arranged for my comforts before he departed."
Shimizu shook her gently, as if to disrupt a childish fit of sulks.
"You are in no danger, precious. No demand of the Lady of the Akoma can force you to complete such an errand."
Tiani raised her head, her breasts pressed against the strike leader's side.
"You don't know her,"
she whispered, afraid still, and appealing to the edge of pain.
"Mara is clever and cold-hearted enough to arrange the death of her own son's father. If I refuse this invitation, how long do I have before an assassin visits my sleeping mat and plunges a knife through my heart? Shimizu, I shall live each day in terror. Only in your arms do I feel safe from this woman's wicked plots."
Shimizu felt that the smallest breath of cold touched his flesh. He drew taut, as if the woman in his arms had touched a nerve.
"What do you wish of me?"
Her insecurity prompted a warrior's desire to protect, yet he could not strike Mara without breaking the Minwanabi surety that the safety of all guests was secure under his roof. In warning, Shimizu added,
"Even for your sake, I cannot betray my lord."
Not in the least distressed, Tiani reached under Shimizu's tunic and traced the muscles of his thigh with her fingers.
I would never ask you to dirty yourself with an assassin's work, love. But as my man, would you permit your woman to enter the lair of a dangerous beast without protection? If I answer the appointment after your guard duty ends, would you go as my escort? If Mara intends me harm and you defend me, then our Lord will have nothing but praise. You'll have slain the enemy of his heart and done so without the risk of shame. If you are right,
She shrugged, as if the possibility was faint.
and there is some truth to the woman's message, what harm is done by my bringing an escort?
Shimizu relaxed utterly, and her caress flushed his skin like fine wine. That a member of the Minwanabi household should bring an honour guard to her appointment with a guest was entirely proper, even expected, and, as such, he could lawfully defend the safety of his charge if her life were threatened. Loosened by relief, he kissed her, and in the fervency of his response, Tiani sensed that the warrior she manipulated wavered in his resolves like a reed in a gale. If she had asked for Mara's death, Shimizu would have been deeply unsure which would claim his first loyalty, his obligations to his lord, or his devotion to the woman in his arms. Tiani pushed Shimizu away with all the caution she would have used while sheathing a deadly weapon. No trace of satisfaction showed in her eyes, but only resignation and bravery as she lifted the plumed helmet from the side table and set it in Shimizu's hands.
Honour our Lord, my love. Then meet me here when your guard duty is over, and we shall go to meet Mara of the Akoma.
Shimizu placed the helmet on his head. With the strap still swinging loose, he bent and kissed her fiercely.
If Mara dares try to harm you, she shall die,
he whispered. Then he broke away and strode swiftly through the screen. As Shimizu vanished into the twilight, Tiani rubbed the red marks his armour had pressed into her flesh. A wild joy shone in her eyes, and she blew out the lamp, that no observer should share this moment of triumph. All she had to do was provoke an attack from Mara, or fake one if the bitch did not rise to insults. Then, by the warrior's code, Shimizu must strike a blow in Tiani's defence, and if in the greater game Mara's death came to be judged a shameful act, what did damage to the Minwanabi matter to a concubine whose loyalty belonged to Takuma of the Anasati? Buntakapi's murderess would be meat for Jagunas, and to Tiani that triumph was beyond any other consideration. Beyond the balcony rail, moonlight spilled gold across the wind-ruffled waters of the lake. But Mara did not step up to the screens to admire the view. Arakasi had cautioned against this when she first entered the new suite. The guardrails of the balcony, as well as the supports and some of the planks near the edge, were old, almost ancient wood, but the pegs used to fasten them were new, lacking the dullness Chikan wood gained when weathered. Someone had prepared the way for an accident. A walkway of glazed stone tiles lined the garden 3 floors below this window. No one falling from the balcony could possibly survive. Few questions would be asked if her body were found lying broken there in the morning, with the old railing above having obviously collapsed as she leaned upon it. Night darkened the corridors and suites of the Minwanabi estate house. Few guests remained awake. Missing Papewayo and aching for sleep and the security of her own estate, Mara settled restlessly on the cushions beside Nakoya. Dressed in simple robes and enamelled shell bracelets crafted by the Choja, the lady of the Akoma rested her head on her palms.
The concubine cannot be much longer in coming.
Nakoya said nothing, but from his post beyond the entry screen, Arakasi returned a dubious shrug. His gesture indicated that he thought Tiani unpredictable in the extreme. Yet her note had stated she would come after the midnight change of the guard.
Mara felt cold, though the night was warm. She wished for Papawayo, whose skill in battle was legendary. Arakasi might wear the armour of an honour guard, but his talent with weapons was nothing to boast about. Still, without the spymaster's network, she would have no plan at all. Steadying her nerves with temple discipline, Mara waited and at last heard footsteps in the corridor. She turned a self-satisfied smile to Arakasi, then abruptly banished the expression from her face. The footsteps drew nearer, and above the expected jingle of expensive jewellery, Mara heard the squeak of armour and weaponry. Tiani had brought a warrior for company. Nicoya blinked sleepily, hard of hearing enough that she did not detect the party approaching down the corridor. But she straightened as Mara glanced through the doorway, warned by Arakasi's bow. He could always be counted upon to affect the manners appropriate to his station. Analysing the extent of his deference, Nicoya muttered, "The concubine has brought an honour guard, as is her right." She fell silent. The hour was too late to caution Mara that any act which might be interpreted as aggressive behaviour towards Tiani might be constituted an attack upon a member of the Minwanabi household. The honour guard would then be justified in defending Jingu's concubine, even duty-bound to do so. Though Mara assumed her most regal posture and her sternest self-control, she could not repress a small start of fear as the warrior attending Tiani stepped around the screen into view. He wore the orange plumes of a Minwanabi strike leader, and his features were those of the officer Mara had seen sheathe his bloody blade over the body of Papawayo. The concubine walked behind, draped in dark silk. Costly metal ornaments pinned her tawny hair, and bracelets sparkled on her wrists. As she stepped up to the screen, Arakasi positioned himself smoothly before her escort. "We both wait here, against any need." That no armed warrior might approach his lady save by her leave was protocol. He waved Tiani over the threshold, and the lamps flickered, winnowed by a draught off the lake. Mara watched with stony eyes as Tiani made her bow. Though endowed with a well-curved figure, close up Tiani was not soft. She moved with a predator's grace, and her eyes reflected cunning and confidence. Mara searched the woman's form with practised eyes, but cleverly placed folds of silk revealed nothing but seductive triangles of bare skin. Any weapons Tiani might carry were well hidden. Aware suddenly that the concubine was assessing her in return, Mara nodded a stiff greeting. "There are matters between us to discuss." She waved at the cushions opposite. Tiani accepted the invitation and sat. "We do have much to discuss." She scraped a fleck of dust from her cuff with a sharp-edged fingernail, then added, "But nothing to do with gifts from your late husband, lady. I know the real reason you asked me to come here." "Do you?" A short silence developed, which Mara extended by sending Nicoya to heat a pot of orb-petal tea. Controlled enough not to break first, Tiani added nothing more. Mara met the hatred in her eyes with calm. "I doubt you know all I have to say." While Nicoya bustled back with the pot, the officer who had accompanied Tiani watched their every move. Since Arakasi had confirmed Mara's suspicion that Shimizu was the concubine's lover, she was able to interpret his fanatical expression. He waited like a reli coiled to strike. Nicoya set cups and strips of spice bark before the cushions. As she began to pour the tea, Tiani spoke again. "You surely do not expect me to drink in your chambers, Lady of the Akoma?" Mara smiled, as if the accusation that she might poison a guest were no insult at all. "You accepted Akoma hospitality readily enough before." And as Tiani bridled, she sipped neatly from her own cup and began her opening move.
I observe that you have brought strike leader Shimizu as your honor guard. That is good, for what I have to say concerns him.
Tiani said nothing, but in the doorway Shimizu shifted his weight onto his toes. Arakasi rested his hand lightly on his sword, though he was no match for a true warrior. Mara concentrated solely upon the beautiful courtesan before her. In a voice low enough that the soldiers by the door could not hear, she said,
My honor guard Papewayo was murdered last night, but not by a thief. I say to you that your honor guard Shimizu ran a sword through his heart, thereby forfeiting the surety of the Minwanabi.
A breeze off the lake dimmed the lamp. Tiani smiled in the shadow and abruptly waved Nakoya over to pour her tea.
You are no threat to the Minwanabi, Lady Mara.
Contemptuously, as if her presence were warmly welcome, she crumbled spice bark into the cup, raised it to her lips and drank.
Papewayo cannot return to life to testify.
Tiani had not troubled to lower her voice, and now Shimizu's eyes were fixed upon the Lady of the Akoma. Sweat sprang along Mara's spine. For her father, for her brother, and for Pape, she made herself continue.
That is true.
But I say that your master is guilty, and your warrior companion was his instrument. You both will swear to the fact, or else Jingu will watch his pretty lover die by the rope.
Tiani stiffened. Without spilling her tea, she set down her cup.
That's a threat to frighten children. Why should my master order me a shameful death when I do nothing but please him?
Now Mara let her reply ring across the breadth of the room.
Because I know that you are a spy for Tikuma of the Anasati.
For a moment, surprise, shock, and naked calculation warred on the concubine's face. Before Tiani could recover her poise, Mara completed her gambit and hoped the gods of chance would support her lie.
I have documents that prove you are Tikuma's sworn servant, and unless you do as I wish, I will have them sent to the Lord of the Minwanabi.
Arakasi watched Shimizu with the single-minded intensity of a killwing. At first, the tall officer seemed stunned by betrayal. Then, as Tiani visibly struggled for words to deny the accusation, Shimizu stirred in the doorway and slowly drew his sword. The concubine strove to patch the tear in their relations.
Shimizu! Mara lies! She speaks falsely of me to make you betray your master.
Shimizu hesitated. Reflections from the lamp trembled along the razor edge of his lacquered blade as, tortured with self-doubt, he debated.
Attack her!
Tiani goaded.
Kill Mara for me! Kill her now!
But her voice rang too shrill. Shimizu straightened his shoulders. Fear and regret and painful resolve all mingled on his features as he slowly shook his head.
I must inform my lord Jingu. He shall judge.
No!
Tiani sprang to her feet. He'll hang us both, you fool! But the protest served only to seal her guilt in the eyes of the warrior who had loved her. He spun away from the doorframe. Arakasi moved to overtake him, and sounds of a struggle arose from the corridor. Plainly, the Akoma spymaster attempted to block Shimizu's way to grant Mara time to obtain proof of Minwanabi treachery against Papewayo. Tiani whirled, her eyes narrowed with fury.
You'll never get what you want from me, you sexless bitch!
She drew a knife from the waistband of her robe and sprang from the cushions to murder. Mara had seen the shift of the concubine's weight, already rolling as Tiani piled into her. She dropped her shoulder under the thrust. The knife struck harmlessly into cushions. As the concubine twisted the weapon free, Mara recovered her breath.
Shimizu, help! For your master's honor!
She rolled again, the flash of the blade a hair's breadth from her groin. Tiani uttered a furious curse and slashed at her enemy's throat. Mara blocked with a wrestler's move, but only for a moment. The concubine was larger than she, and anger lent her strength.
Sliding, twisting, struggling for her life upon the floor, Mara managed a desperate cry to Nakoya. "Get help! If I die in front of witnesses, Jingu is ruined and Ayaki will survive." The old nurse fled. Tiani shrieked wordlessly in frustration. Possessed utterly by hatred, she rammed Mara backwards against the tiles. The knife dipped. Mara's grip began to give, and the blade trembled lower, nearer and nearer to her exposed throat. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Armour flashed in the moonlight, and hands seized Tiani from behind. Mara's hold broke with a jerk as the concubine was yanked backwards, the knife still in her hand. Shimizu hauled his lover up by the hair, like a hunter's kill.
"You must be an Anasati spy," he said bitterly. "Why else would you harm this woman and see my master shamed beyond redemption?"
Tiani met her lover's accusation with a glare of sultry defiance. Then she twisted like a serpent and ran the knife towards his heart. Shimizu spun and took the blade against the wristband on his arm. The edge glanced off, opening a slight wound. Wild with rage, he flung away the concubine who had betrayed him. She staggered gracelessly backwards and caught a heel on the track that secured the screens. The balcony lay beyond, the railing a silhouette against the moonlit surface of the lake. Tiani flailed off balance and stumbled against supports already weakened for murder. The railing cracked and gave way with the softest whisper of sound. The concubine twisted, horror robbing her of grace as she clawed to regain the balcony. Mara's breath caught in her throat, even as the weakened board splintered from under Tiani's feet. The sound was a death knell. Tiani knew as she tottered that the glazed tiles of the courtyard awaited below. The body found broken in the morning would be hers, and not that of her enemy. "No!" Her shout echoed over the lake as the last board collapsed beneath her. She did not scream. As she plunged through the darkness, she cried, "I curse you!" And then her body struck the tiles. Mara closed her eyes. Still clenching a drawn sword, Shimizu stood stunned and tormented. The woman he had cherished lay dead below. The moonlight shone uninterrupted across a vacant expanse of balcony framed by broken supports. Mara shivered and stirred, then raised stunned eyes to the warrior, who seemed locked like a statue in grief. "What happened to my honor guard?" she asked. Shimizu seemed not to hear. He turned half-dazed from the balcony and bent unfriendly eyes upon Mara.
"You will provide evidence that Tiani was an Anasati spy, my lady."
Mara pushed damp hair from her face, too shaken and too preoccupied to react to the threat in his tone. Her goal, vengeance for her father, her brother, and even Papewayo, lay very close at hand. If only she could wring an admission from Shimizu, the strike leader could not hope to hide the fact that he had been forced to kill Tiani to defend the oath of guest safety. Since the concubine had initiated the attack, Jingu could be accused of betrayal. For upon Mara's arrival, half the guests present had overheard his announcement that Tiani was a privileged member of his household. Shimizu took a threatening step forward.
"Where is your proof?"
Mara looked up, relief at her own survival making her careless in her reply. "But I have no proof. Tiani was an Anasati spy, but my claim of written evidence was only a gambler's bluff." Shimizu glanced quickly to either side, and with a jolt of renewed dread, Mara remembered. Nakoya had left to find help. No observers remained to witness whatever happened in the room. "Where is Arakasi?" she repeated, unable to hide the fear in her voice. Shimizu stepped forward. His manner changed from stunned horror to resolve, and his fingers tightened on his weapon.
"You have no further need of an honor guard, Lady of the Akoma."
Mara retreated, her feet tangling in cushions.
Warrior, after all that has passed this night, would you dare compromise the honor of your master beyond doubt? Shimizu's expression remained stony as he lifted his sword.
Who is to know? If I say that you killed Tiani, and I was honor-bound to defend her, there are no other witnesses to challenge me.
Mara kicked clear of the cushions. Shimizu advanced another step, backing her helplessly against the carry boxes. Terrified by his passionate logic and chilled by realization that his mad, clever plan might create enough confusion to spare Jingu's honor, she tried to stall him with words.
Then you killed Arakasi?
Shimizu leaped across the massed expanse of cushions.
Lady, he sought to keep me from my duty.
His blade rose, glittering in the moonlight. Out of resources and cornered without hope, Mara drew the small knife she kept hidden in her sleeve. She raised her hand to throw, and Shimizu sprang. He struck with the flat of his sword. Smashed from her grasp, the knife rattled across the floor and lay beyond reach by the balcony doors. The sword rose again. Mara threw herself to the floor. Darkened by the shadow of her attacker, she screamed, "Nakoya!" while silently beseeching Lashima's protection for Ayaki and the continuance of the Akoma line. But the old nurse did not answer. Shimizu's sword whistled downward. Mara twisted, bruising herself against the carry boxes as the blade sliced into the sleeping mat. Mara struggled, pinned helplessly against unyielding boxes of goods. The next cut from Shimizu's sword would end her life. But suddenly, another sword rose above Shimizu's head. This weapon was familiar and ineptly handled as it carved a shining arc in the moonlight and crashed upon the neck of her attacker. Shimizu's hands loosened. His sword wavered, then fell from his fingers to splash point first through the leather side of a carry box. Mara screamed as the huge warrior toppled, his plumes raking her side as he crashed upon the floor. One pace behind and staggering to a stop, Arakasi employed the sword he had lately used as a club for a prop to steady himself. He managed a drunk-looking bow.
My lady.
Blood flowed from a scalp wound down the side of his face and along his jaw, the result of a blow that must have knocked him unconscious in the corridor. Mara caught her breath with a soft cry, half relief, half terror.
You look a fright.
The spy master wiped at his face, and his hand came away red. He managed the ghost of a grin.
I dare say I do.
Mara struggled with partial success to regain her poise. Reaction left her giddy.
You have to be the first man to wear the plumes of an Akoma officer who does not know the edge from the flat of the blade. I am afraid Shimizu will sport a bruise as handsome as any he gave you come morning.
Arakasi shrugged, his expression caught between triumph and deep personal grief.
Had he lived, Papewayo intended to improve my technique. His shade will have to be satisfied with the ruin of the Minwanabi instead.
Then, as if he had admitted a grief he might rather have kept to himself, the spy master silently helped his mistress to her feet. Voices sounded in the corridor. Indignant and shrill, the words of Jingu and his son Desio carried clearly over the confused tones of the guests. Mara straightened her disarranged robes. She bent, dislodged Shimizu's sword from the carry box, and met the crowd of nobles and servants as a true daughter of the Akoma. Jingu stamped explosively through the opened screen.
What has happened here?
He stopped, open-mouthed, at the sight of his prone strike leader, then glared wrathfully at the lady of the Akoma.
You have brought treachery to my house.
Onlookers crowded around, their clothing disarrayed from their hasty rush from their sleeping mats. Mara ignored them. She bowed with formal grace and placed Shimizu's sword at the feet of the Lord of the Minwanabi.
I swear by my life and the name of my ancestors, that the treachery done is not mine. Your concubine Tiani tried to kill me, and for love of her, your strike leader Shimizu lost his wits. My honor guard Arakasi was forced to intervene. He barely saved my life. Is this the way the Minwanabi answer for the safety of their guests?
A murmur arose from the onlookers, the voice of the Lord of the Akamchi loudest among them.
The warrior is not dead. When he rouses, he might say the Akoma tell lies under oath.
Jingu gestured irritably for silence. He glared at Mara with pale, cold eyes.
As my servant Tiani lies dead on the tiles below, I would hear what my officer Shimizu has to say upon this matter.
Mara gave no sign that, by implying that she had lied under oath, Jingu had offered gravest insult. No honour could be gained by reacting to the words of a condemned man. And all present understood that if Mara's charge were proved, the Lord of the Minwanabi would have no standing among them. His honour would be as dust, and his influence in the game of the council come to nothing.
My first adviser Nakoya witnessed the attack by the concubine.
Mara summoned every scrap of poise she had learned from the sisters at the temple.
Your own strike leader had to defend me to protect your honour. Had Tiani not fallen to her death below, I would have had to kill her with my own hands to save myself.
Someone by the door murmured a comment in her favour. Outraged, Decio pushed forward, only to be shoved aside by the hand of his father. Jingu dared a smile, like a dog who has stolen meat and escaped receiving the blame.
Lady Mara, if you have no other witness, you have no accusation to make. For if Shimizu says that you attacked Tiani and he came to her defense, and you say that Tiani attacked you and Arakasi came to yours, the case rests upon the word of your first adviser against that of my strike leader. They are of equal rank, and by law their word carries equal weight. Who among us can determine which of them is lying?
Mara had no answer. Frustrated, aching, and furious to discover herself unable to prove the truth, she regarded the enemy who had ruined her father and brother, and whose ancestors had caused her ancestors generation after generation of grief. Her face showed no expression as she said,
You balance the honour of the Minwanabi upon a slender thread, Lord Jingu. One day soon it will snap.
Jingu laughed, a full-throated sound that eclipsed a smaller disturbance by the entrance. Mara saw beyond him and felt a moment of triumph so fierce it felt like the pain of a sword withdrawn. Through the screen, parting away through the packed bodies of the onlookers, came Nakoya. Behind her walked Almecho, with two black-robed figures at his side. The warlord glanced about the room, observing the mayhem that had visited the guest suite given to Mara.
"By the gods!" he exclaimed with a laugh. "What has occurred? A storm in the house from the look of things."
Jingu returned a bitter smile.
"An attack, my lord, but there seems little agreement on just who assaulted whom first."
He added a theatrical shrug.
"I'm afraid we'll never get to the heart of this, as Lady Mara's first adviser, out of admirable, if misplaced, loyalty, will lie to support her lady's tale. It will be her word against Shimizu's. I expect we'll have to let the entire matter pass."
Almecho's eyebrows rose in malicious reproof.
"Oh, really? I don't think we need let any slight of honour pass, Jingu. Just so there is no cloud on your good name, not to mention any shame to spoil my birthday celebration, I'll ask my companions to lend a hand."
He turned to the two black-robed figures at his side and spoke to the first.
"Elgahar, can you sort this matter out?"
A dispassionate voice answered, "Of course, my lord." As Jingu's face drained of colour, the magician continued, "We can prove without doubt who is lying, and who is speaking truth." Almecho's eyes travelled from Lady Mara's face to Jingu's with poisonous amusement.
"Good,"
he said softly.
"Let us separate the guilty from the innocent."
Chapter 17. Revenge. Elgahar demanded silence. Conversations fell to a murmur, then subsided to total stillness as the guests of the Lord of the Minwanabi crowded themselves into the room where Tiani had fallen to her death. Shimizu had regained consciousness. Seated now at the feet of his lord, he regarded the Great One with impassive eyes. Mara sat opposite, Nicoya and Arakasi at her side. Her honour guard had cleaned the blood from his face, but he had made no other effort to refresh himself. A few of the guests had sent slaves to bring robes to cover their sleeping attire, but most had not troubled with appearances. Piqued by curiosity, all waited with keen anticipation for the demonstration of the Great One's magic. The moon shone brightly over the broken rail of the gallery. Bathed in its coppery light, the Great One lowered his arms.
"I will require clear space around all areas where the action occurred, and no people standing in the doorway."
Sandals shuffled on waxed wood as the guests did Elgahar's bidding. The warlord placed himself behind the Lord of the Minwanabi, and Mara saw him lean down and whisper. Jingu returned what was meant as an off-hand smile, but the result was forced and stiff. No lord in the Empire truly understood the powers of those in the assembly of magicians. The ability of this Great One to cast a spell for truth seemed to bring little comfort to the Lord of the Minwanabi. The magic might easily catch Mara in a lie, and then the Akoma would be ruined, but other possibilities occurred to Jingu. Tiani's unpredictable nature had been part of her appeal to him, and her hatred of Mara was no secret. The Great One positioned himself by the door. His robes blended like ink into shadow, leaving his face and hands visible as a pale blur. When he spoke, his words rang like a voice beyond the bounds of human understanding. The innocent, the guilty, and onlookers alike shrank from the sound.
"We stand upon the side of violent acts,"
Elgahar said to those gathered to witness his magic.
"Resonance of intense passion creates echoes in the other world, that state of energy which parallels reality. My spell shall call forth these echoes in visible form, and all eyes will see what occurred between the servants of the Minwanabi and his guest Mara of the Akoma."
He fell silent. The hood eclipsed his features as he stood for a moment in total stillness, then tipped his head towards the ceiling. He gestured in the air with one hand and began an incantation so low that even those standing closest could not decipher the words. Mara sat like a temple statue, barely aware of the vague rise and fall of the magician's voice. The spell he shaped affected her strangely, as if a force touched her inner self and separated a piece of her spirit. At her side, Arakasi stirred sharply, as if he too felt the pull of the magic. A soft glow arose in the centre of the room, over the torn expanse of the cushions. Mara watched with wondering eyes as a vague, transparent image of herself appeared, seated as she had been in the hour of Tiani's arrival. An ice-pale spectre attended her, and all recognised the wizened form of Nicoya. The guests murmured in amazement.
Nicoya, seeing herself, turned her face away and gestured a sign against evil. The Great One gave no notice. His incantation ended abruptly, and he lifted his hands. Framed in the spill of the moonlight, the glowing figures began to move. The scene unfolded in ghostly clarity, soundless and fragile as light reflected in water. Mara saw herself speak, and a flicker of movement appeared within the doorway. The Great One stood motionless, even as the outline of Tiani entered, passing clean through his body as if he had been made of air. The nearest guests gave way in alarm, and more than one exclaimed aloud. But the spectre of the concubine remained oblivious. Ghostly in her beauty, she retraced her steps of the hour before and advanced to the cushions before Mara. The images of both women sat and spoke. Mara regarded her own form, amazed to realize how calm she had seemed before Tiani. Even now, the recreation of the scene caused her heart to beat quickly and her palms to sweat. The recollection of her terrible doubt nearly overwhelmed her still. But none of this had showed to Tiani's eyes, and the guests who observed the fruits of the Great One's magic themselves gained the impression of a supremely confident young woman confronting one of inferior rank. To Mara, it was now easy to understand why the concubine had fallen for the bluff and believed evidence existed that proved she was a spy of the Anasazi. Next, all in the room saw Tiani call out to Shimizu beyond the door. Though her image made no sound, the lips could easily be read, and a moment later the strike leader appeared. The words of the exchange could not be guessed, but Tiani's expression shifted, becoming so animal and basic that several guests gasped in surprise. Shimizu abruptly left the frame of the spell, and all in the room saw Tiani draw a knife from her sleeve. With no visible provocation, she launched herself from the cushions, striking out at the figure of Mara. Whatever claim Jingu might offer in defence, now no doubt remained that a servant of the Minwanabi had attacked the Lady of the Akoma. The Lord of the Minwanabi's surety of safety was broken. For the first time any Lord of the Empire could recall, Jingu showed pallor in public. Perspiration appeared upon his upper lip, while before him the drama of the hour before continued to unfold. The strike leader Shimizu re-entered the room, and, after a brief and bitter struggle, received a wound from her knife. All stared in fascination as he hurled the concubine through the doorway. Wooden railings shattered in soundless impact, and Tiani fell to her death, leaving only a spectral impression of a face contorted with hatred, horror, and desperate fear imprinted in the memories of the guests. For an instant, the crowded room seemed suspended and motionless. Then, assuming the drama was concluded, a few guests murmured appalled remarks. Mara stole the moment to glance at the Lord of the Minwanabi. His expression showed calculation, and his small eyes faint hope. If Tiani had acted the renegade, then Shimizu had preserved his honour in killing her. Should the image stop here, he was safe. But the face of the Great One showed neither sternness nor sympathy beneath the dark shadow of his hood. His spell continued to unreel, and in the midst of the chamber the Minwanabi strike leader spun into a battle crouch and advanced upon the Lady of the Akoma. Jingu stiffened, as if touched by an executioner's sword point. Shimizu's broad back prevented any in the room from seeing what Lady Mara might have said, but after a short exchange of words, the warrior's blade rose and swiftly fell. Mara could be seen rolling in the corner, and cautiously, surreptitiously, those guests beside their host began to edge away, as if his shame were a contaminant that might spread on contact. Arakasi's courageous intervention became aftermath, as around the room guest after guest turned eyes of judgment and contempt upon the Lord of the Minwanabi. Clearly, the image had said enough. Into a strangling stillness, Elgahar mumbled a few phrases, and the alien blue-white light was extinguished. Mara let air back into cramped lungs, shaking still with suspense. Her danger was not over yet. Beside the Lord of the Minwanabi stood Almecho, an evil delight in his expression. Costly embroidery flashed as he raised his shoulders in an elaborate shrug.
Well, Jingu, that seems a clear enough assault upon your guests. First the girl, then the warrior. You have enthusiastic servants, don't you?
Jingu showed no sign of turmoil. Racked by emotions only he could know, he glanced first at Mara, then at the muscled and bleeding form of his strike leader. Those closest heard him whisper,
"Why? Shimizu, you are my most trusted warrior. What drove you to this act?"
Shimizu's lips curled in agony. Whatever excuse he gave regarding the machinations of Tiani, his actions had already condemned his master to die to expiate the shame to his honour.
"The witch betrayed us,"
he said simply, and whether he referred to Mara or Tiani was unclear.
"You madman!"
screamed Jingu, and his vehemence rocked all in the room.
"Stupid cat of a diseased bitch! You've killed me!"
Without thought, he drew a dagger from beneath his robe and lunged forward. Before any could react to his rage, he slashed backhanded across Shimizu's exposed neck. Severed arteries shot a fountain of blood, spattering fine robes and bringing a scream from a weak-nerved lady. Shimizu tottered in uncomprehending confusion. His hands fumbled futilely as the life spurted between his fingers, and his great shoulders sagged as he realized his own death was upon him. Matters of betrayal and lies, twisted desires and misplaced love all now became meaningless. He sank back, almost peaceful as he welcomed the hand of Turakamu. He whispered last words to his master.
"I thank my lord for granting me death by the blade."
Shimizu nodded finally to Mara, a silent salute for her victory. Then his eyes went vacant, and the hands that had sought her life fell slack. Sprawled in death at the feet of the elaborately clothed guests, he seemed a fitting symbol of Jingu's defeat. In the game of the council, the Lord of the Minwanabi was ruined. Almecho broke the silence.
"That was impulsive, Jingu. The warrior might have had something more to say. A pity."
The Lord of the Minwanabi whirled. For an instant, he seemed capable of striking out at the warlord, but his fury left him, and he let the dagger fall. Almecho sighed. The cowled figures of the Great Ones returned to stand at his side as he focused his regard on Desio, son and heir of the Minwanabi.
"As sunrise is considered the best time for such matters, I expect you'll busy yourself for the next few hours with preparation for your father's ritual expiation of his guilt. I'm returning to my bed. When I rise, I trust you'll somehow restore the gaiety to this shambles of a celebration."
"Lord Desio?" Desio nodded. Unable to speak, he began to lead his father away. Jingu seemed in a trance. Deflated, his bold, brash voice utterly stilled, he turned his mind inward to the task before him. Never a brave man, he must still act the part of a Tsurani lord. Fate had decreed his death, and somehow he must find the strength to accomplish what was expected. But, as his father crossed the threshold, Desio cast a last glance backward at the Lady Mara. His look offered clear warning. Others might applaud her playing of the game of the council, but she had not won. She had simply passed the blood feud along to another generation. Mara read his hatred and hid a shudder of dread. She needed no reminder of the fact that she was still deep within the heart of Minwanabi's strength. She thought swiftly, and before the Minwanabi heir could escape public regard, called after him, "My lord Desio, violence has been visited upon me by Minwanabi servants. I require an escort of your soldiers when I depart for home tomorrow. It would be a shame to blot the cleansing of your family if the wronged guest was attacked by those in your service, or by nameless bandits or water pirates upon the river." Thrust painfully into the responsibilities of rulership, Desio lacked the wits to excuse the request with grace. Aware only of the anguish of his father and hatred of the lady who had caused it, he still observed the forms he had been raised to follow. Feud would continue between the Minwanabi and the Akoma, but in public the insult to Mara and the blight on his family name required at least a gesture of reparation. Desio nodded curt agreement and departed, to attend upon the sorrows of Jingu's ritual suicide. Movement returned slowly to those remained in the chamber. Guests stirred and exchanged comments, while a battered Arakasi helped the Lady Mara to her feet. Almecho and others looked upon the Lady of the Akoma with respect. No guest present believed the Lord of the Minwanabi would have sent servants to murder the Lady of the Akoma out of hand. None doubted that the Great One's magic had revealed the last act of some complex plot of Mara's, the great game of the Council at its subtle and deadly finest. The Lady of the Akoma had surmounted all but impossible odds to avenge a blow that had come close to ruining her house. Now all silently congratulated her for her skill in defeating her enemy in his own home. Yet Mara had learned nothing if not to guard herself doubly against treachery where the Minwanabi were concerned. After a murmured conference with Arakasi, she stepped forward. Offering a deferential bow to the warlord, she smiled in a manner that truly made her beautiful.
"My lords, I am sorry that my inadvertent part in these bloody acts has cast a shadow over your birthday celebration."
More amused than irritated, Almecho regarded her keenly.
"I place no responsibility on your shoulders, Lady Mara.
Jingu is about to erase any debt that remains. Still, I suspect the affair is not ended, even though our young lord will provide escort for your return home. I salute that touch, by the way. You yet may face difficulties." Mara made light of her own danger. With all the charm at her disposal, she instead offered sympathy to the one who was the Emperor's voice within Siranuani.
"My lord, too much sorrow has passed here for your celebration to continue with grace. As much as Desio might wish otherwise, grief will leave him little heart to resume the festivities in your honour. While there are other estates closer, mine lie in the fastest direct route by river. In reparation, let me offer my home as a humble substitute for the final celebration of your birthday. Should you accept my hospitality, my staff and my artisans shall do their utmost to entertain you."
Filled with secretive plans, Mara thought of the gifted but unrecognized performers she had observed at her wedding. In return for her past courtesy, they would be willing to perform on short notice. And as one who had discovered new talents for the warlord's pleasure, her social stock would grow, and many a worthy musician and artist might gain needed patronage, putting them even deeper in her debt. Almecho laughed.
"You're a sharp-witted one, aren't you, little bird?"
His eyes narrowed.
"I had best keep an eye on you myself. No woman has ever worn the white and gold. But you...
He lost his serious expression.
No! I like your bold offer.
He raised his voice to the guests who had lingered to watch the final turn of events.
We depart at sunrise to journey to the lands of the Akoma.
He bowed slightly and, flanked by the dark forms of his magicians, stepped briskly through the doorway. The moment he had disappeared, Mara found herself the centre of a storm of attention. In the very chamber in which she had escaped murder by narrow margins, she suddenly had ceased to be a social outcast, a girl marked for death at a moment's notice. From the greatest families in the empire, she received congratulations, honour, and the accolades of a victor who could play the game of the council. Mara's retinue of warriors was recalled from the Minwanabi barracks well ahead of daybreak. They rejoined their mistress on board the Akoma barge. While land and water still lay in darkness, the craft poled away from the docks. Too excited by the events of the night to attempt to rest, Mara stood by the rail with her first adviser and her spy master. Feeling the absence of Papewayo with keen sorrow, they watched the lighted windows in the Minwanabi estate house fall astern. The aftermath of terror and unexpected triumph had left Mara both shaky and exhilarated. Yet her thoughts, as always, ranged ahead. The usual preparations would be lacking, since the warlord and all the guests would arrive at the Akoma estates unannounced. In spite of herself, Mara smiled. Jikan was surely going to tear his hair when he discovered his staff had the responsibility of conducting Almecho's birthday celebration. The barge rocked gently as the slaves switched their poles for oars and began a steady stroke. Here and there, soldiers spoke in whispers to each other. Then all conversation stilled as the sky brightened over the lake. Astern, a colourful flotilla of guests' barges departed the hospitality of the Minwanabi. With the watercourses jammed with noble witnesses, Mara need not fear attack by enemy warriors disguised as bandits, and Desio, in any event, could hardly mastermind an attempt around the grief and the ceremony attendant upon his father's ritual suicide. When the golden disk of the sun lifted above the valley, Mara and every other noble passenger abroad in their barges noted the small knot of soldiers upon the hillock near the Minwanabi contemplation glade. These men stood honour to Lord Jingu as he mustered the courage to fall upon his own sword. When, at length, men in orange armour formed up into ranks and marched in formal step to the mansion, Mara breathed a prayer of thanks to the gods. The enemy who had arranged her father and brother's murder, and nearly her own, at last was dead. With Jingu's passing, the Minwanabi ceased their role as supreme power after the warlord, for Desio was a young man of poor social gifts. Few considered him a worthy successor to his father. Those travelling south to the Akoma lands commonly judged that the old lord's successor would be hard-pressed to preserve the alliances his father had forged, let alone increase Minwanabi power. Now, Desio could expect to be closely watched. As he shepherded his family's decline, all who were once fearful of Minwanabi power would now add strength to his enemies. Unless one of Desio's more gifted cousins came to power, the Minwanabi fate was sealed. The stock of a great house had fallen far in the game of the council. Mara considered this throughout the voyage by river, and beyond, as her litter wove through the crowded streets of Sulankur and into the quieter countryside surrounding Akoma lands. With the Minwanabi dominance ended in the High Council, Almecho stood unchallenged, save for the alliance of those in the Blue Wheel Party and the Alliance for Progress. Mara regarded the decorated litters of the nobles who trailed after her retinue, her mind absorbed by the likely readjustments of politics. With the beginnings of a smile, she realized the wisdom of having Nicoya place Hikanu of the Shinzawai near her at least once during the feasting. Then she inwardly laughed. Just as she must once again consider marriage, the Empire would begin another round of multiplayer bickering as the game entered a new phase, but it would always be the game of the Council. Mara turned to mention her thought to Nicoya and found the old woman napping. At last, with their return to familiar roads, the first advisor had begun to relax the tension that had driven her throughout their stay in the Minwanabi house. Just then, Arakasi said, "Mistress, something odd ahead." Nicoya roused, but her complaints died unuttered as she saw her mistress staring raptly forward. At the crest of the next hill, at the boundary of the Akoma lands, stood 2 warriors, one on each side of the road. To the left, upon Akoma soil, waited a soldier in the familiar green of her own garrison. On the right, on lands belonging to the Empire, the second soldier wore the red and yellow armour of the Anasati. As Mara's retinue and litter came fully into view, both men spun around and shouted almost in unison, "Akoma! Akoma!" Startled as her litter swerved to the left, Mara glanced back and saw her bearers pull aside to make room for the warlord's litter to draw even with hers. Almecho shouted over the noise of tramping feet, "Lady, you've arranged an extremely odd welcome." Caught at a loss, Mara said, "My lord, I do not know what this means." The warlord gestured to his imperial whites, and side by side the 2 retinues crested the hill. Another pair of warriors waited beyond, some distance along, and an even more distant pair farther yet. On the crest of the last hill, before the prayer gate, a 4th pair could be seen, and, from the waving back and forth, the cry, "Akoma," had been clearly carried ahead of the returning litters. Mara bowed her head to Almecho. "With my lord's permission." At Almecho's brusque nod, the lady of the Akoma instructed her bearers to quicken pace. She grabbed at the beaded handrail as, running, her slaves forged ahead. Her guard of warriors jogged with her, past the familiar outlying fields, the Nidra pastures with their tawny cows and calves. Mara felt tension tighten her chest. As far as the eyes could see, the fields were empty of field hands or herders, porters or cart drivers. Even the slaves were absent. Where Akoma workers should have been hard at their labours, crops and livestock stood abandoned in the sun. Wishing she had Kyoke's staunch presence at her side, Mara shouted to the first Akoma soldier they passed, "What's going on? Have we been raided?" The warrior fell in beside the trotting slaves and reported on the run. "Anasati soldiers came yesterday, mistress. They made camp beyond the prayer gate. Force Commander Kyoke has ordered every soldier to stand ready. The lookouts he posted on the road were to call out when you returned, or report the appearance of Minwanabi soldiers."
"You must be cautious, daughter."
Jounced breathless by the movement of the litter, Nicoya made as if to elaborate, but Mara needed no warning to spark her concern. She waved Kyoke's sentinel back to join her honour company, and called out to the Anasati warrior who had stood opposite her own man, and who now kept pace with her litter on the opposite side of the road. Any reply would be a courtesy, since no Anasati warrior was answerable to the Lady of the Akoma. This one must have been instructed to keep his own counsel, for he ran on in silence, his face turned resolutely forward. When the litter crested the last hill, the valley beyond lay carpeted in coloured armour. Mara's breath caught in her throat. Over 1,000 Anasati warriors stood before her gate in battle-ready formation. Confronting them from the other side of the low boundary wall, Kyoke commanded a like number of Akoma soldiers. Here and there the green ranks were divided by wedges of gleaming black Choja warriors, ready to honour the treaty with their queen that called for alliance should any threaten the peace of Akoma lands. Shouts echoed down the valley,
the instant the litter came into view. The sight caused the Akoma forces to erupt with an uninhibited cheer. To Mara's astonishment, the Anasati war host answered them. Then, a thing happened that even old Nicoya had never heard of, not in tales or ballads or any of the remembered historical events in the great game of the council. The two armies broke ranks. Throwing down weapons and unbuckling their helms, they approached her litter in a single joyous crowd. Mara stared in wonderment. Dust blew in the grip of a freshening breeze, hazing the plain like smoke, as 2,000 shouting soldiers surrounded her litter and honour guard. With difficulty, Kyoke pushed a path through his Akoma soldiers. A clear space widened in the Anasati side, and a confounded Mara found herself eye to eye with Takuma. The lord of the Anasati wore the armour of his ancestors, bright red with yellow trim, and at his side marched the plumed presence of his force commander. The multitude of warriors stilled, even as the litter-bearers jolted to a stop. The hoarse gasps of their breathing sounded loud in the silence as Kyoke bowed to his mistress. "My lady!" Takuma stepped forward with the first polite bow observed by a ruling Akoma in many generations.
"My lord,"
acknowledged Mara, a bit stiffly from her seat in the litter. With a frown of genuine confusion, she commanded her force commander to report. Kyoke drew himself up and spoke loudly that all might hear.
"Sentries warned of the approach of an army at dawn yesterday, my lady. I mustered the garrison and went myself to challenge the trespassers."
Takuma interrupted.
"We have not yet entered Akoma lands, force commander."
Kyoke conceded this point with a stony glance.
"True, my lord."
He again faced Mara and resumed.
"I was approached by my lord of the Anasati, who demanded to see his grandson. In your absence, I declined to allow him his honour guard."
Mara regarded Ayaki's grandfather with no expression visible on her face.
"Lord Takuma, you brought half your garrison as an honour guard?"
"A third, Lady Mara."
Takuma returned a humourless sigh.
"Halesko and Jiro are in command of the other 2/3.
Here the old man seemed to falter, though he filled the moment with his usual finesse by unstrapping and removing his helm.
"Sources of mine indicated you would not survive the warlord's celebration, and—"
He sighed, as if he hated to make this admission.
"I feared it would be so. To prevent harm to my grandson, I decided to come visit, in case Jingu sought to end the Akoma Minoanabi blood feud for good and all."
Mara raised her brows in comprehension.
"Then, when my force commander declined your attentions to my grandson, you decided to stay and see who arrived first? Myself or Jingu's army?"
"True."
Takuma's hands tightened on his helm.
"Had Minoanabi soldiers come over the hill, I would have marched in to protect my grandson."
In even tones, Kyoke said,
"And I would have stopped him."
Mara shared a pointed stare between her force commander and her father-in-law.
"Then you'd have done Jingu's work for him."
She shook her head in irritation.
"This is my fault. I should have considered an Anasati grandfather's concern might turn to war. Well then, there's nothing to worry about, Takuma. Your grandson is safe."
Here the lady of the Akoma paused, as she relived the miracle of relief all over again.
"Jingu is dead, by his own hand."
Taken aback, Takuma jammed his helm over iron-grey hair.
"But—"
Mara interrupted.
"I know. You received no word. Regretfully for the Anasati, your source,
is dead also."
At this news, Takuma's eyes narrowed. Plainly, he ached to know how Mara had found out about Tiani, but he said nothing. Very still, he waited as Mara told him her last item of news.
"We have moved the warlord's birthday celebration here, Takuma. Since you were the only lord who was absent, perhaps you'd care to amend that slight and join us for the next 2 days. But please understand, I must insist that you restrict your honor guard to 50 men as everyone else has."
The old lord nodded, at last giving way to relief and amusement. As Mara briskly ordered her own honour guard to resume their march to the estate, he stared at her slight form with something akin to admiration.
"It is well we did not see Minwanabi's soldiers breasting the hill, Mara."
He considered the resolute warrior at Mara's side and added,
"Your force commander would have been forced to yield quickly, while most of my forces held Jingu's army at bay. I would not have wished that."
Kyoke said nothing, only turning and signalling to where Liu Jian stood at the rear of the first line of Akoma soldiers. He in turn waved to another soldier further away. When Mara looked at Kyoke with a curious expression, he said,
"I indicated that the 100 Choja warriors waiting in ambush should feel free to return to their hive, mistress. Now, if you feel it appropriate, I'll order the men to stand down."
Mara smiled, though she would not laugh at Takuma's obvious shock at hearing of 100 Choja warriors that would have met his advance guard should they have won their way past Akoma lines.
"Maintain an honor guard to meet our guests, Kyoke."
The force commander saluted and turned to do as he was bid. To Takuma, Mara said,
"Grandfather of my son, when you have dealt with the disposition of your forces, please come and be my guest."
So saying, she ordered her bearers to carry her to her house. Takuma watched her depart. Even his smouldering hatred over Bunto's death was replaced by wonder for the moment. He looked down the road at the advancing column of guests and was glad that the problem of food, housing and entertainment were not his own to bear. The little Hadonra, was it Jikan, was surely going to fall apart. But Jikan did not fall apart. He had heard about Mara's return before the soldiers on lookout, since the gossip had been brought by a guild runner with rush dispatches from a merchant. The man passed on rumours of vast quantities of noble barges all tied up in Sulenque, the warlords white and gold prominent among them. In his subsequent panic, the Hadonra forgot to pass the information along to Kyoke and the warriors. Instead, he had requisitioned every freeman, slave, and all the craftsmen who were already gathered at the estate house to defend Ayaki if the Anasati war host broke through. These had been reassigned to work freshening linens and peeling fruits in the kitchens, and into this furious hive of activity came Mara and her honour retinue.
"So, that's where all my field hands are,"
exclaimed the lady of the Akoma, even as her bearers set her litter down in the dooryard. By now she could not contain her amusement, for her little Hadonra had delivered his breathless report while still wearing cast-off bits of armour from the store sheds, his helm a pot borrowed from the cooks. The servants who bustled from the slaughtering pens to the kitchens were similarly equipped, and everywhere the hoes, rakes and scythes they would have employed as weapons were leaning against the furniture. Mara's laughter was cut short by a carping complaint from Nakoya, who was weary of litters and barges and wished for a real hot bath.
"You may have whatever you wish, mother of my heart. We are home."
And, like a weight of stone lifted from her shoulders, the lady of the Akoma knew this was so, for the first time since she had left for the holy city of Kentasani. Still tying strings from changing back to his house livery, Jikan ran furiously from the estate house to the lawns, where huge pavilions were erected to house several hundred lords, ladies, noble children, first advisers, honour guards, and their innumerable servants. There would hardly be room to move in the main house, jammed as the guest rooms would be with Almecho's immediate relations and imperial whites. Selected servants would be housed in the barracks with the soldiers, with the overflow assigned to the slave buildings. The slaves and the unlucky freemen to draw the short lots would sleep under the stars for 3 days. Mara felt her heart warm at the loyalty of her servants and soldiers. For through the chaos and upheaval of her return, no one complained. Even the house servants had stood ready to defend Ayaki, though their farm implements and kitchen knives would have proved no match for the weapons of trained soldiers. Yet their bravery was none the less for that fact, and their loyalty was beyond the bounds of duty. Touched by their devotion, and having hastily changed into fresh robes, Mara returned to the dooryard as the warlord's cortege heaved into sight in full splendour. The Imperial Whites were a machine of precision as they escorted their master from his litter. Trumpets blew and drums beat, and Almecho, second only to the Emperor Ichinda in power, made his formal arrival before the Lady of the Akoma. Mara bowed gracefully.
"My lord, I welcome you to our house. May your visit here bring rest and peace and refreshment."
The warlord of all Suranuani bowed slightly.
Thank you. Now, would you keep things somewhat less formal than our previous host did? Day-long celebration can be tiresome, and I would like an opportunity to speak with you in private.
Mara nodded politely and looked to her first adviser to welcome the 2 black-robed magicians and show them to their quarters. Pride had straightened the old woman's shoulders, and in her indomitable, mothering manner she took the 2 envoys of the Assembly of Magicians under her wing as if she had dealt with their kind all her life. Mara shook her head, marvelling at Nicoya's resilience. Then she let the warlord take her arm, and the 2 of them walked into the peaceful stillness of the garden she preferred for meditation. 4 warriors stood guard at the entrance, 2 wearing green and 2 the white of the Imperial Guard. Pausing by the rim of the fountain, the warlord removed his helm. He sprinkled water over damp, greying hair, then faced the Lady of the Akoma. Beyond the hearing of guests and servants, he said,
I must salute you, girl. You have proven your mettle in the game over the last 2 years.
Mara blinked, not at all certain she grasped his intent.
"Lord, I did only what was necessary to avenge my father and brother and preserve the existence of my house."
Almecho laughed, and his bitter humour sent small birds winging from the treetops.
Lady, what do you think the game is, if not to remain while you dispose of enemies? While others have been flitting around the High Council, nattering at one another over this alliance and that, you have neutralized your second most powerful rival, turning him into a reluctant ally almost, and destroyed your most powerful enemy. If that isn't a masterful victory in the game, I have never seen anyone play.
He hesitated a moment.
That dog, Jingu, was growing a little too ambitious. I believe he plotted to dispose of 3 opponents. You, the Lord of the Anasazi, and then me. Tekuma and I are somewhat in your debt, I think, though you certainly didn't act on our behalf.
He trailed his fingers thoughtfully through the water. Small currents rose up and roiled the surface. just as the currents of intrigue ran always beneath the affairs of the empire. The warlord regarded her keenly. "Before I leave you, I want you to know this. I would have let Jingu kill you if that was your fate. But now I am pleased you lived and not he. Still, my favor is scant. Just because no woman has ever worn the white and gold before, don't think I count your ambition any less dangerous, Mara of the Akoma." Somewhat overwhelmed by this endorsement of her prowess, Mara said,
"You flatter me too much, Lord. I have no ambition beyond the desire to see my son grow in peace."
Almecho placed his helm upon his head and motioned for his guards to return.
"I don't know, then," he reflected half to himself, "who is to be more feared? One who acts from ambition, or one who acts for the needs of survival? I like to think we can be friendly, Lady of the Akoma, but my instincts warn me you are dangerous. So let us just say that for now, we have no reason to be at odds."
Mara bowed. "For that I am very grateful, my lord."
Almecho returned the bow, then departed to call servants to attend his bath. As Mara followed him from the garden, Kyoke saw his lady and came at once to her side.
"Pape,"
he said. Mara nodded in shared sympathy.
"He died a warrior, Kyoke."
The force commander's face showed nothing.
"No man can ask for more."
Certain that Nicoya was acting in all her glory with the guests, Mara said,
"Walk with me to the glade of my ancestors, Kyoke."
The force leader of the Akoma shortened stride to match that of his slight mistress and silently opened a side door. As they left the main house and bird-song replaced the talk of guests and servants, Mara sighed.
"We shall need a new first strike leader."
Kyoke said,
"Your will, mistress."
But Mara kept her opinion to herself.
"Who is the best for the position?"
Kyoke seemed unusually expressive as he said,
"It galls me to say it, but despite his less than seemly attitude at times, no man is better able than Lujan. Tassido has been with us longer and is a better swordsman, but Lujan is among the best I've seen in tactics, strategy, and leading men since—"
He hesitated.
"Well, since your father."
Mara raised her eyebrows.
"That good?"
Kyoke smiled, and his humour was so unexpected that Mara stopped in her tracks. She listened as her force commander qualified.
"Yes, that good. He's a natural leader. That's the reason Papewayo came to like the rascal so quickly. And if your first strike leader had survived, he'd be telling you the same. Had the Lord of the Kotai lived, Lujan would already probably be a force commander now."
By the hint of pain beneath Kyoke's tone, Mara understood how much like a son Papewayo had been to this old campaigner. Then his Tsurani self-discipline fell back into place, and the old warrior was as she had always known him. Glad of his choice, Mara said,
"Then name Lujan first strike leader and promote a patrol leader to take his place."
They passed beneath the trees, where once Papewayo had knelt and begged to take his life with his sword. With a pang of sorrow for his passing, Mara considered what might have happened had she not reinterpreted tradition concerning the black scarf of the condemned. A shiver touched her spine. How delicate was the thread of progression that had preserved her life. Strangely abrupt, Kyoke stopped. Ahead lay the guarding hedges at the entrance to the glade, and the force commander traditionally might accompany her that far.
Then Mara saw that a lone figure awaited her before the contemplation glade of her ancestors. The red and yellow helm in his hands was familiar, gleaming in the copper light of latest afternoon, and the scabbard at his side held no weapon. Mara gently dismissed her force commander and stepped forward to meet the Lord of the Anasazi. Takuma had brought no honour guard. The scarlet and yellow armour of his family creaked in the stillness as he offered greeting.
My lady.
My lord.
Mara returned his slight bow, aware that the birds in the trees had fallen silent at the coming of sundown.
I hoped to find you here. Since the last time we exchanged words in this place, I thought it appropriate to make a new beginning on the same soil.
He glanced to the chattering throng of guests crowding the dooryard and the bustle of the servants who attended them.
I expected the next time I trod this grass, I'd see orange-clad warriors swarming over it. Not revelers come to honor you.
They come to honor the warlord,
corrected Mara. Takuma studied the face of his daughter-in-law, as if truly seeing her for the first time.
No, lady. They celebrate Almecho's birthday, but they truly honor you. There will never be love between us, Mara. But we have Ayaki in common. And I dare to think we share a respect for one another.
Mara bowed, lower than ever before. In all sincerity she said,
We have that, Takuma. I have no regrets, save that good men have been made to suffer.
Her mind turned to her father, brother, Papewayo, and even Buntakapi. And she added,
And to die? What I have done was for the Akoma, and all that shall be Ayaki someday. I hope you understand.
I do.
Takuma gathered himself to leave, then shook his grey head, unwilling humour showing through his poise.
I truly do. Perhaps when Ayaki comes to his majority and rules, I may find it in my heart to forgive what you have done.
Mara wondered at the strange way that events could turn in the game of the council.
I am glad, at least, that for now we have no reason to be at odds, she said.
For now.
Takuma sighed with something very close to regret.
Had you been my daughter, and Banto, Lord Sezu's son, who knows what could have been possible?
Then, as if the matter were forever put aside, he placed his helm on his head. The hair stuck out at odd angles over his ears, and the ornamented strap swung against his neck. But he did not look the least bit foolish. Rather, he looked a ruler, with years of life behind and more yet to come, with age and wisdom, experience and knowledge, a master of his office.
You are a true daughter of the Empire, Mara of the Akoma.
Left no precedent upon which to model a response, Mara could only bow deeply and accept the accolade. Overwhelmed by emotion, she watched Takuma walk back to rejoin his retinue. All alone, she entered the contemplation glade of her ancestors. The path to the Natami seemed changeless as time. Sinking down on the cool earth where many an ancestor had knelt ahead of her, Mara ran her fingers over the shatra bird carved into the stone. Quietly, but in a voice that trembled with joy, she said, "Rest you well, my father, and you, my brother. He who took your lives is now but ashes, and your blood is avenged. The honour of the Akoma is intact, and your line is preserved." Then,
Tears came unbidden. Years of fear and pain lifted from Mara's spirit. Overhead, the fluting call of a chatterer bird called the flock to take wing in celebration of sundown. Mara wept without restraint until lantern light glowed through the hedges and the distant sounds of festivities filled the glade. All her struggles had borne fruit. She knew peace for the first time since Kyoke had fetched her from the temple, and somewhere upon the great wheel the shades of her father and brother rested peacefully, their pride and honour restored. Filled with the deep satisfaction of victory, Mara arose. She had a household full of guests to attend to, and the game of the council would continue. That's the end of Daughter of the Empire by Raymond E. Feist and Janny Wurts.